Is that all right?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
All right, thank you. Good morning and welcome, traders. Welcome to Traders Corner May Investors Summit. With an upcoming presidential election, the escalating Israel-Hamas conflict, interest rates and inflation that remain stubbornly high, 2024 continues to create some challenging trading conditions. On our panel today, we handpicked the industry's top trading experts to join us. They have agreed to share their most consistent and profitable trading strategies with us in a free online educational forum. Today's show is packed with great information and discounted special offers, so let's get started. Our first presenter is a professional stock and options trader with over 25 years of experience. A former PGA golf professional, his trading journey has spanned stocks, bonds, futures, currencies, and commodities, ultimately evolved towards a focus on options trading. He was introduced to Elliott wave analysis in the year 2000 and has integrated Elliott wave into his core trading methodology. He is a seasoned educator with a passion for teaching trading to others for over 2 decades, taking them around the globe, conducting seminars, and sharing his extensive knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, here to present AI-powered Elliott wave short-term forecast tools is Mr. Rob Roy of Elliott Wave Options. Welcome, Rob.
Thanks, Anthony. Hey, everyone. Good morning to you. Happy to be here with you. And depending on where you are in the world of technical trading, if you have any sort of past knowledge or experience with Elliott wave, I still think I have something really cool and new to show you. I do feel like we're innovators in this area, so excited for the presentation this morning. I just wanted to make one quick comment. I always get a chuckle when people talk about how I used to be a PGA golf professional. And the PGA Championships this week too, so it's appropriate. And people may wonder, well, what in the world does golf have to do with trading? How did you connect those two? And the interesting thing about it is there are some similarities. When you play golf, every hole is different. You play the same course every day and you always have different shots. And same thing with the markets. The markets are different every single day. You look for the same patterns, but they're on different charts, etc. So there are some similarities. So I usually like to just get a little chuckle out of that. But let's get into the stuff that you're really here for, the important things, and something that I do feel is really new to you, and that's how to trade Elliott wave on a short-term basis. People are usually used to Elliott wave being a little bit longer term, and infuse it with AI. AI is the future of trading. I'm sure everybody's heard about that. So what we're going to talk about in this presentation is Elliott wave analysis through trading. And I talk about this all the time with people that ask questions due to the fact that so many people get caught up in doing the exact wave count within Elliott wave, and they get so focused, the old paralysis through analysis, on getting the labeling right, that they forget that we're using this as a tool for trading. So we like to look at Elliott wave from a trader's approach, and that's what I'll be talking about in this presentation. We'll also talk about trading opportunities in the wave 3. I think another drawback to people that trade Elliott wave is what's normally put out there education-wise on Elliott wave, which is wait for the 1, 2, 3, and 4 to show up in a 5-wave pattern and then trade the wave 5. But when you're trading the wave 5, you're trading with the retail traders. It's widely viewed that wave 3 is the strongest waves. Why do we want to ignore that? Well, the difficult thing is how far do we know the wave 3 is going to go? So when do we get out? And we solve that problem. So we'll do a little bit on how AI has helped enhance our Elliott wave trades. We'll show you the performance and give you a detailed plan on how you can trade wave 3 and put this into your own trading system, regardless of what your trading system is. And I will be focusing a lot on Elliott wave in this presentation, but I also want to clarify that my belief is that if there was ever some rule passed that you can only use one technical indicator, for me it would be Elliott wave. However, I've never advocated a technical trading system that relied on only one technical indicator. You need to have a technical trading system consisting of indicators that you trust, that work well together, that complement each other, and create a technical trading system. So I don't want anyone thinking that he's just an Elliott wave guy. I'm way more than that, and believe that Elliott wave can enhance anyone's technical trading system, especially when you see what we've done by infusing it with AI, which is just taking it to an entirely new level. So let's talk about trading versus forecasting. I mentioned that there's a difference between being an analyst of Elliott Wave and a trader. We'll go through some of the comparisons. A lot of analysts, and this is something that drives me crazy personally. I do a free show on YouTube every weekend where I get an awful lot of comments back from people, and they are so intent on labeling the charts, but then they also think they can do it manually. We know the market moves in impulses and corrections. The market doesn't go in a straight line for very long, but I've yet to find the person that can consistently label charts from a manual basis. You need software. The Elliott Wave algorithm, if you've ever read it, is extensive. It's about 30 pages front and back of coding. It reminds me of the movie A Beautiful Mind. If you go that far back, I'm kind of aging myself, but where there was those codes all across the chalkboards. Russell Crowe, I think, was in that movie. And that's kind of what you get to when you're looking at what the actual Elliott Wave algorithm is. So if you have a mathematical mind like that, and you think you can do it by hand, more power to you, but the average person can't and can't do it successfully. So you want to have the algorithm make those counts for you. The average person looks at limited markets. A lot of times people get married to their favorite stocks, and that's fine too, but why don't we just look at all the markets? So again, over on the right-hand side, we're talking about approaching this from a trader standpoint rather than just being an Elliott Wave technician and focusing so much on getting the labeling so specifically correct. So you have a deep analysis there where we take it to a higher level where we're looking for trading opportunities. The actual Elliott Wave person, and again, what I said before was most people are viewing Elliott Wave as a longer term wave count. We focus on shorter term. So if you're a shorter term trader, and I can really break this down for you, I look at a 3-minute chart throughout the market. Now, I don't necessarily trade day trading. I'm not a day trader. I look for the patterns and let the patterns play out. The average time is 2 to 3 days to 2 to 3 weeks in a trade. So I'm not a day trader, but I do like to watch the markets on an intraday basis. And if you are someone that's more of a shorter term day trader type, everything that I'm going to show you works on any time frame. So whether you trade end of day charts or whether you trade intraday charts, it doesn't matter. It works the same way. And I'm constantly amazed when I'm looking at a 3-minute chart where you see the exact same pattern set up even on a shorter term basis. So for me, the short term focus is that 2 to 3 days to 2 to 3 weeks. But if you're even shorter term than that, what I'm going to show you can apply as well. The average Elliott Wave analyst is looking for major turning points. We're just looking to find immediate trading opportunities that we can take a piece of that wave 3, get in and get out. Nobody gets in at the bottom and out at the top, and if that's your goal, then you're going to be disappointed a lot in the world of trading. So I used to be that way. I was one of those guys, so I'm talking from experience. In the beginning, it used to drive me crazy if I would miss an open and then I would get out too soon. And now I've learned that that's just unrealistic to think that you can do that on a consistent basis. What you want to do is take a chunk out of the middle, take your profit and go. And then oftentimes when you're in the wave 3, which is such a strong wave, if the market is moving in your direction in the wave 3, oftentimes it's a pretty strong move. And I am an options trader, so even if you just find straight calls, you can get involved in more complex option strategies as well. But if you're just buying straight calls and puts, there's an IV infusion that comes into the options when you're in the wave 3. So you don't necessarily even want to get out at the top when things start to calm down, because then that IV comes out. So if you catch it early in the entrance of the wave 3, which is what we focus on doing, getting earlier in that wave 3, catching the strongest part of the move and getting out before that strong part of the move ends, and that usually enhances your options. In fact, if you go and look at an options chain, oftentimes you exit before that price target is hit, and then when the price target is hit, if it goes sideways for a day or two, you look at the options pricing and realize that even if the stock moved a little higher, your call options probably didn't make any more, and maybe even lost a little bit from where your exit would have been in the strongest part of the move, because you still have that extra IV infusion into the options pricing. So what I want to talk to you about is zigzags in the impulse wave 3. So I've already highlighted the wave 3, but what we haven't talked about is a zigzag pattern. And if you have a general knowledge of Elliott wave, you're probably aware that the corrective patterns within Elliott wave are flats, zigzags, and triangles. And so you're thinking, well, wait a minute, a zigzag is a corrective pattern, because that's where most people are used to seeing a zigzag following the completion of a wave 5. We know that we've all seen that graph, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the corrective move that occurs after it. And oftentimes that's a zigzag pattern. So people view it as correcting when the pattern is completed. But I'm here to tell you that you can find zigzags directionally based within the wave 3, and that's what helps us determine where that wave 3 is likely going to end. So zigzags are a big part of what I do, plus they're shorter term. The traditional Elliott wave impulse pattern's 5 waves long. A zigzag's only 3. So there we are already on a shorter term basis. And if you've read any of Elliott's works, I've read every book that Elliott himself wrote. I've read some that other people write. There's a lot of personal adaptations out there on Elliott wave. We try to stay true to the actual algorithm as Ralph Nelson Elliott wrote. And then I've read some of his notes, etc. And he was a big believer in Fibonacci extensions. And if you're not familiar with who Ralph Nelson Elliott was, just a real brief rundown on him. He was a mathematician. He lived in the late 1800s, early 1900s. So this stuff's been around well over 100 years. He traveled. He worked for the railroads, and he became physically debilitated from a disease that he caught while he was traveling around, but his mind stayed sharp, and he got focused on the markets because he was basically homebound. And he started to think that, hey, there's a way we can take what's happened in the market and with a reasonable percentage figure out where things are going to go. And he was a big believer, being a mathematician, in using fib extensions and retracements in his trading. So that's where that comes from. So that's what a zigzag pattern looks like. It's 3 waves, 3 segments, as Elliott would call them. So you have the 0 starting point, and then you have the A wave impulse, and then you look for the B wave correction, and that's where we start to get interested. After that B wave correction, we're looking for the C wave extension. That's the part we're trading. We're trading the C wave extension, and you look for these fib levels. And depending on how far the wave B correction is, that's where you're looking for which of these fib extensions is going to be your target price. So we're trading just this C wave within a wave 3. So we get in early within the wave 3, and then we trade those fib levels, which help us to determine, as I said, where the exit is. So Fibonacci levels are a big thing as far as trading Elliott wave. So you can see that fib extensions within a trending impulse move, it's all the same thing, even though we're using what most people refer to as a corrective pattern. I like to relabel that and say zigzags are directional patterns. Now, if it comes after the completion of an upward wave 5 and it's correcting down, you look at it as a corrective pattern. I look at it as a downward directional pattern following the completion there. But again, we're not trading it that way. We're trading it within the wave 3. So whichever direction the wave 3 is going, and I do want to highlight, this works whether the market is going up or down, and whether or not you have an impulse move to the downside or the upside is the same thing. For this presentation, we'll be focusing on the upside, but it does work to the downside. It's a question that I get quite often, so I wanted to go ahead and highlight that. So we're looking for opportunities within a new wave 3. If you're not familiar with Elliott wave, every single 5-wave impulse pattern starts with a zigzag. Not everybody knows that. It starts off labeling A, B, and C, and then it will relabel into the 1, 2, and 3. And since the wave 3 is the strongest of all waves, what we want to do is let's try to get in as early in the beginning of that wave 3 as you can. So you'll have an A, B, and then you move up. And once you take out that wave 1, it labels the C wave, and very quickly after that, that C may turn into a 3. And if it does, that's when we want to get in. So we're not jumping the gun here. We're waiting for that initial ABC on a new move to relabel to the 1, 2, 3, but we want to catch that 3 wave as early as possible. And then there's the zigzag pattern that occurs within that wave 3. That's what we're looking for. That's the kind of pattern that we want. So we see that wave 3 become labeled. We watch that beginning impulse move. And I do want to say not every wave 3 has a zigzag pattern in it. Some of them are, you've heard of where you have mono waves or complex waves. A mono wave is basically just a straight line move within the wave 3. We won't get involved in those. If we get a move in a wave 4 that creates a larger zigzag pattern, we may look for that. But primarily we're looking for a zigzag within the wave 3. If it's not there, then we're not going to force anything. So we have a very specific pattern that we're looking for, and when it plays out, the percentage of accuracy is really just basically off the charts, as you'll see as we go through the presentation. So our entry there is when we get that first correction within the wave 3. So we've been watching this, we watch the ABC, when it relabels to a 3, and that's where the AI is going to kick in, which I'll show you in a few minutes as well. So it gives you both entry and exit targets, and it's based on the rules for zigzags as well as those fib levels. So there's 2 different pieces to it that give you the targets. Now we add in AI, which gives us a price target as well, and when they all agree, it's just euphoria really as far as the percentage of accuracy. Nothing's 100%. I'm not trying to say this works. Nothing works 100% of the time. You're aware of that. If I told you it worked every time, you wouldn't believe me anyway, and you shouldn't believe me, because nobody should be out there saying something works 100% of the time. But what we want to do as traders is give an edge, right? You want that edge. We want to put as many probabilities and percentages in our favor as we can, and we think we've done that. So how zigzags help trading in the wave 3? They give us an indication of the strength of the wave 3 in addition to the potential price target that's in there. So there's the same chart there basically with the zigzag within the wave 3, and I do want to highlight it gives you exit targets as well. We know in the world of trading, entries are difficult enough, exits are even harder, right? When do we get out? Do we wait? Do we sometimes wait too long? Do we get out too soon, etc.? But we look for those targets, and then again, my MO is to exit just before the target because I want to capture that extra IV in the options, just something that I've learned over the years of trading. If you wait till the exact target's hit, I already described it, perhaps your options aren't even worth as much as they would have been if you exited just a few minutes earlier or a few days earlier. Now we do have extensions that go to 100%, and then we have a further extension to 161.8. The zigzags that I look for have an initial target of 100%, but that's where my confirming indicators come in to give you an idea of, is this going to be an extended C wave? In other words, move to that next fib level, and that would be 161.8. So sometimes we can stay in a little bit longer and generate an even higher gain. So how do we use AI to enhance these opportunities that we find within the zigzag patterns? I started working with a company called Hub, HUBB.com, back in 2020, and basically I gave them this issue of, I want to trade the wave 3. I like trading the wave 3. I'd been trading the wave 3. I just think it's just such a misstep to avoid the strongest of all waves. And so I talked to them and found out that they were actually already working on infusing AI into Elliott Wave. So they've been doing Elliott Wave for 30 years or so, and already hired data scientists to start AI. So they were really advanced in the world of AI. And if you're not incorporating AI into your trading, you're going to be trading against people that are, and you want that edge. You want to be with them. There'll be a day when AI is everywhere, and perhaps the edge goes away, but for now, we're out in front of it, and we're the leaders in there, I believe. I think we have a longer track record of actual results using AI than anyone else that I've seen. I'm always careful to say that we've been there the longest, because you never know everybody, but I do think we're one of, if not the longest running so far, the most experience and most real live results of using this. So I actually launched this as a service to a select group of subscribers back in 2021. The Elliott Wave calculation and AI ratings of the counts are separate functions. So I want to be clear here, the AI is not looking at the Elliott Wave algorithm and changing the algorithm. The algorithm is still the same, exactly as Ralph Nelson Elliott wrote it. What the AI does is come in and give us a rating of how strong that move is, specifically the wave 3, highly focused on the wave 3. That's where we are. So it comes in and tells you how strong it is, and therefore how likely it is to continue up and hit that zigzag target. If you've traded Elliott wave, you know that from time to time the patterns relabel. A lot of people say that's a big negative about Elliott wave. I think it's a positive. The markets are not static, the markets are dynamic, and if you don't have a trading system that's as dynamic as the market, then you're going to have losing trades, because by the time your system realizes that, oh, the market's changed, what may have been a profitable trade could turn into a loss, or you may be in a loss immediately if it turns and goes against you right away. So having this AI infusion in here to enhance this has been a big bonus. So how we use AI to rate the trade setups. I mentioned that the Hub organization hired these data scientists to create algorithms with AI in it to help assess the trades. The things they take in, and this is really interesting to go through. Here are some of the data points, and I'm going to show you more specific ones, but some of the general ones are price to volume, indicator values, benchmark comparisons, indicator value rankings, statistical measures, intermarket correlations, economic cycle data. So if you're a believer in fundamentals, then this is incorporated in there as well. I talk about how my own experience has been very much like how the world and the markets work, where when I first left being a golf professional, I did become a traditional financial advisor. I'm not a registered securities advisor now, so everything I talk about is to be taken as educational advice, but I was at one time, and my initial training was all on the fundamental side. And then I started on my own looking at technicals. And I started thinking, wow, I think we're missing out by not viewing technicals. Well, then when I started to get into Elliott wave, and I was a believer that it went in one ear and out the other. There was a gentleman, he's since passed away, was killed in a motorcycle accident, but he's the one that made me a believer, because he just said, just listen to me, because I was like, I don't want to hear this stuff, it's hocus pocus. And he said, let me show you something. And he showed me a chart. And it happened to occur back in 2001, and the NASDAQ was forecast to move to a point where I said, there's no way. Then 9/11 happens, and after 9/11, we know the market was closed for 4 days. When the market reopened, it went exactly to the target that he had shown me. That was my moment. That was my aha moment where I said, okay, I'm willing to take a look at this, and I've been trading it ever since. But then I moved all the way to technicals. So I did the 180-degree swing. I was 100% fundamentals, then 100% technicals. And I think, the market always goes to the extremes, right? You start at one extreme, then you go to another extreme. And I think a mix of the two can't be anything but a positive. I don't know how anyone could argue that if you have a trading system that shows strength based on both a fundamental and a technical basis, that can't be anything but an enhancement. So if you're a believer in that, I just want you to know this is not 100% technical. There are fundamentals that are taken in as well. When you look at these things, you're like, those are all basic. I can go out on the internet and find those myself. And that's true. But you have to have the time to go out and find all those things. And then you have to have not only the mathematical mind to add in the data correlations that these data scientists have added in, but you have to have the computing power and the programming knowledge to create an algorithm that takes all this into account. So if you have all that, you can do it on your own, or you can let somebody else do it for you, which is what I've chosen to do. And where the AI comes in, and they talked about these things, regression models, clustering, random forest, ensemble-based models, and neural networks. I didn't know what any of that stuff meant. I was like, okay, this is the stuff, this is how the AI data scientists talk when they're talking to me. The only one that I know is neural networks. That I was familiar with. And basically, that means that you're giving the AI a situation. You're giving it a problem, if you will, or a set of criteria, and asking it to solve it. So that's what a neural network is. You give the AI this issue, and then they come up with the result, or they solve it. And then all those other ones are just more AI jargon that I don't really understand. So I reached out to the data scientists, and my mind works is I really want to understand what I'm doing. Not everybody's like that. Some people say, I don't really need to understand it. I just need to know it works. But the way my mind works is I wanted to know how it works. So I reached out to the data scientist guys and I said, can you send me some data? Show me what you're doing. And they sent me this. And I looked at it and it's like, I have no idea what that is. But what this is a clustering and one of their codes, and there's over 300 data points that are added into it. My technical system had about 6 criteria, 6 to 7 criteria, and they took that basic system that I was using to trade the wave 3 and they enhanced it with over 300 data points. And this is a clustering. It reminds me of the dot plot, right, that the Federal Reserve uses, that they talk about all the time. Some people say this looks like an ultrasound, but what they're looking for is the clustering. So each one of these codes across the top gives a result, and they look for the clusters, and then they go through and they add in here. So they send me several of them. I'm not going to spend the time, so we have limited time here going through each and every one of them. So I'll go ahead and advance the slide, and basically here's a listing of what they consider to be the top 36 of the data correlations that they look for. So each one of those is a coding with a data figure that they're looking for. And then when you look and you can see the clusters in each one of those, then it takes all that and it says, where do all these data points agree? In other words, where do these clusters agree across all those data points? So you can imagine the power if you have over 300 data points and you're looking for where these clusters, where the groupings agree in all those data points. Once again, putting more and more percentages in your favor. To me, the highest probability that you can have trading. You're trading the strongest wave within an LA wave pattern, a directional pattern, and you have all these data points that are telling you, yes, these all agree that this is a very strong move. Still not 100%, nothing's 100%. We can get into some pretty high ratings, but it never gets to 100%. And so the AI gives a signal like this. This is what it looks like when I put it on a chart, because I don't understand all that other stuff, but I can look at a chart. This kind of sounds a little self-serving, but I took an AI or a IQ test one time and scored 100% on the visual spatial part of the chart, which is basically within an IQ test is where they give you a pattern and then you're supposed to say what's the next likely pattern based on what they gave you. So I felt like I already had a mind for reading charts. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but that was some place that I was pretty adept in. So I can look at a chart and have a pretty decent idea. But then the AI comes in and gives you a confidence rating. And so it says, here's the target. Now, this is within the wave 3. Again, it takes it as soon as it labels to a 3. So once we go into a 3, on the very first day that the pattern labels to a 3, it does its thing. It starts the algorithm within the AI, and it comes out with a score. So here you have, at least by the AI, an 84% confidence rate. Can you imagine? I mean, most people, if you have a system that's right 60% of the time, you're viewed as in the upper echelon of trading, because if you have any sort of a good risk to reward management system, then you can generate profitability. You can be a successful trader. So when you see something that's at 84%, for me at least, I start to salivate. And the data scientists send me these signals at about 2 a.m. So I can't even go to sleep before 2 a.m. every night because I'm excited to see what's coming out for the next day. But even though it's not 100%, you can see you got an 84% rating. It also gives you a fail zone. So people always ask, do you have stops? I'm not a big believer in putting in physical stops because the market makers can see them. And if you're a trader and you've ever put in a physical stop, I'm sure you've gone through and experienced this where you put in your stop, the market goes down, your stock hits the stop, you get stopped out, and then the stock turns around and goes right back to where you thought it was going in the first place, but you're stopped out of the trade. So I don't use physical stops, don't have to, because I have this mental stop. So if this comes down to the fail zone, then it's telling you that even though it had an 84% chance, there's still a 16% chance it doesn't work. If it comes down and hits that, you're out. That's when you send in your stop and get out. So not only do you have target prices for your exits on a profitable side, you also have exits on when to get out if it doesn't work. So I think that's key. People always ask about exiting. So clearly AI-based analysis is far more sophisticated than the average trader can achieve. As I mentioned, yeah, even if you have data knowledge, a programming background, and I've run into people with programming backgrounds and talk about this, and they're like, yeah, I don't think I could figure that out on my own. And you're getting a preview of what the offer is going to be. This platform with the AI base is in beta form now. I've been getting the signals because I have a relationship at Elliott Wave Options, evotrader.com with these folks at the Hub organization, and they have a brand new software. It's in beta form. You can get it for free by going to hub.com. And later on in this year, once the official version is launched, because I always joke about this, how you've all experienced this before, Microsoft, when they would send out a new version of Windows, they just send it out there. And then everybody would find where the bugs were, and they'd send out patch after patch, and we joke about, you know, this is patch number 123 fixing something. Well, it's in beta form, and we like having people have access to this so that can help figure out where the bugs are. And then once the official launch is, hopefully it's as clean as a program can be. It started from scratch. So if you do have a programming background, you know how hard it is to create a piece of software from scratch. So that's what we're done here. And once the official launch is made later this year, you will have access to those same AI signals that I do. But I want to be clear here, we're not going to send this out, or they're not going to send them out to everyone. I don't have access to the intellectual property. The data scientists have kept that. The Hub organization has them wrapped up legally, contractually. So if you're wondering, well, what's going to stop these guys from going and offering it to everybody so that they make more money? Well, that part's covered. They can't do that. They're legally tied here from contractual basis to the Hub organization, and you'll be able to get those signals, but it's not going to be sent out to everyone. We don't want everyone on the planet looking at the same trade. The idea is to give those that are interested in this the edge. And if you send it to everyone and everybody's trading the exact same thing, that's not how markets work, right? We all know that markets have to have people that think the stock's going to go up, people think it's going to go down. That's what makes markets. You have to have buyers and sellers, and we don't want everyone trading this. So it's going to be to those that are serious about it, but you can take a test run of it right now for free. So it's a great offer. So if you're curious, all right, what's the performance been? That's where the rubber meets the road, right? You can see that we sent out to the subscribers at evotrader.com starting in September of 2023, and we got a slow start, only a 3% return in September, and then the results started moving higher. It's yet to have a losing month. And so the average return, and again, this is just stepping in and stepping out, taking a piece, is 28%. So you do hit a home run every now and then. That's not the idea. We're looking, let's take a piece of the gain and get out, even from a directional basis. But if you do that and you can average 28% and you're right 80% of the time, that's a phenomenal number, and it doesn't seem real, but it is real because this is all documented. It's all on the website. These are all alerts that have been sent out to subscribers. This is not hypothetical. This is not me telling you this is what I've done. There's proof. It's been sent out to subscribers, and they've enjoyed this, and you can see the steady growth in an account. We base it off of a $5,000 account, and you know what your own account size is, and you can go accordingly from there. And I also want to highlight, these are not compounded results because we add new subscribers all the time. It's not fair to start sending out trades on a compounded basis. We send out $500 of risk per alert. That's it. And so if we were using compounded numbers, then we would be higher than that, and we don't want to do that. So that's what the results have been. And then here's how it's impacted my trading. These things are really cool because I thought I was a decent trader before. I've got a lot of experience, and these have been around for 27 years doing this, trading Elliott Wave since 2001. So I've been successful. This is all I've done since my golf career. I'm a very fortunate person. I've had 2 careers in my life, both of them that I loved. I love being a golf pro, and I love trading. And so I've been very fortunate along those lines. So it's kind of been humbling to see how the AI has taken what I thought was already pretty good results and then just supercharging it. But here's something that's interesting. That line there is the average amount of time that I was in a trade before the AI. So when I was doing it, I was in a trade just under 50 days. That would be the average. Sometimes it takes a while for the patterns to play out, and that includes the period of COVID. But now, once it started the signals with AI and sending those out, you can see that the time in the trade is less than half. So the average time in trade is under 24 days. So we're staying in that 2 to 3 days to 2 to 3 weeks. We do get some that move very quickly. Sometimes we've had trades that were less than 24 hours. But on average, it's just under 24 days for a trade to go through and hit its target. So that's been eye-opening as well for the fact that you don't have to be in trades. You can imagine that if your results have improved from a percentage return basis and you're in the trades half the time, you can see how fast you can build an account. Now, if you like to be active, and I know a lot of people do, they want to be more active traders, this is showing you what the AI has done from the trading activity. These are the number of trades that I would normally do on a monthly basis. And then you can see when the AI kicked in, it's tripled the number of trades that I would normally do. So you have less than half the time that you're in a trade, and you have 3 times the number of trades. So again, you can see how you can generate a nice return in an account in a very short period of time. And so, as I mentioned, we've yet to have a losing month. These are the results that we've had over time, and that doesn't include the end of April. That number wasn't updated for the end of April yet. April actually ended up just a little bit higher than that, but you can see not a losing month yet. I don't want to say there's never going to be a losing month, but all I can do is show you what the results have been. And again, non-compounded results here. Those are the actual numbers that have occurred. 2 big months there. You can see October of 23 and February 24, big months. And again, it's only $500 or less of risk per alert that goes out. So based on your size of your account, you can trade accordingly. So those are numbers based on the small amount of risk being sent out, and everything that we do is on a fixed risk basis. We don't sell naked options. There's a place for that in the trading world. We don't do that. Everything is a fixed risk alert that goes out, and a lot of times it is just straight calls and puts because of the fact that these are shorter term trades. But if you like spreads, if you like more advanced strategies like butterflies, condors, etc., you can create those. I do like doing an occasional out of the money butterfly. That's what I learned from my mentor when I first started trading. There's all kinds of different things that you can do, but if you just trade straight calls and puts, that's where the majority of the alerts that are sent out are done. So just a quick refresher here on zigzag rules and guidelines, just so you have a brief understanding. If you're not familiar with Elliott wave, you look for the A wave, and then by rule, it must retrace at least 20% of that to potentially qualify. There's a difference between being qualified and confirmed. Those are 2 terminologies within Elliott wave. Qualification gets your interest, confirmation gets you an entry. That's the deal there. And Elliott's guideline said it should be at least 30%. He preferred when it went down to the 38.2% level. They don't all go quite that far, but they get very close. And that's when I become interested, is when that B wave corrects to the 30% guideline. Now, if we pass that, if we go too far on the B wave retracement, if it moves down past 70%, you're probably in a flat. You're probably not in a zigzag pattern. So it's key to see where that B wave corrects, and then we want to see the bounce. Remember that it's not going to label it as a wave 3. It's not going to switch from an ABC to a 1, 2, 3 if that B wave continues lower. So that saves you there as far as trying to enter too soon. The flat is, if you're not familiar, that's a sideways pattern. So that's not what we want. We're looking for the directional pattern. And then the C wave must be longer than 90% of the B wave. And once that occurs, now you're starting to move into the area where we're getting towards past qualification and moving into confirmation. So we get to the 90% level, it's now in a qualified C wave. And then once we break above that, then we move into the point where we are confirmed. and based on the retracement of the B wave is where you're looking for how far the C wave goes. Which of those fib levels are we looking for? And here's where it breaks down. If the B wave retraces 38.2%, you're looking for a 61.8% C wave extension, and that's based on the A wave. So 61.8% of the A wave, which is already done, and the retracement occurs. If the B wave retraces 50%, then you look for 100% extension on the C wave. So this is where you're getting your exit target, looking for where that goes on a fib level. My favorite, because I think it's the strongest of all waves, or fib levels, I do like the 38.2, but 61.8, in my opinion, it's the strongest of all. It's, you know, all over math. And, you know, we have discussions on, you get to the point where, is there really a mathematical order to the universe? And that's why these fib levels work. Or is it just so many people in this new world of program trading that believe in these fib levels? So many programs are programmed to them. It just works because everybody's doing it, you know. So it doesn't really matter. That's what I usually say. Who cares what the real reason is? They work, so you need to know where they are, and we trade accordingly. So you can have your own beliefs there. But if the B wave retraces 61.8%, the C wave's going to go 100%. And that's my favorite one because it happens a high percentage of the time. So a simple trading plan, you look for the signal day, where there's qualification, you enter once you hit confirmation, you work with the fib levels, monitor volume. I'm a believer, no matter what your technical trading system is, that price to volume action should be a part of anyone's system. I never get away from that. It's just one of the basic rules of trading. And then I like the DMI, which was created by Wells Wilder. Most people look at RSI, which is another one of Wells Wilder's, who was not a trader, by the way, another mathematician that created both of those. I prefer the DMI, and not as many people look at it, and I like that idea. So we identify the 0 point, look for the qualification, all the rules that I just went through, where the C wave goes. As you become more advanced, you can kind of sneak in a little bit earlier as you start to be comfortable with these levels. You don't have to in the beginning. And then we look for the signal day to enter, and the signal day is when you close above the qualification day, when that C wave becomes qualified. Once we have a close above that, that's when you get to confirmation. And you look at the entry point, there's your risk if it moves down, but we enhance that with the AI. So we look for where the AI targets are, and when the AI targets coincide with these fib levels, which happens often, that's again where I start to become salivating and looking at these. And then we get into the options side of things. We don't have time to go through the options in this presentation today, but I'm a big believer in trading the best part of the delta gamma relationship on the delta curve. It's a lazy S. It's not a 45-degree angle. Delta is not linear. It's a lazy S, and there's a point where it starts to go vertically up, and you get the best delta to the gamma relationship, and that's out of the money in the 28 to 30% delta range. And so when you have the confirmation, you look for all these things. And here's just a few examples here as I'm getting towards the end of my time, so I'll go through this rather quickly, but these are just illustrations for all the things that I've just described to you so far. And you know, you can have a day or two in between qualification and confirmation. So when you get the signal day, you can have a day or two. It doesn't necessarily have to be the next day, which you kind of applied in that chart. But there's where I was talking about, don't be greedy. When you get to a point where you're happy with the gain, take the gain, don't second guess, don't do the Monday morning quarterback thing, be happy and move on, and you'll be a happier trader from a psychological standpoint. So here's the offer. It's 30-day free trial. Not only will you get the copy of the software, but you're going to get the alerts that I send out using this software for free for 30 days. We'll have to get your information as far as your phone number. We're not going to ask for your credit card. It's completely free, so you don't have to put your credit card in, but we do need your phone number and email address because the alerts are sent out through text and email or both. So the only reason we're getting your phone number, we're not going to be calling you and any of those things. It's just we need your phone number so that we can send you out the alerts through text. So you can try this for 30 days for free. You got nothing to lose. So there's the link right there. you go to home.ewotrader.com/ewo-ai-trial. So once again, home.ewotrader.com/EWO-AI-trial. And you can go to the hub.com, get that beta. There's nothing to download, by the way, on the software. It's all browser based, so you don't have to worry about that. You're not putting anything on your computer, so you can follow along with the AI signals that come out on the software. So everything's free. We're not asking you for anything here. It's all just a free offer for you. So Anthony, I managed to get through that dead on time, and those that know me know that I can talk a lot, and so finishing on time is a is a big feather in my cap. So that's what I have for everybody, and I want to I always sign off when I do presentations that time's the most valuable asset we all have. As I'm getting older, I appreciate it more and more, and thank you for spending some of your time today watching this presentation. I appreciate it very much. And Anthony, thank you so much for having me.
Hey, thank you, Rob. We really appreciate it. What an amazing strategy. Incredible how you leverage AI and cluster modeling to enhance the precision of your options trade setups. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for consistent gains by being able to integrate AI technology to find high probability option trade setups, then Mr. Rob Roy of Elliott Wave Options has a solution for you. We've placed his promotional link in the chat box, and you can always learn more by going to ewotrader.com. That's ewotrader.com. Thanks again, Rob. Please come back and see us on Traders Corner.
Love to. Thanks again for having me. Have a great rest of your day, everybody.
Thank you, Rob. Let's keep the ball rolling. Our next presenter has over 2 decades of trading and investing experience. She made a bold decision to leave her position at a prestigious investment firm to start trading and investing on her own. Now she makes more in a month than what she used to make in a year. She has a reputation as a professional technical analyst, and she is revered for her meticulous approach and unparalleled precision in deciphering market dynamics. Armed with an acute understanding of market psychology and a keen eye for patterns, she can foresee market movements with remarkable accuracy. Ladies and gentlemen, here to present Accelerate Your Income to 6 or 7 Figures, trading only 2 hours per day, is Mrs. Anka Metcalf of Trade Out Loud. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Anka.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you, everybody. So I'm going to get started right away. Just give me 1 second. I've had some computer issues.
Yeah, your audio sounds good. We could see your presentation. So,
all right, all ready
so
to
far,
start.
so good.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry about that, guys. A little bit of challenge. My Bluetooth speakers would not connect today to my computer. So who else in here wants to become a trading powerhouse, a trader extraordinaire? I'm here to tell you that that is not very difficult if you follow the rules of the game. And once you understand the rules of the game, which are not complicated, because if it's complicated, we would not do it every single day. So we need to dumb it down. This is what I like to call, like, instead of like keeping it super simple, just dumb it down. All right, so today I will be talking to you guys about becoming a trading powerhouse. My name is Anka Metcalf, and I have been a professional independent trader for more than 20 years. Prior to becoming a professional independent trader, I come with 10 plus years in investment banking. More than 20 years ago, I decided to quit my job and dive into day trading. I knew that there's an opportunity for me to make money on a day-to-day basis and literally step away from the hustle and bustle of everything that was going around, especially stepping away from my really long commute. It was literally taking 3 hours of my time every single day. It was like an hour and a half to go to work, an hour and a half to go back, and working long hours. You guys know how it is, right? So basically, I decided to take baby steps, and I've started to educate myself into day trading. And I took some classes, I took numerous courses, and I was actually very fortunate to land into some really amazing hands that have helped me get to where I am right now. And of course, you have to put in the effort, because without effort, you're not getting up there and you're not producing the top dollars. I started trading by trading stocks. So I was not always, trading futures or Forex or anything else. I started with day trading stocks. I had prior investment banking experience prior to becoming a professional independent trader. Plus, I did come from the finance world. So basically, I did have the background and the terminologies, and I had the trading and the investing education. But when you're diving into day trading, everything is so different. And I have to tell you, like my first trade, literally the first time that I took a first day trade, literally my hand was shaking. So I'm not gonna lie. So like I said, I'm the founder and CEO of TradeOutLoud.com, which is a trading education firm that is specializing on educating individuals how to day trade, swing trade, and invest in the markets. I have been doing this, like I said, very successfully. My track record is my mirror to performance, to my performance, personal performance, and the performance that I deliver for our clients. I also run two very successful programs. One is the Always program, and this is how we started Trade Out Loud, because Trade Out Loud was actually a pro bono company. It wasn't even a company. It was during the financial crisis, during the 2008 financial crisis, where everybody was freaking out. 401ks were going down. There were some of them were wiped out. Some people that had remaining very little money into them, they pulled their money out, and that was one of the biggest mistakes, because that is when the time turned around in 2009. It was time to buy with both hands. So I helped a lot of individuals for about 2.5 years, until we came out with Trade Out Loud. And I said, hey, I'm investing so much time and so much effort into trying to educate people for free on how to do that. And I did that for a couple of years, for about 2.5 years. And it's time to, it's like time is money. So my time definitely is worth more than anything, because time is infinitely more valuable than anything else. I also run a trading room for futures. So we started our service on the investing side and on the swing trading side. And I'm a technical trader. I also take into consideration fundamentals. And when I'm investing, I'm taking into consideration technical value and fundamentals. And also, I run a trading room since 2017. That is when a few years prior to that, I made the switch from stock trading to futures trading. My accountant advised me that it would be much more efficient to go towards futures trading, because it has a different taxation, and it's so it's much more easier to report at the end of the year, right? You just get a 1099B form and that's it. It's really different than stock trading. We do offer, like I said, trading education for day trading, swing trading, and we're gonna swing trading and investing, and we're gonna come with a brand new course that is going to add a lot of value to those of you guys that are looking to generate also income, but not only that, but create generational wealth. And that comes from my vast experience and education that I'm gonna highlight then. I focus on high velocity trades, and what that means, and I'm going to show an example today of trades that we took in the trading room and trades that I took. And these high velocity trades are trades that are based on multiple layers of price support resistance, and they basically 8 layers of price support resistance that I analyzed prior to getting into a trade. And don't be intimidated by that. It's just like super dumb simple. It's not very complicated, but somebody needs to teach you how to do it. So I focus on high velocity trades, because instead of taking 20 trades in a day or 5 trades in a day, I just take 1 and done, or 2 and done, or at the most I take 3 trades. I'm the designer of institutional proprietary trading system. And that is because I cannot take fully credit for it. Technical analysis has been around for a gazillion of years, but I'm the designer, so I put my spin on things. And like I said, I focus on price support resistance and the 8 layers of price support resistance. I also focus on specific trigger times, especially for day trading, because in swing trading, when the trigger happens, it happens. But in day trading, you have to be very precise. And if you take, and like I said, it's a rule-based game. And if you follow the rules, you're going to get there. Don't follow the rules, you're just going to wipe up your account. So these specific trigger times are incredible. They work like a charm. And I'm going to ask you just one quick question. How many times have you guys gotten into a trade and had the perfect setup, perfect, let's say you want to take a long, it was trading on support, et cetera, and, the trade got you in and then boom, immediately stopped you out, right? And you go like, why is this happening, right? Well, I've analyzed this. So in my first 3 to 4 years of day trading, I was hyperly analyzing everything. I was living, breathing, trading, day trading, right? So I've analyzed everything, and I have noticed that there are certain times in the market where setups don't work. And the key here is to take the setups when they work better than the times when they don't work. And I'm going to share some of these times with you today, not all of them, but some of these times for the most important times, for example, for the morning session, because a lot of traders are trading the morning. I specialize in the power hour. So this is my thing. I don't like to waste my time and I waste my money. I trade the power hour and done. All right. So before we continue, how many of you guys would like to know why am I here and why am I presenting? And first of all, like, do I have any credibility? And everybody, and I think that when you talk about credibility in trading is all about profits. It's like, show me the proof, right? Show me, do you make money, right? So why else? And I need like real data, like not some Excel sheets. I need like real data from your accounts, right? But before we do that, I want to talk to you guys about income trading. Income trading is day trading. So day trading is when you enter a position and you're out of that position in a few minutes or by the end of the day. That is trend trading. If you're trading by the end of the day, you're trading on much larger time frame, like on a 15-minute or 30-minute. But if you're day trading momentum, then you could trade the 2-minute or the 5-minute. So for me, income trading is day trading and it's instant gratification. It's not going to be instant gratification every day because you're not going to make money every single day. The most important thing is to make more money than you lose. So this is 2023 for me. So you can see these are just profits, just profits. You can see that I started here on January 4th, right? I don't trade in the first 2 to 3 days of the year. I let the market settle down. Plus I take a little bit of a time off because I never take time off away from the market, but this is the only time where I take a little bit of time off. And you can see here how the progression went, right? So this is 2023. You see tons of graphs like this within the performance that your guys are going to have access to if you join my programs, and you are going to see my live trades with entries, with stops, with targets, with the timing, with everything, all detailed. So it's not just, just an Excel sheet or anything like that, just an analysis or a nice looking chart on a PowerPoint. These are my returns for last year, 1.15 million. Accumulated returns, you can see them right here. You could see the commissions that I have paid last year. So yes, TD Ameritrade was very happy, and now Schwab is going to be very happy to have me as a client, because this is basically the commissions that I paid last year. How's 2024? I pulled up a chart real quick for my performance. This is just the futures program. You can see here from January 1st, 2024 up to date. So this is the year to date, and you can see here it started again from 0. You can see the first day that I took a trade was on 3rd, and it started going higher and higher and higher. So we're over 150K on the year, just from January through May 16th, just today, right? So we're right on track. You can see it right here, 161,000. And basically, this is just from the beginning of the year. All right, so let's one other thing that I wanted to add, the closed trades are not included yet. I have 2 other trades that are open. I have gold open. Gold is a position that I took at 23.80, and I took it last week. I'm going to show you when I called that trade because it happened at night. So I have a private feed that I inform my traders when things trigger. And I have another massive trade, and this is actually that made my quarter. You guys are going to see the results in future presentations from my P&L, and that is in natural gas, where it is trading right now over $2.50, and I picked it up at $1.997. So if you guys want to hear more about Trade All Out, what we do, and this is our social media, feel free to head on there. Sorry about that. Oops. So I'm telling you, like, I'm having some issues with my computer. So first of all, for those of you that are here and say, hey, I want to start a career in trading, is it possible? Is it doable? How much money can I make? What can I trade? How can I get started? This presentation is for you. First of all, the reason why I was really attracted towards trading is because I don't have a boss. I don't have to commute. I don't have customers. I don't have clients. I don't need to send emails. And if, by the way, you guys, that really low profile. I don't send a lot of emails out inviting you guys. I mean, to me, Trade All Out is just by word of mouth. You trust me, you come and trade with me. You don't hear about me. Like, if you haven't heard of me, then, we don't advertise, so we never advertise. We're not in this business because I make money trading. I don't need to do that. So I like to have a group of people that are serious about trading, not, I don't hype anything. So basically, trading is just you and computer, and I could teach you how to do it. So your computer right now can be transformed into your personal ATM. How amazing would it be to literally transform your computer right now into your personal ATM? This is what day trading is all about, because day trading is about generating income. And right now, if I want to go and spend that money that I have generated, I could actually do it now, right? So this is the perfect time to learn how to trade your way to financial freedom. So let me tell you a little really, really brief story. I know we don't have a lot of time, and you guys want to get into charts and all that stuff, but I think it's so important. First of all, when I started day trading, what I did is actually I took my savings account, right? I took my 401k, cashed everything out, paid huge penalties, whatever. And I started my day trading. I invested a lot of the money into education. So up to date, like I still take performance coaching sessions, psychology coaching sessions, and all that fun stuff. And I still improve on my trading and keep up to date. But literally, I spent over $150,000 into trading education, and another 150 or 175 into mentoring and coaching. So it cost me a lot to get where I am right now. And was it worth it? Absolutely. Absolutely. My mentor actually said that, hey, if you're worried about a session, or if you're worried about that, think about this. I can get you there. I could get you like literally from point A to point B, collapsing time frames. So you don't have to spend 5 years or 10 years figuring it out. I can tell you right now what you need to do, what time frames you need to look at, what patterns you need to look at, the timing that you need to look at, and you're going to get there sooner. And it was, and I put a lot of effort into it, but I got to where I wanted to be in the least amount of time. I was making money right away. So the market is a permanent transfer of wealth from the novice trader to the astute trader to the educated trader. So please do your due diligence, get your trading education wherever you want. There's a lot of free information that is out there. Make sure that you weigh in on that information, verify that information from at least 3 to 4 sources. It's just like in journalism, and run with that. If that is, the trial and error, you could go through the trial and error if you don't want to pull the trigger on trading education. Why markets will remain volatile through 2024. First of all, it's an election year. Typically, election years are incredibly bullish. We had a session on January 3rd or January 4th in my trading room with my program, with my members, and I did a projection meeting. We do this every single year, and I told them that this year we're going to be looking for profits into summertime of NASDAQ into 19,000. Somebody that is not an educated trader and doesn't know technicals would have laughed so hard when they heard that. Now NASDAQ futures is trading at 18,000, very close to 800, 18,760. It just created a new all-time high. The Russia-Ukraine saga is going to continue. Israel-Hamas conflict, yes, it's going to continue, unfortunately. FOMC rate surprises. Well, have you seen? I don't think that based on the CPI numbers that we have just received yesterday, I don't think that there are going to be any rate cuts this year. Inflation still is super high, right? The CPI numbers, PPI numbers that we got, massive layoffs continue. I don't know if you're, keeping up to date, but I'm keeping up to date with all these economic views, and there is not one company, not one day where a company is not going to start restructuring. The other day, I heard that Welbaum is going to lay off like tons of people as well. Energy crisis, is there still going to be a recession? I mean, just because, and don't confuse the market, because a lot of people are confusing the market with the state of the economy. Don't make that confusion. The market can still run higher, and we could still enter a recession. And by the way, don't be afraid of recession. Recession is a gift, and the most millionaires are made in recession. So like I said, I spent an arm and a leg. I didn't really have like this gigantic savings account, but like I said, I did have some money into it, and I pulled all my money out and I invested all my money in my education and courses and softwares and programs and etc. And I needed still a trading account for swing trading. I needed a trading account for day trading, but the reality is that I wiped out my investing account, right? I just closed my 401k just to get into this. And what I did is actually in 2008, what put me out there and created my investing account, I took a part of my swing trading account and invested in some stocks that were a no-brainer at the time. I will share those stocks with you that were literally during the recession came in to be almost penny stocks, and there were some of them penny stocks. And that is where I, built my money ASAP. And I created my investing account, and it has been flourishing since then. So you have to be kind of like, be on the, ride the wave with recession. Recession is a gift every single time. 2020 was again, it was the best performance I had since 2009. So all of these massive problems that are arising create the most millionaires. So don't freak out and don't worry about them. That's the time to make money. So no setbacks, just growth. This is the image of consistency in trading. So this is my personal performance, and you can see the consistency right here. Now, this presentation is for traders who want to trade in sync with the power institutions, power moves, momentum trades. This morning, I had a little presentation when I did actually, it was not a presentation, it was the pre-market game plan. And I was telling traders that not to short this market because there's a reason why the market is here, and the path of least resistance is to the upside, and the market is running into extensions. And the big money is still to the upside. So if you want to trade with the power institutional move, pay attention to what institutions are doing. So who's ready to eliminate frustration from trading? Because, trading can be frustrating, especially if you don't have the answers. And believe it or not, I don't have all the answers. Do you know who has all the answers? The charts. So let the charts speak to you. So if you want to trade with clarity, and if you want to trade stress-free, focus on the charts and focus on whatever is obvious in front of you. And if you think that there's a trade that doesn't meet your parameters or your criteria, because you do need to have tons of criteria for your trading, especially the way you
Anka, I'm sorry, but I think your audio cut out. Anka, can you hear me? Looks like her computer's a little bit, her slides are frozen. I'm not hearing anything. She did say she's having some issues right now. So we're just gonna give her a moment. We can't hear her right now, but I want to share a few things about what I've seen so far. She's got some incredible war stories here. I mean, the content she's given us, I think, is pretty great. And there's just so many different ways to learn from so many different traders. And you're going to find that today. You're just, you've heard the phrase, so many different ways to skin a cat. There's just so many different ways to trade. It's just incredible. Today's just a great day for learning. And, Anka has invested $300,000 in herself. And I'm putting together this presentation, everything up to this point. And, our best investment is ourself. I mean, I think Warren Buffett says that sometimes. I believe that. I personally also have a lot of education too, so I do think investing in ourselves is extremely important. And one more thing she mentioned I thought was really great is she had all that no commute, no email, no boss. It's just and then she had this slide. It said, "Turn your computer into an ATM machine." I mean, how incredible! I mean, and then she showed the visual. I mean, literally, we can manifest this type of thing. I mean, we could do this. We have the tools. The fact that we even have access to markets at our computer is just incredible. And then we have access to these experts. It's just, it's mind-boggling. I mean, it's just great. We're really lucky people, I think. It's up to us to take advantage of this and go further with it. And yeah, we'll give Anka some more time here. So she was having some computer issues. Also, I did put her link in the chat box there. So if anyone would like to just kind of look around her website while we wait for her to get back, you could do that as well. It's tradeoutloud.com and it's in the chat box. All right, everyone. Anka is having some technical issues, so we're just working on those. I don't know, just looking at the lineup here, let's give a rundown. At 10:30 we had Rob Roy of Elliott Wave. He had some really cool stuff. I haven't had the chance to really go deep into Elliott Wave, but I want to. I want to learn more about that. I had so many questions for myself, but 45 minutes just doesn't allow it. I I love what he had to show though. I think he's got something great going on there. And Anka, loving it so far. Really am. Great stuff there. Um, at noon, we're going to have Marina, the trader chick Villatoro. 4 steps to simplify your day trading and dominate the market under any condition. After her, we're going to have Norman Hallett. Norman's always very solid. If you haven't seen his presentations before, they're also entertaining, and you're always going to learn something new when he gets on. So always really good. He's going to be at 12:45, and it's Norman Hallett of the Disciplined Trader. The math prop trading versus risking your own money. Then at 1:30, we have Jody Samuels of FX Trader's Edge using a simple timing tool to find our trades. Sounds interesting. Not familiar with Jody too much. Not sure if I've seen any of their presentations, but I'm sure it's going to be great. And that'll be at 1:30. And then at 2:15, we're going to have Adam Hartle and Tim Welbaum of Hartle Capital. Master completely passive, no worries, do what you want lifestyle with our automated trading bot. So they're gonna have a trading bot, that's great. And I'm sure this will be really good. I mean, for some reason today just seems like a great day to learn. And I enjoy doing this. I learned so much through these things myself. At 3 is Sunny Harris of Sunny Harris Enterprises, trading fast markets with SunnyBands and Ultimate F. This person's pretty incredible as well. I've had the opportunity to probably sit through at least 2 of her presentations as well. And she's very well educated. She's been trading on her own, I think, since the 80s, late 80s or something like that. She was a programmer, very smart person, lots of education. And I think she genuinely just wants to help other traders. So she's going to have an amazing offer, I'm sure, as well. And then we're ending with at 3:45, Rory Powers will be our last presenter, and he's from Right Line Trading. And if you had the chance to listen to any of the people from Right Line Trading, they're really good. There's at least 4 superstars that do presentations, that have a strategy, and so he'll be presenting AI auto trader self-learning technology. So this will be interesting to see as well. Rory's always great, and all those guys at Right Line Trading are they're pretty incredible people. Also, really another great organization there. So looks like we might be moving a little bit forward with our next presenters soon here. Our next presenters looks like they're setting up here.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Hello. Good. How are you? I'm here.
I'm good. Thank you. Thanks for starting a little early. We appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure. No problem.
All right. Let me just say that our previous presenter, I put their link at tradeoutloud.com, so that is in the chat box. And let me just end with an outro with this person, since they weren't able to send themselves out. Anka, really great. We had some issues there, but if you're ready to accelerate your income to 6 or 7 figures trading only 2 hours per day, then Anka has a solution for you. We have placed her special offer in the chat box, and you can always learn more by going to tradeoutloud.com. Thanks again, Anka, and we hope to see you again. Ladies and gentlemen, our staff at Traders Corner sifts through hundreds of pro traders and brings you only the most credible and qualified educators to participate on our venue. And our next presenter is no exception. She specializes in helping people to day trade with confidence and ease. If you have the desire to learn to day trade successfully, she simplifies the process by completely breaking down the art of identifying high probability trade setups. Here to present 4 steps to simplify your day trading and dominate the market under any condition is Marina, the trader chick Villatoro. Welcome back, Marina. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you for having me.
You're
And thanks
welcome.
for everybody being here today. I really appreciate it. Wow, it's a lot of people I'm seeing here. So I have a funny story to tell you. Literally, right as I was preparing to go on with my computer, my son came home and I ran to open the door for him and I spilled my tea everywhere. I literally like by a hair did not get my computer. So otherwise, you would have had 2 people with tech issues. In my case, I would have been a very sad, very sad techie. Oh my
Just one of
God.
those days.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, gratefully I'm here and the mess is in a different room. I'll get to it later. But yeah, so I'm here and it's all good. And thanks everybody for sticking around and let's jump in and begin. So I am Marina, the Trader Chick. Today I want to talk about simplifying your day trading and how you could dominate the market under any condition. And this is me. This is me, Marina, the Trader Chick. And who am I for real? So I like to talk about me as a person because one thing that I realize a lot of times as I've been teaching for so long, a lot of people forget that we are humans that come to the computer and look at our charts and look at the markets. I know that it is all about understanding technical analysis and it's about understanding the charts, but the reality is you're still bringing yourself to the charts, right? Who you are as a person and how you looking at anything is the filter of what you do with anything in life, right? And this is even more true when we sit down in front of our charts for trading, especially for trading, because I always say that trading brings out all the demons in us, right? We have to face demons every day. So how we perceive life and how we see life is so important to be able to manage to get past through that. So I am an expat. I have been an expat now for over 20 years. Me and my husband first moved to Costa Rica together. Then we had our first son there. Then we moved to Guatemala, where we lived for 14 years and had our second child. And then, as a family of 4, we moved to Barcelona, Spain, about a year ago. And the reason why I talk about that is because several reasons, right? I think everybody should give a chance to live in another country because it's probably the best experience of your life. So enriching. But also a lot of people constantly ask me, well, how's the internet? How can you trade? How can you do that? Today with internet, there is absolutely no issue, right? Like zero. We lived in Central America, third world countries for 20 years. And at times I had better internet there than when I went to visit my family in New York City. So you can't blame internet for that. And with the markets today, the majority of them are 24/7, right? Like you could pretty much trade anything at any time. If you want to do the US market, living in Europe is fantastic because they open up around 2:30, depending on the time zone, 3:30 is when the markets open. So you don't have to wake up super early. You could enjoy your day and then come to the markets as well. So before I became a day trader, I was actually a fitness instructor and a travel writer. And the really important reason behind this, the reason why I tell you this is because a lot of people have this misconception that you have to have a financial background or an economic background or being an engineer or anything that really is more analytical, and that's not the case, right? Like I was a fitness instructor. I have no math at all. Like I don't need math. You don't need math when you trade at all. And a lot of people get caught up in that, thinking so, and then prevent themselves from going further. You don't. You do have to understand technical analysis. You do have to understand patterns. But at the end of the day, not really, right? Oh, good, Michael. Thank you. Okay. It's probably because of the fitness instructor thing, right? That's what makes it stand out. And also, I am trilingual. So I bring up the fact that I'm trilingual because when I started to trade, now I've been doing this for over 12 years, the first 2 years, I really struggled, right? Like I really struggled. I could not do it. I was constantly messing up. And then what I ended up doing was switching my perception. And how I did that was, well, first and foremost, I was born in the Soviet Union. So I speak Russian. That was my first mother language. I was raised in the United States. We moved to the United States when I was really tiny. So it wasn't about me learning how to speak English versus it was me learning to just continue to learn how to speak. And so English just became like this to me, right? Super quick. But because I arrived to Central America in my late 20s, I had to learn Spanish as a and technically as a third language. And when you learn a new language, second language, third language, you have to go through a same process for it, regardless of what language you are learning, right? You have to be committed. There's a discipline, there's practice, there's all this stuff that you have to do. First, you have to, everything you hear, you have to translate it in your head into your own language. And then the same thing, if you want to say something, you first translate it from your native language into that language before you say it out, right? It's a massive process. But if you continue, then one day you wake up and you just start to speak. There's no more translation in your head, right? You just start to speak. And when I decided, like when I was really, really struggling with my trading, I said to myself, what if I look at it as if though it is another language that I have to learn? And instead of trying to beat the market or trying to predict the market, I would listen to the market. I would read what the market is telling me. And I have to tell you, that changed everything. And I think the only reason I was able to do that is because I learned another language in my later years. And that has completely shifted my perception. And now, whenever I talk to people and explain that, a lot of people, they're like, that was my aha moment. I started to look at it as if I was learning a new language. And it really can change a lot. The coolest thing about day trading, guys, is you could do it from anywhere in the world. Today, I have one chart. I use my laptop and I could go anywhere and trade anywhere. It's the best. Okay, so I have this presentation for you guys. I have the entire presentation for free as a worksheet for you. You could go here, right? Makingofadaytrader.com. Makingofadaytrader.com. You could go there, you'll get the entire presentation for free. So you could go along with it with me as well. Or you could go and when you get the replay, you could take your time and go through it there. All right. So makingofadaytrader.com. Makingofadaytrader.com. So let's get into what are the basics of day trading. What are the basics of day trading? First and foremost, if you guys are going to be trading, you need a platform. You guys need a platform. I don't care what kind of platform you want to use, but you need one that is a professional platform. That is the only true software that you will be needing. So you really need to find a really good, strong platform. And indicators. So when you have a good, strong platform, you should be able to access free universal indicators. And most platforms today offer anywhere between 100 to 150 free indicators. And if you're still not able to use those indicators, and if you still believe that you have to spend money on buying software and other softwares and other indicators, what I'll tell you right now is just stop. Don't even bother trading anymore, because it's not the case of you not being able to trade because you don't have the indicators. It's because you're looking for a shortcut. And unfortunately, the majority of people who want to enter the financial market, they want to look for that shortcut, right? So if you could actually wake up and be like, wait, I'm not going to look for a shortcut, I'm going to figure this out, that's when you have an actual chance of really making it. Otherwise, it's never going to happen. And I'm just going to be really realistic with you, because a lot of people, have these like pipe dreams, and it's just not the case. So let's look and let's learn these 4 basic things that I'm going to teach you guys today. I can guarantee will take you to that next level. I can guarantee that you will be able to understand what you are reading, understanding the markets better, and understanding what you are seeing to be able to make those decisions on your own and not rely on some paid software, paid algorithm. Okay? Super important. All right, hang on just one second here. All right, so let's begin with the basics. First and foremost, there are 3 trends, right? There are 3 trends. I know that the majority of us know that there are three trends, but we only technically think about the upward trend and the downward trend. However, the sideways trend, which is really overlooked, is, I would say, probably the most important trend of all. Why? First of all, this is the sideways trend. This is that indecision zone, the chop area, the exhaustion pattern, the channeling market, the consolidation area. It's a place where nothing really happens as far as the market. This is a place when the market is in a transition, is trying to figure out what it's going to do. Yet it's also the place where a lot of people, I want to call them amateur traders, think that this is where they can outsmart the market. So whoever here is trading live, I would imagine, and I certainly hope that you have like a trading journal, a log of all your trades, right? Because you want to be able to back test, see what's working, see what's not, and then you can go back and see what the issue is. And I can guarantee you that about 90% of the losses happened in these sideways markets. And I will explain a little bit more why that is the case. But a little side note, if you do not have a journal where you're keeping track of all your trades, like a trap, then you should stop right now, because then you're literally just coin toss, right? You're just flipping the coin, seeing what's going to happen. There is no strategy in your world, and that is just going to be a definite way for you to just donate that money to the market all the time. All right, so trending markets, downward trend, upward trend, sideways trend. This is what that looks like. What is an upward trend? I mean, I just want to get back into the basics for a really quick moment. Upward trend is each pivot is higher than the next, right? Each pivot is higher than the next. It is the bull market. This is when the market is going up. This is when the market is trending up, right? This is when the market is moving upward. This is where you enter a buy. This is where you go long. What does that mean? It is meaning literally that it's where you enter at a low price point, exit at a high price point, take the profit in between, and that's it. You are buying, you are going long. All right, this is really important, guys. Going long is you're entering at a low price point, exiting at a high price point, boom, taking the profit in between. You are buying. Downward trend, the exact opposite, mirror image, when each pivot is going lower than the other. All right, this is really important. This is where you are shorting the market. This is where you are selling. Okay, what does that mean? Super simple, guys. Enter high, exit low. Excuse me. Take the money in between. 1 second, I gotta get water. Okay, sorry about that. So when you're doing the down market, you are entering a short, you are selling. Excuse me. Okay, that means you're entering high, exiting low, taking the profit in between. Super simple. Don't overthink it. If your technical analysis is telling you to short, you short the market. That is the way it works, right? We short, we sell, we go long, we buy. That is all you technically need to do. That is the job of a trader. However, the most important part of the trader's job is to be able to spot the trader's worst enemy, and that is understanding consolidation and transitional areas. All right, this is a consolidating market. This is the channeling market. So what does this mean? Why is this the place the majority of people lose their money? Interestingly enough, it has nothing to do with the fact that it's channeling or going flat. What it has everything to do is that a lot of people think that they can outsmart the market, beat the market, predict what the market is going to do. None of those things are true. They will never happen, because the pro traders, they understand that this is a place where we sit and do nothing. So what does that mean? A lot of times when people are looking at this particular kind of market, they fall into two types of categories of traders, right? We have the trader that is the trend is your friend kind of a trader. And when they see this, they tell themselves the story that the market is going to continue going up because it's been going up, and they have to go long. Then you have the contrarian trader. That's the other category of traders. And what are they doing? They're looking at this and they're like, you know what? The market's been going up all day. It's got to correct. I'm going to short the market. But then there's the other trader, and those are the pro traders, right? Those are the people that actually are making money. And when they look at this market, they're like, you know what? This is what I'm going to sit out, because the market is telling me that it doesn't know what it's doing. And that's why they are able to continue and make it a profitable business for themselves versus the others that are just kind of, guessing. It's a guessing game for them. And you never want to be guessing with the markets. You really want to understand what's going on, right? So again, downward trend, consolidations, that's when there's a slowdown. That's when we just don't know if it's going to continue or if it's going to transition and change to going to the upward trend, right? And these can happen on a smaller level. They could be pretty big channels, but they happen. When they happen, you have to spot them and you have to understand them. So what does that mean? How do we do this? How do we recognize these areas? How do we spot them? And that all boils down to areas, right? Areas. Market respects areas, and we as retail individual traders, we need to respect those areas with the market. And the way we do that is through support and resistance areas by marking them off and understanding where they are. Okay, excuse me, let me get some more water here. So support and resistance areas. I look at these areas as seat belts or safety belts for trading. What does that mean? So we all know about the Formula One racing, right? All of us have heard about Formula One racing. I don't care if you've seen it, attended it, I don't care, but we all know what it is, right? It is car racing. And in Formula One race world, it is actual fact that 25% of the drivers during racing season will either have a accident or even worse, a fatality. Now, we know that it's a dangerous sport. When we see them, they're not going to just hop in the car and go, right? Like if we see that, we're like, this guy is crazy, total amateur, and he's just going to die, right? It's a death sentence. So they get on their helmet, they put on their fireproof uniform, they put on multiple seatbelts before they press on the pedal that's going to take them 220 kilometers an hour, right? Yet traders or people that think they want to be traders, right? Just because you have a little bit of money doesn't mean that you're going to be a trader. Unfortunately, there's no barrier to entry. They just go in without any safety whatsoever and press on that 220-kilometer pedal and go. And of course, they crash, right? When you have your resistance and support areas drawn in, you have those safety measures in place, and they can totally save you and save you a lot of money. Now, what are these areas? The resistance area. What is a resistance area? So it's when the market is going up and all of a sudden starts to hit a wall, like it's hit it 3 or 4 or more times. That is the resistance area. It is literally the ceiling of the market, and it is an area where the market is respecting, and you have to as well. And how do we respect it? By not entering. When we see that go over and over and over again, hitting it, we just don't enter the market. We don't know if it's going to break through or if it's going to transition, right? What we do know is that there is a resistance area. It's a ceiling, and the market respects those areas, and it can revisit those areas. So we need to be prepared. And I'm not saying to put in a mental resistance area. I'm talking about drawing it in and showing us that it is there. Because when you are in the live market, your adrenaline is pumping as much as a Formula One racer, by the way. I know that people don't think like that, but your adrenaline is pumping. So when you look to the left, because your live money is in the market, your adrenaline is pumping, you're going to forget why you entered. So when you see your areas drawn in, you're going to be like, that is the reason why I made that decision. It's all about decision making. Okay. What is the support area? It's literally the opposite. It is the floor of the market. It is the floor of the market. It is where the market is hitting over and over and over and over again. When you have a downward trend and boom, it hits it. It is the floor of the market. It's the support area. Again, you need to draw these areas in so that you remember and understand where they are. All right. Now, You could do that for the channeling market. You have a resistance area drawn in and a support area drawn in. And this is where you can see where the market is bouncing back and forth between those two areas. It is completely indecisive. It has no idea what it's doing, right? So when I see amateur traders just putting their money in because they think they're going to know better than the market knows, it amazes me. And quite frankly, they deserve to just be giving that money away to the market. You know what I mean? Because pro traders, they also understand the market has no idea what it's doing. I don't know what it's going to be doing. So why would I put my hard earned money into this market, right? So even though you could have a wide channel, it could still be bouncing back and forth erratically without any movement. You don't want to put your money into this market, but you need to put in those areas. You need to have these areas drawn in, and then you are able to understand what is really happening. All right. So you need to understand them and start to draw these areas in. And once you draw them in, you are already in a safety area. You're in a safety zone, right? Because you can see where it is about to hit. And a lot of times it does hit those areas over and over again. Now, a lot of times people say to me, well, how do you spot it in the very beginning? Because obviously, after it's hit it several times, you know that there's an area, and by then you might have already lost some money, which is understandable. In the beginning, you can make, you could enter a trade that seems very valid, but it's about to hit that area. It's understandable. But it's the people that are constantly putting that money back in, because what happens is after one loss, a lot of people don't have any strategies. So they get triggered into the emotional trading side. And what does the emotional trading side mean? Basically, is that you start to revenge trade, right? You start to save your ego is just in full mode and it is just treating you the wrong way, and you get into revenge trading. So let's start to understand how to spot these areas in the very beginning, because you can spot these areas in the very beginning. All right, you can understand what is going on and how to spot these areas. And how do you do that? My favorite, reversal areas and divergences. To me, this is the mother lode. This is the holy grail. The double tops, the triple tops, the double bottoms, triple bottoms, head and shoulders, and divergences. What is a divergence? I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit more about divergences when we couple it with reversal patterns, because to me, that is the absolute key. All right, so reversal patterns. It is triple tops, double tops, head and shoulders. What does that mean? Does it mean that when you spot these areas, it's going to be a reversal pattern? No. I mean, a reversal, I guess, it's if it's the market is going to reverse. No, not at all. 1 second. Not at all. Okay, what it is going to be doing is telling you the market is slowing down, the market is getting weak, stay out. Yes, there is a very high probability that it can reverse, but you need to get the confirmation from the market before you start to put in your money. You have to be wise about it. You have to be smart about it. Then, coupled with divergence, you even know even more that the market is definitely slowing down. It might switch, but at this point, all we do is sit out. So when we have a reversal pattern, as you can see here, the double bottom. Now, what is a divergence? As you can see here, I use the red dotted indicator. That is a MACD. I use MACDs as I absolutely love the MACDs. To me, they are the best indicator because they're the least lagging indicator as well. So as you can see, my double bottom, my price action is completely straight, right? It's completely flat, yet my MACDs are showing me a divergence that they're going up. Does it mean that it's going to shift in direction? No, but it does tell me to stay out because it's going to be a very weak market. And I don't know where it's going to go, as you can see here as well. Now, if you get just a look a little bit to the left, before the double bottom, before my support area starts to be drawn in, you can see that the price action is going down, but my MACDs are flattened out. Okay, you can see that. So that is divergence. So that is, because I'm a very conservative trader, that is where I am starting to recognize that the market is slowing down and it's ready to either shift or be flat. And I want to already stay out of the market entirely. Okay, now let's put all of this together. Like I said earlier, you can get the entire presentation for free. Go to makingofadaytrader.com. Go to makingofadaytrader.com. I could see that somebody here asked that you cannot pull up the guide. Please try again because you can certainly get it. It was working for me this afternoon. So go to makingofadaytrader.com and you will get the entire presentation there. All right, so let's put it all together. Now that we understand this, like with the support area, with the divergences, with the resistance areas, with the reversal patterns, we want to put it together so now we could spot some trades. The most powerful trade out there is the breakout trade, right? So when we can find those valid breakouts, we can spot when that trade is about to happen. So how do we do that, right? So now we know when the market is about to shift direction or if it's about to go into a flat area. We have drawn in our, in this case, resistance area. We could see where the breakout is going to happen, right? So what is a breakout? A lot of times people confuse breakouts, but breakouts are quite simple. The market is going in one direction until it reaches to that consolidation area, that channel, that transition at the moment, right? But instead of transitioning into a new pattern, it just breaks out and continues moving in the same direction. Okay, that is a breakout. That's what the breakouts look like. You're moving in one direction, it goes flat, uncertainty, not sure what it's going to do, and then it breaks out and continues in the same direction. That's the breakout trade. But if you don't have those areas drawn in, you're going to miss the breakout. I know here you're looking at my chart and you're like, I could never miss it. But trust me, when you're looking at each bar at a time, you can totally miss it because you're not prepared. You're not seeing and not having the whole picture drawn for you. So all it is, these are free, guys. Every single software today offers you a drawing tool. I don't care if it's just a basic line to some really fancy drawing tools, but they all offer it. And you need to draw that in. Saying that you're going to put in a mental resistance or a mental support area, it's literally as stupid as saying you're going to be putting in a mental stop, right? We've all been there. I certainly have. When you put in that mental stop, it's literally like getting your kid into your car and putting on a mental seatbelt and then thinking or pretending that you're going to be able to save your child in a car wreck, right? I mean, it's ridiculous, completely ludicrous, but we do that with our mental stops. So you need to never have a mental stop and have a full on stop. And the same goes for resistance and support areas. Okay, really, really important. So this is a breakout, right? We had this really strong, powerful resistance area, and then boom, it completely runs out. Now, if you look at my MACDs, you can look below here, you'll see that there is a black dashed line, right? And it is the dashed line is the zero line. That is where there's total weakness in the market. And as you can see, the majority of it is around there during that resistance area. But then all of a sudden, it breaks out, breaks through with my MACDs, and it is flying. That is the breakout trade. It is not difficult to see at all. But if you don't have the other areas drawn out, if you don't understand what you're looking at, you're not going to be able to communicate with the market. And the goal here is to communicate with the market, to be able to understand it. And it does talk to us. Now, I have another bonus trade for you. I call it the initial reaction trade setup. So literally what it is, it's the transition trade, right? It's when the market transitions into a new trend. Getting into a new trend trade, or I call it the initial instant reaction trade, is amazing. Why? Just think of it like this. Imagine you want to go jogging, right? You're all excited to go jogging. You get your jogging clothes on, you get your sneakers on, and you're out the door. So if I was going to put money on you running the most, that'd probably be in the beginning of your jog, right? Because you're full of energy, you're excited to go. I don't know if I want to really bet on you when you're like 5 miles down the road. because your energy is kind of depleted. You might be getting tired. I don't really know, right? So the biggest profit is usually in the beginning. And that is the same thing for a new trend. Usually the trends have the most amount of power and energy in the beginning. So when you could spot it and enter it in the beginning, that's the best time for you guys to enter that market. Okay, so like I mentioned earlier, I have the whole thing for you in makingofadaytrader.com. You can get the whole cheat sheet here. I have a question here. What time frame are you trading as a day trader? So I personally, Gary, use tick charts. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of tick charts. They're actually very common, very common. So a tick chart is, instead of a time frame like 3 minutes or 5 minutes, well, although I use 610 tick charts, it's very comparable. Um, each bar is usually 610 transactions, so it's pretty quick, right? Because I am a scalper. So look, guys, you have absolutely everything that you need to take action. You do, right? We have these amazing presentations, multi trading summits. We have YouTubers. We have books, podcasts, everything that we need. But at the end of the day, how do we know that we are doing it right? How do you know that you are doing it right? How do you know that you are making the right decision for you? Who are you asking? How do you know this is really happening? Because all of this is great, but the real question really is, how do I get started? And this isn't usually from beginners. Interestingly enough, a lot of times I get seasoned traders, people who have been trading for years but are still not consistent, are asking me, how do I turn this around? How do I become profitably consistently? Because the goal here really is that we want to make this into our livelihood, right? We want to be able to sit 1 or 2 hours a day, make money, go and have fun. That's what trading is all about. And usually, I have to admit, usually the lacking of the basics, understanding the basics, is usually the thing that keeps us from moving forward. And that's really that simple. Once we can get back to the basics and just really see that, I know for a fact that you will get to your next level in trading. It's like literally a car. Look, our oldest son just recently learned how to drive. And he's been in the passenger seat since, he's a tiny little guy. But when he jumped into the driver's seat, even though he thought he knew everything, and my husband's like, okay, buckle up, put your foot on the clutch, on your other foot on the brake, make sure that you take your gear shift out of neutral, put it into first, release the brake, the clutch. And my son's like, clutch, brake, gear first. I don't understand what you're talking about, because nobody taught him the basics, right? I want you guys to go even further into your imagination. Imagine you get in the car and somebody gets in the car with you who has never been in a car before, ever. And you're like, all right, buckle up. It's going to save your life and let's go. Buckle up. What am I buckling up? What's going to save my life? If you're not told these basics, you're not going to know. But a lot of time, what happens is that we think we are born with this information. We feel like we are born with this, but none of us are born with this information, right? We learn everything. Some things we obviously learn super fast, and that's the basics. And this was literally my own sad truth. I spent over $20,000 on my own training. And every time I was in a chat room or with, like a group of traders who was, I was paying money to be with, every time I ask questions like, can you please explain to me what is that reversal that you're talking about? What do you mean about resistance area? Like just understanding the basics, they would either completely ignore me or treat it as if though I was born with that information. And I struggled for years until finally I was in this chat room and I ended up losing almost $4,000 because they were talking about a trade that I didn't see it. But at this point, I was like, well, if they're seeing it, it has to be right. So I started chasing the trade. Of course, I chased it too late. By the time I got in, it turned around. I was stopped out because I didn't put in a real stop. I had a mental stop. So when I was stopped out, basically what happened was I lost my entire account. Okay. And that was when, after 2 years of struggle, I quit. I quit. I was just done. I felt so defeated. I did. I felt like defeated. I felt like a loser. It's been 2 years. I was doing nothing but losing money. But the reality is, guys, and I believe that everybody in this room is in the same place here, is that we are all bit by the trading bug. And it never stops itching. And do you know why? Do you know why that is? It's because deep down inside, we all know that we could do this. I knew when I quit for like 4 or 5 months, but I just, I constantly when we're going back, I was bit by that trading bug. But I'm like, if they could do it, if other people could do it, I know I can. I know that I can do this. And guess what? I did. I came back. But back then, this was like 10 years ago, I had 3 monitors going, 3 monitors. That means I had 3 charts. I literally took 2 almost brand new monitors and I donated them to my garbage men. They were beautiful, high definition monitors, but I knew that if I didn't get them out of the house, I would be tempted to go back to them. I gave that away. Then I stripped my entire charts and I had like 10 indicators because every single guru was saying to use this one or that one and this one. So I was just piling on indicators. Most of them weren't working for me. So I decided to completely strip my charts to bare naked price action. And then I started to put in one indicator at a time, seeing which one works well for me. And I started to get back to the basics. And that's when I studied for years, the basics. And about, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago, one of my students goes to me, Marina, your teaching style is very similar to Coach John Wooden. I never heard of Coach John Wooden. So I looked him up and I was like, who is this guy? And this guy he's not around anymore, was one of the greatest legendary basketball coaches. And then later on, he went on to being a business coach. And his entire teaching philosophy was when in doubt, get back to the basics. And I mean, this guy, his teams have won 88 championships, 10 NCAAs. He trained only the A-list basketball stars. I mean, these guys were incredible. But every season, he would go back to the basics because ego could always beat you, right? You will get just, I don't even know how to say it, like egotistical, right? Like you will forget and look past the basics, right? So he would begin every season with the basics: how to tie up your shoe, how to roll up your sock, how to dribble the ball. Because it doesn't matter how many championships you have under your belt. If your shoe is not tied properly and you're running down that court and you trip, your ankle could be sprained, and for the rest of the year, you will be out, right? You don't want to do that. So getting back to the basics, it's where it's always about. So today I have only for the people today who are participating a very special offer just for the people that are participating. My introductory course, Bootcamp for Day Trading. Bootcamp for Day Trading. This is my introductory course. You guys could take it on any apparatus, smartphones, iPhones, laptops, desktops, tablets, you name it. And the entire course, one time fee for $97. Okay, I want you guys to stop everything, go to your browser right now, and I want you to put in bootcampfordaytrading.com. Put that in right now, bootcampfordaytrading.com. And I want you to open it up so that you could go along with me and see everything that is included for this one-time price. But before we do that, I'm just curious, what do you guys get for $97 today that will bring you the same return on investment? So me and my husband really like golf. When we first moved to Guatemala, almost 15 years ago, when we were playing golf, it was $27 per person. Before we left Guatemala, it was $119 per person. And that was in Guatemala. I don't even know what it's like in other parts of the world. Like that's how expensive it is, right? So just so you know, or do you want to take your family out to eat? $97 barely gets 2 people a decent meal anymore. That is a fact, right? Because we go out here and even without wine, $50 per person, It's pretty much around there at this point, right? So let me break this down for you guys. Again, go to bootcampfordaytrading.com so that you guys could follow along with me. Okay, go here, bootcampfordaytrading.com. This is what you guys are going to be getting in the program. First of all, simplified day trading package. Secondly, I know that it can be complicated setting up your platforms. They could be a little bit intimidating. So I have a 30-minute tutorial that we go through together. So there is no worrying and you jump into the fun stuff, which is the trading. Then we have the market anatomy. We totally break it down, dissect the trends and the movements. We're really understanding the upward trend, downward trend, but really focusing on that sideways trend and understanding these magic telltale signs that are free regardless of the market that you're trading, reversal areas and divergences. Because these areas are such huge telltale signs and they will keep you out of bad trades and allow you to understand really good trades so that you are watching and understanding what is happening. Then we really talk about the support areas, the resistance areas, and divergences. Like I mentioned earlier, divergences to me is my holy grail. I absolutely love it. And when you understand and can spot divergences, they can be so helpful. And they're so simple to spot once you understand what you're spotting. And mastering the breakout. Because, guys, the breakout is the most powerful trade out there. But if you are not able to spot it, how are you going to be able to take it? So that's what we really focus on, mastering the breakout trade, understanding and avoiding the fake out breakouts. Okay. And you can avoid the fake out breakout. They happen a lot, but we can avoid it. And you'll get unlimited access to this curriculum. The whole value of everything is $1,600. All right, you get the whole trader's workspace, you get the dissection, understanding the anatomy of the markets. All of this is all included with the full curriculum. So here's what some of my students have to say. And I have students from all over the world because we can do that. We can trade anywhere in the world. Michelle, best money I ever spent. Unbelievable. Derek, you're the only mentor that truly checks the work and really works well with me. I enjoy a boot camp so much. I'm learning every day. So let me share something really important with you. Remember when I asked you, how do you know that you're doing it right? Do you remember when I asked you that? How do you know you're doing it right? Who is there to be accountable for? So that is what I decided was probably the most important thing is that accountability. And in that $97, that one time, I am giving one entire month, one-on-one mentorship, one-on-one coaching with me, where you get to ask me all the questions you want, unlimited for 1 month. This value is really not even, it's more than 500, right? It's pretty much a priceless value, and that's included in your price, okay? Because mentorship, having that mentor can literally take you to that next level. All right, guys? And I have all this valued at $2,600, but I'm giving you guys that special price for $97. Now, I want you guys to go here right now, bootcampfordaytrading.com. bootcampfordaytrading.com. All right, here's what you guys will be getting. All of this that I mentioned in the course, and we know for a fact that it is worth less than one price of the trade, right? It's less than one price of the trade. Because I don't know about you guys, but I normally, my average trade is usually between $200 to $400 at a time. So this is less, and you will be able to get 10x the return on your investment, and then go out for 100 of these dinners and go golfing if you want and do whatever you want. But here's the thing. It's really important for you guys to understand it is a full room right now that we are in the summit. It is a full house. I only have 25 spots available that I'm offering. Why? Because of my mentorship, I could really only focus on a certain amount of people because I really want to give you my full attention. All right. So it sells out really fast because $97 is pretty much a no-brainer. So here is the order form. Oops. Let me show you guys the order form right here. All right. So go into your browser and put in bootcampfordaytrading.com. Put in bootcampfordaytrading.com. And here you are. This is the order form. And as you can see right here, one time payment, $97. You can do a payment plan of 2 times for $59 and you'll get access to everything automatically. But you do have that, but I'm saying that you do have the $97, okay? So $97 one-time fee. You guys could go here right now together and let me know if you guys have any questions whatsoever. I am here to help you guys, and I really appreciate you taking the time to be here. Because one thing that is a limitless supply or limited supply is time. And the fact that you guys are giving us your time truly means a lot to us, and thank you. So again, guys, I will see you in boot camp for day trading, and thank you so much for having me here, and thank you everybody. It's been really fun presenting. And if you have any questions, please let me know here, or you could write me directly from the Trader Chick.
Thank you, Marina. We
Thank
really
you so much.
appreciate it. Yeah, always appreciate the energy and unique perspective. I love how you simplify everything so anyone can understand and succeed at the art of trading. Great information. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to join us today on Traders Corner and for making such a generous offer for our members. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Marina, the Trader Chick Villatoro. We have put her information and link in the chat box there, and you can also find Marina at thetraderchick.com. That's thetraderchick.com. Marina, we hope to have you back on Traders Corner, and thanks again.
Thank you.
Great trade. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we
Mhm.
appreciate it. Thanks again for starting a little bit early. That was really helpful today.
Yeah, my pleasure. Bye.
Yeah. Bye. At the top of the show, I mentioned we had a great lineup, and our next presenter has been a trader and trading educator for over 4 decades. He has over 1 million views on YouTube with his content titled 4-Minute Drills for Traders. He is a former commodity specialist for Payne Weber and has managed extremely large trading accounts as a commodity trading advisor. Here to present the math prop trading versus risking your own money is Mr. Norman Hallett of the Disciplined Trader. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Norman. Norman, you might be on mute a little bit. We did start a little bit early, so I apologize.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, we had some technical issues before you got on. So we had to start a little bit early with our previous presenter. And if you're ready, if you're not, that's okay. We could fill in the time a little bit.
Yeah, I just want to. I'm kind of laughing because that extremely large accounts.
Yeah.
that's Rob's line that you stole.
And he did a great job.
I'm not, that of course is a different number but just to define what that was, it was $250,000 minimum account. So those were the days.
Those were the days.
And
that was before
great.
Inflation got crazy.
Yeah, well, now it'd probably be 750,000.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was back in the late 80s and early 90s when I worked for Payne Weber, and I was a commodity trading advisor, which kind of brings us. I know that you guys at Traders Corners are into prop trading. You're very friendly toward that. I talked to your principals and so on that, and we all are excited about it because of the math. And I'm going to go through the math here, but the crazy part is that when I was a commodity trading advisor, although I was working with bigger numbers, several million at a time, I only made 20%, and it was great. I made 20% of the profit that I made for clients. The rough times were that when you got into a spell where you had, a month where you were kind of going back and forth and the market was choppy, 20% of no profit is zero. But 20% is a lot different than 90% and 100% of what current prop trading does for you. So I'm excited. Shall I get started right now officially?
Yeah, you can get started now if you like.
Okay.
We'll have to implement some sort of like interaction type show where we just do Q&A and stuff and talk about other things.
Yeah, because I know that we try to include all that we've heard every time we ask for. I mean, a good trader who's teaching other traders are always asking for, what do you need to know? What are your unique abilities? In fact, actually the parent company to the disciplined trader is a company called Subconscious Training Corporation, where we were involved in the beginning with helping the mental and emotional issues with traders. And we still do that. We're still the biggest at that. But in that excitement, we've really been drawn toward prop trading because of the fact that it really lowers that cortisol level. I mean, when you have a losing trade, I mean, you don't like to lose somebody else's money.
No.
But when it's not yours, it's a different feeling. And you don't have to worry about that too much because the parameters, as you know, in prop trading are very tight, the loss parameters. So, they love when you win. It's not like you're taking their money because you attract other people who can be in the prop trading arena. So let me get into what it is. I want to thank you for the introduction, and I want to thank you for putting me between two fabulous women in the in the arena here, the trading arena. Of course, Marina, who's really a world traveler. She lives now in Spain and was living in Costa Rica, or in Nicaragua. Not Nicaragua, but Susan, they live in Guatemala, and I've been there. Can't believe I've been to all those places, but she travels around the world and she makes her living from sitting with a laptop. I mean, she's just very impressive. And of course, Jody, who follows me, is somebody who is the go-to person for Elliott Wave, which is a particular form of wave of movement of the market, wave trading that you really got to be into. It has some great general principles, and she's learned to bring it down to what's happening today. So I'm really excited I won Biggest Flirt in high school. I mean, everybody else was winning Most Likely to Succeed. And so it's really nice to have a sandwich between two powerful women.
You're a lucky guy.
I'm a lucky guy. All right, let's get into it. And I think we're right at pretty much the official time, just in case you came here especially to hear about prop trading math and the trading plan adjustments that you need to be successful. Now, I'm also an author of several books on building responsible trading plans. I'm going to go through a little bit of that, but I want to go through the math because I think it's the math that can kind of impress you if you're not trying this, to try it. And if you are trying it, I want to show you a few things through this brief presentation that may help you along the way, that really should. As I've now qualified, I have 10 funded accounts. I have 7 $50,000 accounts and $350,000 accounts, and I'm about to test for a $250,000. All of that together, these are hundreds of thousands of dollars that I'm able to trade. But is it worth it? Is it doable? I mean, is it too good to be true? I want to show you the math around it because prop trading really is not for everyone. I think a trader who is right at the point of break even or believes they can be there, and of course those traders that are winning right now, those really the prime candidates for prop trading. If you're losing money trading right now, there is a lower cortisol level when you're trading somebody else's money, and therefore that less stress can bring you above that green line. But generally, you're going to need really a trading plan that makes sense, and I'm going to offer that to you at the end so that you can work with me personally to get funded and start bringing in profit from somebody else's money. So let's get going. Prop trading math. A little bit about my background. I graduated from the University of Cincinnati, and there's a picture of McMicken Hall. Graduated with a math degree. Actually started in engineering, but hated it. So I just added up all my credits and got out with a math degree. During that time, I went to Cincinnati because it was a work-study school. I couldn't afford giving the money, so I had to work along the way. And it was a 5-year degree, really, because you went for a quarter and then you worked for a quarter and so on. I was a waiter, and then, excuse me, waiters out there, I was a server, um, and got to get the terminology right these days. So, but I quickly became assistant manager and a manager. They actually flew me down to Dallas to open another Prime and Wine. So I got into that, but I learned one thing, that the money is not in the food, it's in the liquor. So I hopped over. I took an offer from a place called American Events Corporation, and I opened the first Park Avenue nightclub. It was supposed to be a true competitor to Studio 54. We got close, but never really got there. We got close because we were charging $1,000 membership, and we got close, but we never quite did it. It was too rough a hill to climb. But this was on 500 Water Street in Milwaukee, if you remember Park Avenue, some of you out there. It was a terrific nightclub. It had the dance floor with the people dancing. It had we had professional dancers that I brought in, just coming in to open up the club every night. It was just fun, but you can only take that for so long. So I was in Milwaukee at the time. I loaded my car, sold everything, loaded my car up, headed to California, where my brother was, who was a fan of a guy named Harry Brown, who was the gold bug at the time. This was already in the early 80s. This was actually late 1979. And so I, between 1979 and 82, I started as a broker in a small place and wound up running the home office of one of the largest option firms in the country by 1983. This was the room it looked like. It's not the exact room, but I want to give you a kind of a feel for what 60 professional traders look like. And I was responsible for making sure that they did their job correctly, and they were working on behalf of their clients in a positive way, or in the most positive way. They all had their separate trading plans. I would bring them into my office, the people on the bottom rung, and I would say, all I remember one of the main things I remember is taking that red pen and just scratching out all of the indicators that were stopping traders from making trades. They wanted something to jump 5 or 6 hurdles before they would take a trade. I mean, why do you need an RSI if you've got a MACD? Both indicators of momentum, you really need one or the other. And I actually use the RSI, but MACD is fine. But the idea is that if you have both, I take that red pen and I say, which one would you like? And I cross out one. I reduced the size of trading plans and eliminated a lot of the rules, and only brought in the important ones, the ones that were tested over time and made sense. So I ran that company for in that home office for about 5 or 6 years, until I was bought out by Payne Weber. At that time, they were taking traders with reputations, and they were giving us money to jump over there. I was hired as the commodity trading advisor that I mentioned before. And so I worked there for about 1.5 years because it wound up mostly being a selling job and not a trading job. Yeah, I had trades, but they were kind of long-term. I was holding things overnight and over weeks in a long-term sense. It wasn't day trading, but I had to spend my time on the phone as a salesman. It wasn't very comfortable for me. So I decided to leave and start my own thing. And that's what I did ever since then. I started that back in the 90s, but in 2000, I really started to get serious. That's when I started the Disciplined Trader. And that's where we are right now. It's been 24 years now in existence. And I just had a client the other day that joined me again. I hadn't seen him in a long time. And now with the prop trading, he saw that I was into that. He signed up for the program I'm going to show you. And he was laughing because his wife actually called me. I didn't recognize the name. And her husband was there, the guy that I worked with on his mental case, years ago. And he said, I still follow him for 15 years. He owns my book and so on. Anyway, I've written several books on trading plans. This is one of them. And I think it's the one that I think still exists on. Most of them are for institutional traders. But this is, I've had books written about me. I mentioned the Disciplined Trader, which we started in October of 2000, and that's what we do right now. We help traders with the mental and emotional, and now in the last 3 or 4 years, actually the last 3 years, I've been guiding traders through getting funded and then getting money in their account through prop trading. So it's been very exciting. Their money, your profit is a new logo and a new name color for us that will be really expanding. It's existing now for the last couple of years, but we're about to put, I'm writing a book on prop trading, and we're going to be putting the pedal to the metal, because I think it's about the best thing that ever happened to the retail trader. And there are certain reasons why. We can't get into all of them, but I'll give you as many as I can. What I'd like you to consider first, before I start the presentation proper, is ask yourself, how much money did it cost you to trade last year? I'm talking about lost revenues. You started with 50,000, you started with 10,000, and now you blew it out, so that's 10,000. Or you started with 50,000, now it's 35, so that's 15. Take that money, add it to what you're paying for your trading platform, and add it to what you're paying for your data feed, and come up with a total. Kind of write it down on the left, or write it down in your brain. I just want you to compare that with what I'm going to show you with the math, because you're not losing your money, you're losing their money. So there's no loss of principal. And winning is the same, of course. You're not spending anything on a trading platform, because they give you NinjaTrader if you don't have it. If you have another trading platform, that's fine, but they'll give you NinjaTrader, and they'll also give you the data feed to bring in, and you've got to hook that up, and I can help you do that too. But the idea is that you're spending money on all of these things, and in prop trading, that's not the case. You have fees in prop trading. It's their money, so what you make and lose is, if you lose, it's their money, and if you win, it's your money, which is just tremendous. And the trading platform they give you, data feed they give you, so it's all in your favor except for the fees and the way they calculate and the way they keep a tight rein on what you're allowed to lose as far as their money is concerned. I'm going to go through that math right now for you, but first I want to offer you something that I just want to make sure that you have and see the reasons why I'm going to be pointing toward a specific prop trader in Apex. There's Top Step also and Apex. Those are two trading firms, prop trading firms, that have both been around a while, but there are some real great reasons why I believe, and I've moved my account from Top Step to Apex because of some of the advantages they have. So I'm going to focus on that. But this is a study that I had commissioned by a young genius named Brady, who I'll mention again a little bit later. But this is a study. If you want a copy of this study, it's unreadable. If you want a copy of this study, just email me, and email admin, and it'll get to me. Just say, please send me a copy of the prop firm study that Norman mentioned in his presentation, and I'll send you a copy of this. And although this was done about 8 or 9 months ago, there are other firms that have popped up. You'll be able to take some of the criteria that I use, and you'll be able to compare other companies if you wish to do that. Or you can just go with my work on this. But again, you have to be satisfied on your own. It's not about me. It's about what you think is right to do. Okay. So there is the email that you want to write in order to grab a copy of this. Apex is the firm that I should update this, because now they've way past $100 million in payouts since, and it's only been a few years they've been around. They've got a very high rating on Trustpilot. They have traders from 150 countries, and so each month they're paying out more and more, which is one of the criteria. I wanted them to pay the winning traders more and more every month. I wanted those payouts to increase. This is a really good example of growth. I wanted them to be in business a limited amount of time, but I wanted them to, it was important for me to know that they were growing, and that if I put my effort and my time into trading through them, then I wanted to know they would be there. It wouldn't be somewhere else. And all of a sudden I logged in and the site was gone. This is a firm, they're making plenty of money, and I'm going to show you the plenty. So do not worry about them making money. Okay, this is, I'm zooming in on Apex's, part of Apex's square in that large study that I just showed you. And I want to focus on the $50,000 account right now. Okay, because the $50,000 account is what I recommend that you start out with, or if you're struggling, that you get back to this. At a $50,000 account, because it is the quickest way to put money in your account. It's the quickest way to qualify. It's the quickest way, in my opinion, to qualify. It's the quickest way to start trading and making money, and I'll show you how that happens, and then finally getting paid from them. So $50,000 account. So you're testing. You start with evaluation. There's two steps: evaluation, where you're testing for the to be funded, and then when you pass that evaluation, you're funded. So there's evaluation and then there's funded. In the evaluation stage, they charge $167 a month. They say they do. I've never seen them charge that amount. They either have a discount of 70%, 80%, or 90%. Right now, till Tuesday, they're running the 90% discount. So, and it's not just the first month. If you need 2 or 3 months to pass, and I'm going to show you what passing means, if it takes you 2 or 3 months to pass, you're going to be paying $16.70. So it's essentially free for that in this charging. So $16.70 a month. Now you're testing. Now they give you a fake $50,000, and they want you to make $3,000 before you lose $2,500 from your open equity high. And I want to describe just a second what that is. If I start at $50,000 and I make and I have a trade on that made $500, okay, and I don't take that money and it comes down and breaks me even, I still have $50,000, but they count that $250 I didn't take against me. Okay, so that when they talk about a drawdown of $2,500 where they don't want you to breach. So if you started with 50,000, you can't breach 47.5. But if you make that trade I just mentioned, it goes up. It goes to $50,500, and you want more, but you don't take it, and you put in a break-even stop. Normally, with your own money, that doesn't really mean a whole lot. But for them, they don't like to see that, so they count that against you. They will subtract that from the 2,500. So now all of a sudden, you've got a floor of 48,000, not 47.5. Okay, I want you to understand that, and I want you to get angry about it at first, like everybody does, and then I want you to realize from a professional trader that professional traders don't let go so easy of profits that are building. In fact, I recommend to my traders, and I'll give you this off my cuff because I think it's important that you know, I always believe that when you're prop trading, you should be starting essentially bringing on a position, starting a position with at least 2 contracts. And when I say positions, I mean contracts. Positions really are the total number of contracts in one event. But contracts, you want to start with 2 contracts, and we're talking futures market. Okay, Apex deals in futures market. 90% of prop traders, prop trading firms deal in the futures market. Okay, it's not a big, it isn't a big transition from Forex to futures, or from even, if you know options, and you probably know some futures, but don't let that stop you. Okay, in any event, so the idea is that you have to make $3,000. In other words, this 50,000 has to be over 53,000. Okay, you have to get over. Once you get over 53,000 and $1, you're funded. Okay, as long as you haven't backed it up for $2,500. And I give you that because this is the quickest way. Again, you can go through the numbers yourself, but this is the quickest way. So you can ignore this number. Let's go through the math. The evaluation stage. I hope I'm not going too fast. I'm trying to kind of repeat myself in order to emphasize. But let me give you the math. 167 a month. Again, they never do that. They're always talking about, just looking at my time here, 70, 80, or 90% off. So you're either paying $49, $34, or $17. Right now, till Tuesday, for anybody that opens a new account, it's this $17 a month. Okay, but in my example here, since in fact all of this month, they gave a kind of a special window here, but all of the month they've got an 80%. So I'm going to use the 80% for my example, $34 a month. Now there's also a reset fee. If you do blow out the account, you can reset it. You can say, hey, let's start again with a fresh 50. It takes about 10 minutes, and you're trading now a fresh 50. And to reset that account, usually $80. but now they have half price resets. It's only 40. Incidentally, what's interesting now is that right now it's $17, and if you wanted a reset, why pay the 40? You're better off just closing that, opening a new one with a couple of clicks, and they give you a new number, and you pay another 17. So there's a little bit of math juxtapositioning here, but I just want you to see the smallness of the numbers, okay, compared to the potential here, okay? So if you took 2 months to make $3,000 on a $50,000 account, and you needed 2 resets, you blew it out twice, and so twice 34 and twice the 40 for the resets, that's $144, and now you have a funded account. You now have, they now award you $50,000. They give you a nice certificate you can hang on the wall, and then you've got a $50,000 account too. You've got a funded account. Now, when you're funded, this could be the last fee that you pay. It is for me, but if you're less excited about your trading plan, then maybe you want to take the alternative. And the alternatives are, you're given the $50,000, and you can either pay $80 a month, and that's it. From then on in, 100% of the profit of your first 25,000 is yours, and 90% of the profit after that. Okay, so let's talk about 90% of the profit. I just wanted you to know they actually give you they actually give you 100% of the profit for the first 25,000 on each account that you open. I'm talking to you about one $50,000 testing evaluation of funded, but many of us have many more. You can have as many as 20 accounts, and there's reasons to do that. I can't go into all of those, but I want you to just get started with the excitement. I want you to join me and let me help you over a 90-day period if you need it, one-on-one, where I'll walk you, make sure that you understand our program our trading plan that gets you where you want to go in all of this. Okay, so you can either, once you're funded, you can either say, I'll pay $80 a month, or you can pay one time $140, and that's all you ever pay. In other words, when I pass a $50,000 account and I make this choice, I choose the 140 because I have confidence that I can go on positively from there, and I'm not going to blow out that account, which has the same parameters as it has here. Where you're building up again, and then but you can ask for the profit. I'm going to show you what that means in a second. But the idea is that after the 140, I have no more fees. So if I pay the 140 lifetime and I spent $144 to qualify, the bottom line is I'm spending $244, and that's if it took me 2 months and 2 resets, and it likely will not. The idea now is compare that 244 with what it cost you before. Here, really, the greatest cost is time, as in any of the trading. In fact, it's the same time that you spent, struggling with your own trading, if that's what happened. I will make a note here that it's amazing that the majority, not the majority, of the ones that I've encountered and work with me, and those that I've interviewed in my research on all of this, it's amazing how winning traders tend to be the ones that are not trading their own money anymore. The bigger money. I looked at this and I said, hey, if you're trading $5,000 or $10,000, even $20,000, why do that when you can trade $50,000 of somebody else's money? Sure, they give you tighter parameters on what you can lose, but you're going to become a better trader if you know what to do, and I can show you what to do. Okay, so here is, listen, and none of this is for everybody, okay? And trading is not for everybody. Futures is not for everybody. But if you've already committed to doing this on your own, you really do want to consider doing it this way. And then the other consideration is let me guide you to kind of grease the way. All right, so that's the funded account. And I want to show you, I want to zoom in on the $50,000 account. Instead of reading all of this, let me just say that when you build that $50,000 funded account, now you're trading real money, okay? When you build it to 52.6 or better, you can actually start, you've got to build it to this or better to start asking for money. And when you ask for money, what it means is that you can ask for a minimum of $500 or a maximum of $2,000, okay, for the first few months, okay? And not only that, but there are 2 pay periods a month, on the 1st and the 15th. So you can ask for $2,000 on the 1st, and you can ask for another $2,000 on the 15th, and another one on the 1st. So every month you could be making $4,000 with one $50,000 account if you can be profitable in your trading. So, but you don't want to, you don't want to build it to 52.6. Now, let me just make this caveat: when you build it to 52.6, see this number right here, 50,100. That's the bottom line for you forever. In other words, as long as you keep your total above 50,100, you're alive. You're not, but you have to go below 50,100 to bust out the account. So what I'm going to suggest to you is that you take minimum amounts out in the beginning if you want to, and I suggest that you do take minimum amounts out. It keeps you juiced on this whole plan, okay? And then build this 52.6 to 62.6 and 72.6, because once you have it out here in this, once you've allowed it to build up, then yes, you can take out $2,000 each pay period. But after 3 months, if you're consistent with taking at least once a month, taking out any kind of request payment, 500 being the minimum, after 3 months, you can take out as much as you want. So the idea here is they want you to continue to improve yourself until you've proven yourself. And then it's a matter of trading big dollars and just, now they want that to happen. Why do they want me to be successful? Why do they want all traders to be successful? And the reason they want is because they already know that 90% of traders who trade retail accounts are not successful. And so they're going to come here. But they don't change their trading plan. They don't change their attitude. They don't change their trading plan to adjust to some of these management or risk management processes that or parameters that they have. And they want me to bring in 10 people from my accolades through something like this, where I say, I think this is great, because they know that the vast majority are still not going to be successful. Now, of course, they don't know that I've got a plan that can help, that's going to overcome those statistics. But in general, if you think about how can they be paying out 90% or 100% of the first 25,000, because they don't care about that money. They know that 85 to 90% of the traders who try this are just going to pay fees. Yes, they may get qualified, but they probably didn't deserve it. They'll bust that account and start over again. Once you're in the loop, there are people who I talk to that have had over 100 of these accounts over the past year. They keep on trying and trying and trying. And there's nothing wrong with that from their standpoint, because they continue to give people opportunity. No matter how much they lose, they give them the opportunity. But you've got to cross that barrier. You've got to start to say, I am a professional trader, and I'm going to do the things that a professional trader does. And therefore, you've got to make some changes in the risk parameter essentials of your trading plan. And that's where I can come in and help you, being for years the go-to guy for professional traders for trading plans. But I want to show you this is what you can take out. Okay, once you pass 52.6, you can take out. Now, if you get to 62.6, the red line is still at 50,100. So you've got plenty of room to take out what you need. Okay, so the other thing I want to mention is the maximum. I think I've mentioned this to you. In $50,000 account, you can take out a maximum of 2,000 each of those pay periods, those 2 pay periods. So I think I've gone through that pretty much. They give a highlight example. For example, if you have 10 of these $50,000 accounts and you withdraw 2,000 from each for a total of $20,000 payout, and you do this twice a month for each payout period, that's going to be $40,000 a month. Now they have what they call trade copiers, where if you have 10 accounts like I do, you can have a trade copy. You put in a trade. I want to buy 5 micros of the NASDAQ, and I click once, and the 5 micros go in each of those accounts that I've designated through trade copiers. So it's possible to be trading. So if I make a trade, many of the people who are taking out 100,000 and more a month, 100,000 and more a month that I've interviewed, what they do is they have 20 accounts. They've learned how to get qualified, and then they'll make one trade for $2,200, and they'll walk away with a $4,000 day. Okay, so this is, you have to start thinking of this as a business. It is doable, but you have to focus on, this is not a game. This is not, you're not trying. You're not giving this a shot. You're doing it. Okay, you're a professional trader, and you're going to do the things that a professional trader does. And if you don't know what those are, I'll give you. You're probably doing a lot of them. It's just that you got to be doing pretty much 90% of them to be consistent. And I mentioned the trade copier. If there are a number of ways that you can do it. Most of them do it this way that I mentioned. They'll have, say, 10 accounts. They'll make a trade for $300, and they'll walk away that day with a $3,000 day. Okay, or you can use, and I've been testing all of these. You can use different position sizing. In other words, the same. I want to go long at this point, but maybe I want to take 2 contracts rather than just 4. I want to take 4 instead of 2. So you go and have different results in half of the contracts that you're dealing with. And so by diversifying a little bit, you're giving, you're not moving toward that red line any more than you have to with all of your accounts. I think you understand the idea of diversification. And the other way is to maybe even more diversification. Figure 3 different trades, not the same trade with different number of contracts, but 3 different trades that all follow your system. This way you really get a nice diversification if your system is good, and you'll have some winners and losers. In this example, I can't divide 10 by 3, so I put the 4 in the losers column, but made 300 here, 500 here, and there it is. 1,600 that day doing it that way. So I'm going to have many more answers for you, and those if you're on the program now, you already know that I'm testing is I want to give you what most people are doing most of the time and give you some alternatives. Right now, this is the way that I'm seeing most do it. Okay, if you've got a good trading plan, trade small so that you don't challenge that red line by backing up, and then take a profit as they come. I do it a little bit differently. But this is the standard of how some of these guys are making those $100,000. Again, all of those things, advantages for those with limited time to trade. If you have a limited time to trade, it's great to know that you can take one trade and have this kind of result. Okay, and you can be more aggressive with a few than others. Okay, let's keep going because I want to wrap this up now. In today's trading environment, the best approach to risk management is trading somebody else's money and being paid 90% of the profit. As a commodity trading advisor, I mentioned to you, I made 20% of a much bigger number. I mean, I was trading several million, many million different accounts, but and 20% could reflect on a nice price, but there was a lot of parameters before I ever got paid. I needed to string months together and so on. And if you have a tough month, this is a better deal than the professional CTAs are getting, unless you're trading, $100 million, and you won't get 20% if you're trading that much. In any event, the idea here is that you're getting a much better deal really than professional traders, because I know I was one. Be a prop trader. That's the other way of doing it, okay? And you get paid 90% and 100%. I mentioned of the first 100 of the first 100% of the first 25,000 that you make. All right, this is an idea of the first. This is what it looks like when you get funded. You pass your first. I've got this hanging on the wall. It was the first one that I passed. Happened to be a $150,000 account. But since then, I've gotten, like I said, there's my original top step that I no longer have because I've moved everything to Apex. But the idea here is that this right here was the first dollars I drew out in May of 2020, May of last year, almost exactly a year ago. And this one, I'm looking at it right now on my wall. I hung this up on my wall, just like I was in the restaurant business and hung up the first dollar. This is and since then, every time you get one, they keep on giving you more. So I'm just saying it's there, it's doable. Why not you at least try? Because I don't think I know this, most traders are not aware of their capabilities. They let certain mental and emotional constructs stop them, and they don't have the right trading plan to approach this kind of these kinds of parameters for money management, so risk management. So I want to give you this offer right now. It's called the Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan. It's been offered for the last few years, but I've tweaked it in the last year to really be a trading plan for prop trading. It involves the core loaded gun trading plan, which is just 2 short videos. They don't even, I don't think they're an hour and a half together. It's a simple trading plan. Remember that room of traders, the 60 traders that I used to run? Well, this is what I learned from that. Simple, okay? And every time, I look at somebody else's trading plan, I'm always getting out that red pen. So I've developed a trading plan that's very simple, that can be explained to you totally within an hour and a half. And I repeat myself a lot, okay, as you see. So all the nuances, we have what I call nuances. There's 7 of them right now. We're testing 2 of them. A nuance is a small tweak in the trading plan that you can make that does not substantially increase your risk parameter, but it's a tweak that you can make that matches you as an individual. In other words, we're all different as traders. Some are more patient than others. Others like the action. Depending on the kind of trader you are, you can actually adjust. This program has already been adjusted for prop trading. You can adjust it further for yourself to make it easier to stick to. I hope I made myself clear, because this is what we get most of our testimonials on not many, not most, but at least half. Love the nuances, love the fact that finally I have a trading plan that fits me, okay? So you get all those nuances, and they're short, the 10, 15-minute videos, okay? And then we meet every month, the last Wednesday of every month, and if you can't make it, and in that meeting, we share experiences and updates and so on. If you can't make it, you got the recording, not a problem, okay? So this is the Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan that I really want you to consider getting at this broken price that I'm going to give you. But I want to give you a bonus here, because this is where we do it together, okay? I want to work together to make this happen. As soon as you invest in a Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan, you're going to get an email with a calendar link where you'll be able to schedule your personalized one-on-one walkthrough with me, and I'll proceed to learn about your trading background and advise you maybe on some of those nuances and how to get a quick start with your new purchase. As you perfect the running of the plan, I'm going to be there if you need me for as many one-on-one coaching sessions as you need to pass your evaluation and beyond, okay? I'll be there with you every step of the way. I want to say something about this. This is very important because I think Marina mentioned it in the last, but I have found that this is really the critical piece that puts it all together. Because if I can instill my confidence in you, you may be beaten up a bit, but I can tell you, and I can tell you as an individual person what you need to do in order to make this happen. I've been through it all. I've managed them all. We still are the top trading firm in probably the world on the mental and emotional piece. But this is the most exciting thing that I've done in the last, I don't know, maybe forever. This is exciting stuff because it really gives everybody a chance to earn the kind of money that they dreamed of. I'm going to be with you every step of the way. I want to mention to you something. When I make you this offer at the end, and it's limited, so when I make you the offer, I want you to know that if you have something to do over the next week or month, know that this 90 days that I talk about, it starts at our first 90-day meeting. In other words, you can purchase the Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan, and then what you can do after that is you can look at all the videos, spend time over the next month with the videos, and then July 1st, when you're ready to, you think you got a pretty good understanding, when you're ready to have your first meeting with me, then book your first meeting. That's when the 90 days starts, okay? On July 1st, when you book your first meeting. So don't say to yourself, I've got a lot of stuff to do. I really like this, but I don't. The 90 days, no. The 90 days starts when you want it to start, okay? And the truth is, the average association that I have with clients where I'm helping them, 2 or 3 meetings maximum. That's all it takes. There are some that do it every other week because because they like like to meet with me, but it becomes more of a social thing. I don't essentially like that from the standpoint of, listen, I do what my customers want me to do, but the idea is that we're here for business, okay? And I want you to have as many trading. I want you to work with me ask your questions as many times as you want, okay? So I'm throwing it out there. It's unlimited, but I'm telling you that this is so simple that you really won't need more than 1 or 2 or 3 meetings with me, especially if you've had any experience trading. If you have no experience, maybe you'll need a few more, okay? So, but they're there for you, all right? So I want to give you that one-on-one coaching for 90 days. And there are a lot of benefits to one-on-one coaching: personalized attention, immediate feedback, confidentiality, and trust. It's important because I'm going to help you dig into yourself a little bit sometimes if that's what's stopping you, okay? Tailored learning style. Everybody's, as I mentioned, everybody is different. Some people have a higher experience level. Some people are detailed. So, they write paragraphs for everything. Some people are all bullets. Everybody has a trading style, okay? There's a flexibility of scheduling. I generally do the meetings on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but if you're in India or Australia and the general business times here on the East Coast of the United States don't fit you, don't worry about it. Oh, okay, great. That's a profit taking. I want to thank you out there. Thank you. In any event, I want to, you're my good luck charm out there. So I just want to tell you that if you live outside of the area and the normal 12 to 5 o'clock type time frame East Coast is now, I'll make a time. We'll make time. I'll get up at 10 o'clock in the morning, or 10. I'm up anyway, but I'll see you at 9 o'clock at night. Whatever it takes to satisfy you. That's not on you, it's on me, okay? So depth of exploration, listen, when you meet one-on-one, you recover, but here is the big point. When you're accountable, you get things done, okay? When you're accountable, you get things done. That's the most important thing, okay? Ronaldo just recently said the fact that you have my back has made all the difference. I know I've only met with you twice, but that's all I needed to understand your process. It's a whole new world for me. Thank you. Like I said, it's usually 1 or 2 or 3 meetings. Here's Mike, who said, I passed the Apex 100K evaluation in 4 days with the loaded gun, mostly scalping, but a few runners brought it home. Still have a few trading days to finish, but I made $6,000 in 4 days this week. That's great. Great trading plan. Thanks so much. So Mike is a part-time trader. He had some experience before. Hi, Norman and Tisha. My wife jumps in every once in a while to help everybody, help me and help you. But I'm making some progress now, and I really credit your guidance and your voice in my head. I now have 3 funded accounts with Apex and requested my first small payouts from 2 of those accounts yesterday. Remember, I said, make the withdrawal small. She took out 2 $500 pieces from those 2 accounts, the 2 that had passed that 52.6 level, and now she's on her way. That's what I want you to be. I want you to be on your way here. And Ken said, please share with your wife, since funding my first 5 Apex, he tests for 5 at a time. He's much more aggressive than I am. Apex $50,000 account last Thursday. I have 5 more 2 days later this Tuesday. On those 10 funded accounts, I'm profitable, 21,000 real money, all in the NASDAQ, working with 5 more to get funded. God has richly blessed me. And Ken he talks faster than I do, but we were quick friends. I guess try to keep business and friendship apart, but you can't help but love the guy. And I'm so really glad that he's past the finish line and now he's going for a marathon. So really proud of you, Greg. So I want to give you a second bonus real fast, just so that I take away all the headaches for you in getting this done for you. And I'm going to set it all up for you. Remember I said you need a platform and you need the data feed. Well, if you don't have NinjaTrader, you got to set that up. And and then you got to set up your data feed. So I offer you a done for you setup of your data feed and trading platform. Okay. Apex and Top Step have a more advanced setup that can be confusing to some tech challenged traders. So I'll connect with you and my young genius, who I mentioned before, Brady, who will jump into your computer. He'll go into your computer and he'll set everything up for you as long And so all you have to do is start trading. Now, if you don't, if you, I mentioned NinjaTrader. If you have NinjaTrader already, or you use another platform, Brady is familiar with all of those platforms. So he can just go in and maybe set up the data feed for you. So he'll do what it takes to bring you from nowhere to all you have to do is start trading. Okay, I want to take all the headache away from you. This is a $150 offer that we make, and Roger invested $150. And here's what he said. He said, all in all, it really went well. Brady is obviously skilled. His cursor darted back and forth without explanation, and I ended up feeling like I had gotten a bargain. So I'm throwing this in for you. And lastly, I want to well, let me just review the core loaded gun trading plan, all the nuances, the monthly get together. You got the unlimited coaching for 90 days, starting when you want. So look at the videos first, and then start the 90 days whenever you want. And then I'll set it up all for you. But I want to give you my personal guarantee. I am so confident that you're following the loaded gun simple trading plan is going to result in your getting funded by a prop firm that you risk their money and not yours, and still receive 90% of the profit you generate. Just share your trading experience with me. Show me what you're trading, show me what you're doing, and that you followed the simple rules. And if it didn't work for you, I will refund your purchase price plus $500 for your trouble. This works. You can't give a guarantee like this unless you have a trading plan that's been proven. And I want to make sure that you have that backing you up. Okay. So the loaded gun simple trading plan right now, if you went over to theirmoneyyourprofit.com, you'd see it for $24.97. And traders, actually, it's more the guys that were professional traders looking for the nuances and so on. They're the ones that don't even look. They don't look at price, you know. And this is worth every penny of the $24.97. And I'm going to give you the unlimited one-on-one coaching that you start on your tab for 90 days, whenever you want. I'm going to give you the done for your setup. So all you got to do is start trading. That's a value of $52.47. Again, I'm going to give you 50% off of this $24.97, a one-time investment of $12.47. And I will guide you through all of this to make it happen for you, okay? All you need to do is go to theirmoneyyourprofit.com, theirmoneyyourprofit.com, and use the coupon code May16, okay? That's today's date, May 16, all right? And if you have any questions, when you're on this page, there's a little thing on the lower right that has a chat. I'm going to man the chat for you for the next half hour, because we don't have time for questions. If you have any questions, you may want to. We may have time for one question here, maybe not. But I want to do this again together with you. It makes life so much easier. But because of the calendar limitations, in other words, you're going to make your appointment with me one-on-one on these calendars, there's a limit to the number of one-on-ones I can do. So the offer is available for the first 5 traders. I have room on the calendar for about 4 or 5 traders. So I'm saying first 5 traders. Let's get it done. Okay, so go to theirmoneyyourprofit.com, use the coupon code May16, and since we don't have time for, is there maybe one question that you can see? If anybody had a question, I pretty much covered a lot of detail. Let's see if there's any really great offer. Well, thank you. Please do take advantage, Ricky. Love to work with you. It's so much fun. I mean, there's such a difference between the struggle and when you get over that hump. And I'm going to be there to to push you, okay? Don't do this unless you want to succeed. Don't do this with a doubt in your mind. I don't know if I can do it, but don't do it. Don't do it. I want the people who say, I know I can do it, but I just got to get past that last hump. I know I can do this. Those are the people that I want, okay? All right, everybody. I want to thank you for taking your time. And as I heard somebody say, I stole this line because it's so real for me. I want to thank you for the privilege of your time. Listen, as you get older, you realize the value of time more than anything else. So I want to thank you for being here, and thank you to Traders Corner for having me.
Thanks, Norman. We appreciate it. And congratulations on your success as a prop trader. 40 years of trading it's really, really significant. And we appreciate that. Great information on your presentation, was certainly enlightening. It's always great to have you on Traders Corner. Over 1 million views on YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Norman Hallett. And you could find Norman at thedisciplinedtrader.com. That's thedisciplinedtrader.com. If you're interested in being mentored by a professional trader with 40+ years of experience, who can pass a prop trading evaluation, which I still need to do as well. I have an Apex account. I just haven't went through the process. This is something I also need to do.
You can do this. You can do this.
I could do this. Why not? You know,
Yeah.
I mean, why not
Well,
have some extra money and trade, you know?
that's it.
So it's something I'm gonna be doing very soon, actually. Yeah. So thank you, Norman, and thank you from previous presentations of learning about Apex through your presentations. I appreciate that a lot. And yeah, so thanks for being here today, and we look forward to having you back soon. So please come back.
Much appreciated. Say hi to the team.
Oh, we'll do. Thank you, Norman. Today's show features educators with an incredible amount of experience, and next up is no exception. She launched her trading career on Wall Street in the early 80s. Her trading and investment approach is grounded in logic by integrating market cycles into her strategies. She founded the FX Trader's Edge to teach individuals effective trading methods based on market analysis. One of her flagship programs introduces a groundbreaking approach that combines Elliott, Fibonacci, and harmonics. I'm really looking forward to this myself, offering traders elite tools to identify high probability setups. Here to present using a simple timing tool to find your trades is Mrs. Jody Samuels. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Jody.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thanks
See
for
my
being here.
screen?
Norman had a lot of good things to say about you as well. So the bar's raised pretty high.
Norman's fantastic. Oh my gosh, I was in the last 15 minutes of your presentation, Norman. You've got to work with Norman on this funded account. I also have funded accounts.
Yeah, I will. I'm going to probably as soon as next week, I bet.
Yeah.
If he accepts me as a student, that's if he can accept me or not.
He'll be accepted. All right, so I'm gonna do something a little bit different. I'm gonna I don't know how, what everybody trades in here. My thing is simple timing tools to find the trend, trading the market cycles. So I'm going to focus on ETFs. Now, these strategies also work on futures. So I do use my own strategies, trading futures. I do have funded accounts, but I'm going to share with you, and please read the disclaimer, more about the overall market and what we can expect. Okay, so what I like to do is to use the market map to determine where we are in the market cycle and getting out near the top when others are buying, getting in when others are selling. So where are the indices in the spider sector ETFs in the market cycle? We're going to focus on this now. And then I'm going to show you how to find trades with the Elite Scanner Tool and Indicator Suite. And I'm going to give you special pricing for the Elite Scanner Tool and Indicator Suite at the end. So this is me. I wrote the book, The Trader's Pendulum. And right now for my portfolio, I do trade stocks and options, and I do trade futures markets. That's what I do. So I don't trade too much Forex anymore, even though I did start working as an institutional trader on the desk of JP Morgan. I've also traded more than 40 years. So I started working for them in the early 80s, actually 1979 in December, trading Forex. So I was an institutional Forex trader. So now I've branched out just to let you know that. But we still, at the FX Trader's Edge, we have a wonderful Forex trading room run by Neil, who is just fantastic. The Trader's Pendulum. We have 3 different pendulums that I write about in my book. The market pendulum, the financial pendulum, and the emotional pendulum. We're going to cover the market pendulum today. So the market's moving up and down in market cycles. The emotional pendulum is, I like to look at that on a continuum between fear and greed. We've all been on one side or the other, and it's really helpful if we can stay focused and centered somewhere in the middle so we don't get too emotional on either side with greed or fear, because we know what happens then, and I'll show you that in a minute. Financial pendulum is all successful traders hello, lose money as well as make money. But it's important that when we make money, we can extend the gains and limit the losses. So Warren Buffett said, be fearful when others are greedy, be greedy when others are fearful. That's the contrarian view. And this is the 8-wave market cycle. So the contrarian view is when we've had an acceleration in the market up here, traders want to load up. They have FOMO. They're optimistic and exuberant. They get greedy, and then the market sells off. We've experienced that a number of times over the last few years, and now we're heading up here again. And then what happens is the market does sell off, and this is an ABC correction, and people become fearful, panicked, and discouraged, and they bail. So I'm going to show you what my indicators show us. Our indicators show when we're down here and when we're up here. So that's what we're going to go through today. And it's all based on Fibonacci and Elliott wave. Like my thing is, count the waves without really counting the waves through the Wavy Tunnel Pro setup. So if you're not a consummate Elliott wave counter, which I'm not, and I don't want to be, I want to be able to look at the charts and understand where we are in the market cycle. So this is the trend, by the way, on the left, and the trend can be contained within the channel lines. And then we have the sell-off. I'm going to show you, to start off, the indices, the same patterns that occurred on the weekly charts in October 2022, the daily in October 2023, not the hourly. I'm going to show you the 4-hour. Okay, I didn't update that page. On the left, this is the 8-wave market cycle, 5 waves up, 3 waves down, and this is the wavy tunnel strategy. So with just the moving averages and the awesome oscillator, when we start to move up and we have divergence in the awesome oscillator, that's when our FOMO might kick in, but that's when we should seriously consider that if we make a move down into the wave and then do this kind of retracement, that we could actually come down to here. This is called the tunnel. And we've seen this over and over and over again, where I've seen people setting stop losses down here when they should be buying down here. This is the time to buy. This is the time to get out. This is the time to buy or add on to your position. So the weekly, this is the SPY, and I call this finding C. So remember, this is the diagram ABC, finding the end of this. So our system shows a gray arrow at the end of this, at the end of the correction. So we have a purple arrow on top, and then we have the gray arrow down here. We can label this as an Elliott wave count, WXYXZ. And I remember following this very, very closely and thinking, okay, are we going to go up from here now? And if the rule is, like, if you trade up in 3 ways, which we did, and then we start to move down, we're going to make another corrective move, which is what we did. So this was, I remember this time, because all of the stocks on the scanner were lighting up, buy me, buy me, buy me down here, because they had such a significant drawdown. Like, this was a huge move. Like, if you ask anybody who was in the market here, it was brutal in 2022, absolutely brutal. But this is a time to say, okay, what's really going on? Are we going to really go to zero here? No. And our system said buy here. Then if we look at the daily, this is the same exact pattern, where we have a strong impulsive move, and then we have our correction. I'm just going to go to the next slide. Also a WXYXZ. This happened a year later in October 2023. So in October 2022, all of the weekly charts were screaming, buy me, buy me. And then all the dailies a year later were saying, buy me, because these are the same patterns that are, the markets are fractal, which means the patterns repeat themselves. So just notice the pattern. And the gray arrow here shows you the end of the move. Now I'm going to go to, now of course, we're not in that, we can't find that pattern on the weekly or the daily on most on most things because we're not in that part of the market cycle. So we had that on the 4-hour chart last month. Same thing. Do you remember when we sold off? This is also the SPY. When we sold off, and what were you saying at this point? If you were trading, oh, we're going to go lower, we're going to go lower. Well, that was the bottom, and our system was telling us that this is the bottom. And it took a while before we started to move up. Like, look at this consolidation, this sideways move, but this called the bottom for this corrective move down on the weekly, on the 4-hour. Now, this, I took this last night. I was just looking, and this, just the same pattern, 5-minute blast off, like a 5-minute chart. Like this shows up on every time frame. And I'm going to show it to you also on NinjaTrader, because this is how I trade on NinjaTrader. When I trade the futures markets, I'm using this system. So let's just start with some ETF and stock examples. This is the spidersectors.com website. So this is where I have to look at the time. I guess I finished at 2:15. Okay. So there are 11 different sectors that comprise the S&P 500. These are them. Now, I took this last night. Yesterday, I was doing this presentation where the S&P for year to date was up 10%. And this is where all of the other sectors stand or stood as of yesterday. Now, these numbers change. They change. So I'm going to go here. A month ago, we were in the middle column here. So in a month, the S&P gained a little bit more from 9/11 to 10. Look at what has changed here. Some of the dramatic things. Energy was up 17%, and it gave back. So it's a minus sign. And as of yesterday, it had given back to 11.76%. Let's see what else. What else stands out? Look at utilities. Utilities was only up 2.89%, and as of yesterday, it was up 12.84%. So these returns are moving targets, which is why it's really, as I was going through this, I said, wow, because there were setups on the utilities a month ago, and I'm going to show you one of them, and also on energy a month before that were setting up, ripe and ready just for our setup with the gray arrow, the ABC correction. And I thought, oh gosh, this is such a perfect setup. But the only reason why it's happening is because utilities is lagging. And I second guessed myself. I said, well, gee, maybe utilities will continue to lag. And then I thought, no, that's the setup. And then sure enough, it caught up. So I'm going to show you that. Now, what I did here also on this platform, this is Communication Services, XLC. We're not going to go through all of them, all of the sectors, but we're starting with the biggest return and working our way down. So there are 22 holdings in the Communication Services, XLC. Total percent change year to date is 12.87. So that means that if you just bought 12 XLC at the beginning of the year, this is what you would be up for the year, right? And you wouldn't have to trade, you would just be up this for the year. But what I've also done here is I sorted this by index weight. And I'm going to show you the highest index weight chart. So Meta. And Meta is up 33.31% for the year as of yesterday. These are also the returns. So among the 22 holdings, you have some that have done really, really well and some that have done not so well, which gives you the 12.87%. So now let's look at the chart. On the left, we have the weekly chart. On the right, we have the daily chart. Wow. So on the left, the black lines, vertical lines, represent the start of the year, by the way. So what do we see here? What we see here is a market turning around. Whenever the wave is above the tunnel, these are the tunnel lines, this is the wave, we're in an uptrend. We're absolutely in an uptrend. So we were in an uptrend right at this point. Once we had this consolidation and we broke through, these are automatic trend lines, by the way, and we broke through and we continued our merry way up. And I remember saying, okay, we've got to wait for some kind of a pullback, at least to the wave. This is where we were when I gave my last presentation, and that's what I said. I said we have to wait for a pullback at least into the wave here. Now look at the daily chart. On the daily chart, we have our setup here. We got the gray arrow. How cool is this? So we did have a correction into the tunnel. By the way, a move into the wave on the weekly chart is the same thing as a move into the tunnel on the daily chart, one time frame lower. These charts are NinjaTrader charts, by the way. The other charts were wealth charts. So I actually, even though I use my NinjaTrader for futures trading, I like the way the indicators look. So I set up all of the stocks and ETFs on here as well. And these automatic trend lines are really great because once we traded down, and we also had an automatic trend line kicking off. So now, I mean, we had the correction. It's easier to buy. It's hard to train the brain to buy on a correction because the brain is saying it's going to go lower, it's going to go lower, it's going to go lower. That's why you really need to have confidence in your system and you have to back test it and to look to see, okay, my brain is saying it's going to go lower because the market is selling it, but this is my setup, so I need to buy it. And that's not so easy to do. So you really do need to train the brain to do that. And this is Meta. Wow, look at this. So, okay, I'll tell you a little story here. I did have a protective stop loss in Meta for ages. I had been long and for a long time, and I said, oh, I'm just going to stick a protective stop in. And I didn't really look at where I put the protective stop. And when I got stopped out, I guess I got stopped out. Maybe it was higher than here because the market gapped down on earnings and I wasn't at my desk to cancel or I just didn't think about it. I got stopped out probably close to the lows here, or maybe not. I don't remember the exact price. And then I looked at the charts and I said, okay, what's my setup saying to me? My setup is saying buy. So I got stopped out and I bought it back again, $20 higher, and I bought double my position. I said, this is where I would be adding on. And I bought double my position. I said I have to stick to my setup. So I still have that. So I'm really happy that I did that. Not so happy that I didn't pull my order, but I didn't. So I had to take a fresh look and say, okay, where are we? Well, this is a buy. I shouldn't be selling down here. So this is just one example where we can wait patiently for these levels to get in. The next one is XLU utilities. NEE is the highest weighting. This is the index weight, and that's up 24% for the year. You can see these percentage change since the beginning of the year. The XLU is up 12.84%, holdings 31. So XLU utilities, we know that was a lagger. Okay, I told you that. It was only up, like it really only recently moved up. I showed you from last month, it moved up from 3%. And that's because the wave was trading below the tunnel at the beginning of the year. So we needed to clear this and we needed price to show some strength through this area before it started to run up. So you can keep that in mind. At this point, you want to maybe leave it alone and wait until it shows strength. And then you can see that here, really beautiful on the daily chart, how it came down and then that was it. The wave crossed the tunnel and this was, beautiful areas to buy. And NEE, same thing. The wave was below the tunnel on the weekly. Once the wave crossed above it on the daily, it took off. XLE Energy, ExxonMobil is the biggest weighting with 17.69% year to date in in gains, and this ETF is up 11.76%. So XLE Energy, this looked good from the get-go. Wave was comfortably above the tunnel here, and this is the start of the year. It came down a little bit and it didn't quite make it into the tunnel, but it did come down, and then once we started to move up and we broke through this automatic trend line that was drawn, not bad. And now on the daily, you can see that we've come off the ties, so we've sold off, and now the only question for me is, are we going to come down a little bit more and get that gray arrow on the tunnel? If we do, great level to buy. If we don't and break through these price highs, then I guess we won't come down here. It's not a given that we always come down here, but we have our parameters, so it's something to keep in mind. Here's ExxonMobil. This was a beautiful, beautiful trade down here. Right after the new year, the market came down, we got the gray arrow, and we had a trend line break. This was a nice setup for a buy at this point. We moved up, we got the purple arrow, and I remember last month when I spoke and I showed the purple arrow. This is 3, 4, 5, yeah, like four, I guess 4 weeks ago. I said, well, I don't know. We might want to wait until it comes down to at least the filter, if not the wave. And as of now, we've come down to the filter, which is the wave on the daily chart. So same situation here. Are we done with this correction? Could be. We've got to take out these price highs. Let's move on to the next one. XLF Financials. Berkshire Hathaway is the biggest component here, with a 15% year-to-date gain, and the sector is up 11.36%. So Berkshire Hathaway, also on the weekly at year end, was off to the races. So it really, off to the races, and every time we took out the market highs, we made new highs, and then we had a correction. So this correction on the daily didn't take us all the way down to the tunnel. It did give us a lower yellow, and then we started to move up, and we moved up, we corrected without making a new low, and it's on its way up again. I mean, Berkshire Hathaway this is Berkshire. It's just one of those companies where you're not going to lose money over time, okay? But you do want to buy when the market dips, because you get your biggest bang for your dollar at that point. Sorry, I was not looking at Berkshire, I was looking at XLF, but the Berkshire is the exact same pattern, okay? We didn't quite make it to the tunnel, but we did have a nice 3-wave correction, and now again we're starting to get out of this sideways mode and potentially move higher. Like, this is a nice correction here. And it was a long correction. So this is the kind of thing where you just have to sit patiently. I own Berkshire Hathaway. Like, I just have to sit patiently, and just wait. XLI Industrials. Caterpillar is the biggest holding. This ETF is up 9.76%. So let's look at XLI. So this was in a very, very strong uptrend right from the get-go in the new year. So anytime we had a retracement into the filter, here we had the retracement into the filter. This gray line is the filter, which would have been here into the wave on the daily. When you're in an uptrend, that's what you can expect, a move into the wave when we're in a strong uptrend. And when we have a significant correction, you can expect a move into the tunnel. So this is looking pretty good as well. If we don't make a new high on this, and start to accelerate, then we do have the potential to do a 3-wave move, which would be a correction down into the wave. And looking at Caterpillar, a little bit slightly different pattern. Let's just see. No, it looks very similar. Okay, very, very similar. Exactly the same pattern. Here is where we are on the daily at the beginning of the year. We did a nice retracement into the wave, and then we accelerated, and then we had a nice correction, and now we're retracing this. Do we make a new high? I don't know. Or is this going to be the start of something, a deeper correction where we actually come down into the wave on the weekly and come down into the tunnel on the daily? There's no way of knowing that. Yeah, there's no way of knowing that. And I'm not going to get into all of these other dots that we have, but these are swing moves. These are swing moves. The biggest swing moves will be the purple, and then the gray, then the yellow. XLK, I'll do a few more and then we'll move on. Technology, up 8.24% for the year. Microsoft is the biggest holding, up 10.78%. So, and if we look down here, NVIDIA, you can see NVIDIA here. So that has had the biggest return of all of these stocks. Technology had a beautiful sell-off here, a beautiful sell-off, gorgeous, gorgeous. This is our setup. It came all the way down to the daily tunnel. This was the time to buy it, and not to, but it's so easy once we get down to that level to say, oh no, I'm long some of these stocks, or I'm long, what do I do? Do I bail? Without really putting our thinking cap on and saying, well, no, this is my setup. This is where I should be buying. So why do I want to be selling here? So that's XLK. And the same thing happened with Microsoft. We had a beautiful move down into the tunnel here. Beautiful. This was at the market peak. Now, whenever you go below the wave with this system, most likely it will come down to the tunnel. And if it's a very strong ETF or stock, then it might come halfway. But this is if you are going to leave a stop because you want to buy lower down, this is where you would leave it, below the wave. You don't want to leave it down here, because this is the time you should be buying for sure. Okay, and XLB materials. Okay, let's just go quickly. This is bullish on both fronts, okay? And this is up 7.38% for the year. We've had a massive sell-off. Same story, okay? Same story. Massive sell-off down into the tunnel, and this is where you should be buying. This is where you should be getting out of longs if you want to trade your positions like that, just based on the wavy tunnel. Okay, I think I want to skip ahead now, and I just want to show you, I'm not going to go through all of these, but I did get I did go through and update all these charts. Here's Amazon. Real estate is the weakest performing, okay, XLRE, and you can see that the wave is below the tunnel, so we haven't really gone above that, okay, and that's, you know, because of interest rates. So we haven't really gone above this, so it's still weak on the year. PLD, just, yeah, I wouldn't want to touch this. Okay, I just want to show you what I did. I don't know. I took, just for fun last night, I took all of the ETFs and what their returns were. So the S&P is up 10%, and these were all the returns on all the other ETFs. And I took the top 2 in weighting for each of the ETFs. So that is objective. It's not subjective. It's the weighting. And I said, gee, I wonder, like, if you buy all of those, there are 11 sectors, so the top two, if you buy 22 stocks, I wonder what the return would be. And I figured out if you had a 100K account with equally weighted, so you put $4,500 into each one of the 22 stocks, what would the return be? It would be 13.2%, beating the S&P by 3.2%. And then I said, well, what if you just took the highest weighted stock, and that would give you 11 stocks. So you're putting $9,000 into each stock, equal weighting. Well, that gave you a 16% return, beating the S&P by 6%. So that's not bad. I didn't do that. I just thought about it last night. I didn't do that because I use my system thinking that I can do better than 10%, the S&P, by using my system to buy at deep discounts. But if you, I don't know, I just wanted to see what this would look like if you didn't want to do any work at all. And this isn't bad, not bad at all. I don't know why I showed this, but anyway. So now let me show you the Elite Scanner Tool and Indicator Suite. I basically taught you about the psychology and the market map and how we want to go with the trend and follow the trend and then buy on that major pullback, because that will give us a nice buying opportunity. So there are 6 wavy tunnel setups that can be found on our scanner, and we have our scanners on MT4, and that's for Forex, and we have a trading room for that, and I'll show you that scanner. Trade Station, which is stocks, and you can find the breakout for trade on the Trade Station scanner. Motive Wave, Ninja Trader, and that's where I trade my futures on Ninja Trader, and Wealth Charts. It doesn't have the scanner, but it has the indicator suite. So these are all of the trade setups. What we showed you was the breakout 4 trade, which is the deep discount at the end of the wave C to buy. The PW fill the gap is the price to wave, and this is where we move into the wave, and then we have a retracement without making a new high. And once we start to break down below the wave, this is where you want to get out of your positions, because we're going to do a fill the gap. This is the fill the gap between the wave and the tunnel. Okay, the breakout 1 is when the wave crosses the tunnel, and then the breakout 3s are bounces off the wave, like in a strong uptrend. Plus we have our automatic trend line breaks, and we have an alert system for when there is a setup, and then you can go to the chart and take the trade if it meets your risk criteria. So let's just start with Trade Station. I'm just going to show you 2 examples. I just realized I didn't print off the actual scanner, but I run the scanner on the S&P, on NASDAQ. I run it on, whatever I want to run it on, and on Trade Station. And this was one of the ones that popped up, EXC. I just want to show it to you. This is the deep retracement, and what you get is you get a green arrow with profit targets. And this is when utilities were 9th out of the 11 sectors, okay, when this trade came up. So it was a laggard, right? And this is where we were on the daily. So fast forward to yesterday when I printed it out again, this is where the trade was first found, like with the gray arrow. And we've gone up significantly, and utilities are now 2nd out of the 11 sectors, and this is where what it looks like on the daily. So we were starting down here, and we went through the wave to the tunnel, and we have the gray arrow on top now. Okay, so that was one trade that came up on the scanner, and the second was CVX. There weren't many weekly trades that came up, I've got to say, just from these 2 sectors, because they were behind, they were lagging. So Chevron also came up on the weekly, and it triggered the buy here. And on the daily, this is what it looked like. And now, of course, the market has moved up significantly, and the wave has even crossed above the tunnel on the daily, and the 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 wave is pointing up on the weekly. So we've already hit like the first profit target. We're in between the first and the second profit targets, but these came up on the scanner. Now I want to show you NinjaTrader. So with NinjaTrader, can remember presenting and showing this on gold on the daily, and we had this is the setup, right? We have the purple arrow on top and the market comes down. We have the gray arrow down here. And I remember looking at this and saying, oh my gosh, it looks like we're ready to go in gold, because we didn't have that set up over here or over here or over here. Now remember, everybody wanted to buy gold, like everybody wanted to buy gold, and they were like knocked out, didn't understand why it wasn't going up, blah blah blah. Well, this was the time to buy it. And then fast forward, I mean, this isn't even where it is today. This I took, you know, a couple weeks ago, I guess. And sure enough, gold took off. That was the bottom, and all found on the scanner. All found on the scanner. That was the bottom, which is amazing because this was the first time that it showed a buy on the scanner. The first time. It didn't show a buy anywhere else. So you have to be patient with these setups too. Now, if you do day trade, this is the NQ, the 60-minute chart, just showing you the same pattern. Remember, you know, this is when we had a spike down into the tunnel, a spike down, and then it came all the way back up again. But this was like a setup right here. And this is a setup on the 1-minute chart. So same kind of setup. Now, there are other setups that I look for to trade, but this is one of what I see this popping up on the 15-minute chart or the hourly chart. I use 4 time frames when I'm trading. I'm trading on the 2-minute chart, but I can look at the bigger time frames. When I see this, that's when I get very interested, and then I look at the smaller time frame to take a trade. So it's all here. Plus, we have the trend line breaks. I'm not even showing you the NinjaTrader scanner, but we have it. We have a whole scanner on NinjaTrader also. It's called on the market. What's it called? Oh my gosh. Anyway, where you can scan for the purple and the gray, the market analyzer. You can scan for the purple and the gray arrows, and you can scan for the breakout 4 trades, which is this, and you can scan for the trend line breaks, which is really cool. MT4. Okay, this is not live. I didn't print this out yesterday, so this is an old one, but just to show you what it looks like, we have different trades that we scan for. You can put all the Forex pairs up on all the different time frames. We have our breakout 1 trade. We also have our, we call it the Royal Noble trade that you can see from here. And when you get a purple followed by a gray, followed by another gray, that's a trade setup, and our students love that one. And not to mention that Neil runs the New York trading room and the London trading room 4 days a week, and he is a master in reading, in finding these setups in the trading room. He's definitely better than I am. The breakout 4 trade is what we studied together, and then these are all of the trend line breaks that pop up on the different Forex pairs. So this is really, really cool. If you trade Forex, I would definitely try it out. And I say try it out. I'm going to give you some special pricing for the Elite Scanner Tool and Indicator Suite. I went through this presentation fairly quickly, but I think you got a good sense of what's going on here. Hopefully I taught you something educational, something useful. I don't know what you're trading in here. I don't know if you trade Forex, futures, stocks, options. So I don't know, but hopefully you learned something from this presentation. And our indicator suite and scanners are available on MT4. And so that's Forex, but you can also, yeah, that's Forex. TradeStation, I use that for stocks on TradeStation. Motive Wave, so whatever data you're getting on Motive Wave is what you can see on Motive Wave. I didn't show you that scanner, but that's a great scanner too. And then NinjaTrader, which is what I use to trade my futures markets on NinjaTrader. It's also available on Wealth Charts, just the indicator suite. And where you would go to look into this in further detail is wavytunnelpro.com/elite. And what I'm offering you is a $49 1-month trial, and then it renews for the equivalent of $99 a month, or well, for $597 for 6 months. And you will understand, I have a whole bunch of education in there. Understand how the markets trade in cycles with our groundbreaking education. Use our proprietary combination of cycle high and low indicators with momentum indicators to warn of market tops and bottoms. Works with stocks, futures, ETFs, Forex, and cryptocurrencies. Works for day swing and position trading. Find precise entry points for option strategies. Embrace this suite of professional tools to trade like a pro. So whatever you trade, that's what, like, we've I don't know what you trade, but I would be happy to have a one-on-one with you. I think we send them out in the emails one-on-one, so you can figure out, so that I can figure out with you which platform you should be. Like, I do this all the time with students. Gee, which platform should they be trying out? And some of the students want to try out 2 different platforms, and I say, fine, no problem. So in fact, I'll offer that to you today. If you want to try out 2 platforms, I'm happy with that for the same $49 1-month trial. Yeah. So that's it. Let's see, are there any questions on this? So go to wavytunnelpro.com/elite. Oh yes, so we have great education with this, like 5 videos. We have trade plans for each of the trade setups. We have instructional videos on setting up the indicators and the scanners on the platforms. We have a trading blotter, which shows you what the setups are to look for these trades. And I'm offering a one-on-one, you'll get it in the emails, to meet with me if you have any questions at all. We also have a Discord channel, so you can join our Discord channel and ask away there. And we have the trading room. So you will be able to go into the trading room as well. That's part of this 1-month deal for $49. It's a great, great deal, and a great product. So wavytunnelpro.com/elite. And I don't see any questions. We have 2 minutes left. So
yeah. Thanks, Jody. That was great. I put your link in the chat. If there's any other links that you'd like to put in there, feel free to do so.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to put your email in there or anything.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Email me. Okay, I'll put it in if you want. Oh, also, we just added, because I didn't cover MT4, we added a little video on that page, wavytunnelpro.com/elite, a little video which shows Neil in action, how he analyzes the market. And I also show NinjaTrader there. So we highlight MT4 NinjaTrader on that video. That's on that page. Feel free to email me, jody@fxtradersedge.com. I don't know if I typed it right.
Yeah, that looks good to me.
Yeah, with any questions that you might have. And that's it.
All right. Well, so, thank you, Jody. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in having a powerful, simple tool to find better trade entries and accurate profit targets, then Mrs. Jody Samuels of FX Traders Edge has a solution for you. We put her special offer in the chat box there, and thanks again, Jody. Hope to see you back on Traders Corner.
Thank you. I hope to be back. Okay.
Thank you. It was
Bye,
really great
everybody.
listening to you today and all your experience as well. So you lived up
Okay.
to Norman's expectations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Right. I just want to pause for a second and thank everyone in attendance today. We have over 1,000 traders from all over the world who've registered to join us today. And we want to thank you for being a part of Traders Corner's event. And I think that it's very mutual. I think that, we're offering something really great to everyone. And it's important for us to have a community. And being able to listen to our presenters and having the opportunity to interact with them and stuff like that. Please feel free to pop in the questions and ask them questions and stuff, because these people are so experienced. I don't have hardly nearly as much experience as them. I'm still learning myself, and it's just a great opportunity. I think as a trader myself, we need that interaction. We need to be a part of a community as well. So thanks for being here today, and please take advantage of as much as you can from this experience and take it further beyond. Also, I'd like to mention one other thing. Let me take a look here. Yeah, so one of our top affiliate partners is Apex Trading Funding, and they're running a 90% off discount on all evaluation accounts, 90% off. So let me put that link in there as well. So if you click on that link and you get started, it helps us as well. So please go there to Apex Trading Funding if you're thinking about funding an account as well. Like I said earlier, I started the process. I haven't funded it just yet, but I'm getting there. I'm getting closer, just like how all of you are learning and getting closer and getting better at everything that you do. And so if you go to that link for Apex Trading, it helps us out as well, and they're one of our sponsors here. So let's see. Up next, who do we have? Oh, you'll want to listen up closely. Next up is a duo with a very interesting story. The team consists of a U.S. Army veteran who served as a company commander in Kuwait and Afghanistan, where he has jumped out of planes and helicopters and even earned a Bronze Star for his meritorious achievements while in Afghanistan. For the last 7 years, he has delivered safety and personal care to thousands of seniors across his community, focusing heavily on senior veterans who served our country in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and Persian Gulf through his senior home care agency. He partnered with his best friend, who comes from a background in financial analysis and managing cash flow operations amounting to over $18.6 billion. That's a lot. While conducting dynamic labor analysis, budget processes, and forecasting tools with algos to propel companies into new profit levels. Their next objective was to fulfill their mutual dream of helping Main Street mom and pop investors with finding a way to receive outstanding annual returns normally only available for the wealthy and well-to-do savvy investors. Ladies and gentlemen, here to present Master Completely Passive, No Worry, Do What You Want lifestyle with our automated trading bot is Mr. Tim Welbaum and Adam Hartle of Hart-Wel Capital. Welcome to Traders Corner, gentlemen.
Hey, Anthony, thank you. Wow, that was quite the intro.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciate that. Thank you for hosting today, and I thank everybody, all the investors that are listening today. We're very proud to be among your wonderful audience, and looking forward to getting started here. So first of all, we are Hart-Wel Capital, and just like the slide says, this to us was about making money while you sleep. Okay, so that was important to us because we hear about so many of these passive opportunities that truly aren't too passive, and we wanted to claw back and free up our time, and that's what we were able to achieve with our automated and passive trading bots. So our main staple is the Profit Pilot, which we're going to talk about tonight, and then we actually just released our other one. We'll get into that too. So without further ado here, we'll get into talking about our disclaimer real quick, just so everybody's aware. I'm sure you've heard this before, but past performance is not indicative of future results. And just so everybody's aware, It is possible to achieve greatness and not be a financial advisor, believe it or not, and that is what you got with us. So we are not advertising that we're financial advisors. We're just two guys who happen to kick a lot of butt, have huge hobbies, and we have created something that the world is loving and they are wanting to see. So without further ado, here we go. So as far as the introduction went, you pretty much covered it. You know, Adam's done some really impressive things. He's the co-founder. He's got a beautiful family with 3 boys. He's a regular guy, except he's not, because he's got this background and this big brain that is all about financials and technical indicators and algorithms. And then there's me, as Anthony had stated, military guy, 2 decades worth of service, and I've just got a big heart for helping other people and trying to give a chance to the little guy. And that's what we wanted with this this whole idea of these automated and passive trading bots. So yeah, we've kind of covered Adam's bio and my bio. So those are, I guess, some pictures of our beautiful families there. And yeah, we're gonna get started. So I wanna start by asking everybody, what do most of us want? You know, I know some of us actually love what we do for work. Some of us, you know, we aren't too upset about having to do certain things every day. But I think the truth is, we all want to earn a substantial income in a truly passive way that doesn't require sacrificing our time away from those we want to be with, or it doesn't prevent us from doing the things we want to be doing, okay? You know, we want that easy button for life, right? We want to be kicked back on the desk and we want to know money is coming in. But the truth is, until recently, this kind of stuff didn't really exist without taking huge risk. So the good news is, well, actually, we're not talking good news yet. That's the next slide. But for right now, there are some things that end up hindering most of us from accomplishing that. Okay, so what's stopping us? For starters, most of us wish there were more than 24 hours in a day, right? You know, we've got our full-time job, we've got our hustle on the side, we've got our kids and our family and our commitment. There's just not enough time to take on trying to learn additional strategies or do additional research. And we would, honestly, probably rather than be doing that, we'd rather be maybe watching TV or going on vacation or something. So, you know, those full-time jobs, they get in our way, you know, working, like I said, that side hustle. Even traveling, if you're fortunate enough to go on vacation once or twice a year, that traveling does get in your way a little bit, okay? Other obligations that we have in life, they get in your way. You know, having to trade time for money. I mean, how many of us have heard that saying? Because that's how most people survive. We go through life trading our time for some type of money. You know, the other issue a lot of people have, and it gets in our way, is we got to spend time managing our finances because we truly don't trust anyone else to do it. There's so many either high charging individuals out there who claim to be, you know, experts, or honestly, nowadays, there's so many scams that people are terrified to relinquish command of their money to let somebody else actually try to make money for them. Trying to learn too many new investment strategies, okay? This is kind of funny based off of what we're talking about today and all of the presenters like us, right? But the truth is, there's always this new shiny thing, and it does take time typically to learn how to do it. And lastly, like a lot of these items and strategies, you will end up being glued to your monitor, watching and waiting for the proper buy and sell signals. You know, and those were all things that ate up our time, and I know those things are eating up your time. So as it turns out, we had the same desire as all of you. We were sick of having to trade time for money. Adam and I, we wanted to spend more time with our kids and our spouses. We didn't want to have to choose between spending endless hours learning new investment techniques versus saying, hey, babe, you know what? Why don't we go ahead, put everything aside? Let's sneak out on a date. Let's go away on a last minute vacation. I mean, those type of things, I think, are what most of us want to be doing. You know, Tony Robbins, one of my favorite, you know, leaders and mentors, he has this simple quote, and it resonates with me every time I hear it. If you change nothing, then nothing will change. It's so true. If you change nothing, that means every day you're going to continue to go through the rat race. Every day you're continuing to find that next strategy, to give it a few days, and if it doesn't work, go to the next one. we need something to change in our lives, or else we're going to be doing the same thing day after day. So this is what Adam and I did. We set this thing out like a military mission, right? We wanted to clearly outline our objectives, okay? That's probably my background there. So first of all, we wanted to create a truly passive income. Again, we didn't want this to be something where, you know, we were telling people we were creating it, but they had to do all this work on the backside. It had to be truly passive. Number two, it had to be available to the Main Street investor. There are so many opportunities out there for the accredited investor. Now, what's an accredited investor? Kind of the down and dirty definition. Somebody with a net worth of over $1 million, not counting their primary residence, or somebody that as a couple is making $300,000 or more dollars. Basically the rich, right? We wanted to bring some type of passive income generator to the Main Street little guy, okay? We're talking probably middle class to maybe a little bit less than that, but probably middle class. Number three, it had to be so easy that our own parents, and I love my mother, she's in her 70s, I needed her to be able to use it, okay? My dad, my own brother, these guys, these are hardworking individuals who don't have time to be fussing around of trying to figure out how to become experienced or knowledge in certain, you know, whether it be indicators or understanding how to use this bot. Nor would they actually need to have the experience or knowledge. It just needed to be that simple. And number four, we had to produce the type of returns that are afforded to those accredited investors. Okay, so just a special note here. As an accredited investor myself, I will tell you that I belong to a lot of different clubs and different sites and such that present opportunities to me all the time as an accredited investor. Those opportunities typically range from about 15 upwards of 25% annually for a rate of return. Now, the higher up they go, the risk obviously increases, correct? So I wanted to make sure that when Adam and I designed this, we could ensure that we were giving at least the type of yield that accredited investors get without these individuals having to be accredited. So yes, we knew this was going to be a tall order, but the good news is with Adam's drive and knowledge and expertise and my no-fail military attitude, we were up for the challenge, and we are proud to say we did just that. So get excited. You guys are going to love this. So it did take nearly 3 years of testing. We did spend, I hope my wife isn't listening, we did spend $150,000 on testing and failing and learning from our mistakes, okay? You know, they say you fail your way to success, and there is a reason for it. Good people don't really become great until they have failed their way and learned their lessons. So we, if my wife's listening, we failed our way through $150,000, and we have learned from our mistakes to the point where we gained lots of pertinent experience. And that experience and all of that excitement did come with some ups and downs. We got crushed a couple of times. That 3 years was sometimes it led to some fights with our spouses. But here's what happened. We developed some incredible, amazing algorithms. These algorithms were something that we knew were great, but here's the thing with algorithms. I don't care who you are. You unfortunately could have the best algorithm in the world, but if you're not sitting at the screen watching those buy and sell indicators or signals, and you're not always right there to see when they cross and when it's time to buy and when it's time to sell, unfortunately, that can be very costly. And although we had the most impressive algorithm that we had come across and we knew this thing would perform, we kept getting bit by the, oh, hey, honey, could you take out the trash? Or, hey, honey, you know, can you go spend some time with the kids? Or, hey, the boss man doesn't want me playing on the computer all day. He wants me to actually be, you know, adding value. So unfortunately, families and full-time jobs and vacations and going to the restroom and you name it, those type of things get in our way of us trying to achieve the additional income we're looking for so we can live the lifestyle that we all dream of. So The good news is, then it happened. After all that effort and that money, the idea of creating a bot to watch our technical indicators, to execute our algorithm, was turned into a reality. Last year, we worked a deal with a programmer who's much smarter than us with all those zeros and ones and programming and what needed to be done. And he cut us a deal and he said, you know what? You don't have to pay us this, $250,000 to $500,000 like some of these bots cost. We're going to go ahead and we're going to create it for you. And all I ask is that you pay me on the back end. So we set up a pricing structure that allows us to actually pay him every time we sell or license a bot. Of course, he then gets paid. So that's built into the pricing structure. But the good news is, in fact, the great news is, after months of testing this bot on our demo accounts, we then realized we haven't been disappointed since we started. So there we were, August 1st, we said, you know what, we got a whole month ahead of us. Let's take this thing live. So at that point, the Profit Pilot was born. So August 1st, last year, we took this thing live with $5,000. This was we were hoping after the 150K was all, spent that, we were going to have some success, and everything we had seen on the demo led us to believe we're going to go ahead and put a real actual $5,000 in this account and see what happens. Well, we quickly learned that this thing was built to impress. 2 weeks in, and the account was already up 2.5%. So we're like, okay, you know what? I told Adam, I was like, I know we talked about letting this 5,000 ride for months and months before we became, confident enough to put some more money in. But well, 2 weeks in, and Tim decided I had to put 20,000 in. So we went up, we beefed it up. By the end of that month in August, the account had made over 5%. And that included the very first week of the bot doing everything on its own, but we call that the seasoning period. The very first week of taking on one of our bots, it has to fill up with positions because at the moment it starts, it has none. So your first week typically is going to be slower than everything moving forward. So knowing that, we still scored over 5% return on that month. So we continued to watch, and I promised Adam I wouldn't put any more money into it through September, and it went and it gained 7% in September. So we got 5% in August, 7% in September, and then I just couldn't help myself. I threw another 100,000 into it, and I was a little nervous, but man, was my confidence growing, and we nailed it in October. The bot did all the work. I did nothing but sit there and watch it. It went on to make 13% in October, just under 8% in November, and a whopping 10% in December to give us one heck of a Christmas present. Our favorite part of this entire thing is when we get to report that not a single day ended with loss. So every single day that we traded, not a single day at close of business did we sustain a loss. So I want you to think about that. How neat would it be? What could you accomplish if you had the type of precision trading with a bot that was doing all the work for you, and every single day those gains were able to compound and stack? All right, so I'm not saying that during that day there was not a loss, okay? The bot is programmed in a strategic way to understand exactly where it stands and to ensure that before it releases any type of loss, it has a gain to cover the loss and then some. So no matter what, by the end of every single day, we come out winners. So we actually went and allowed that thing to run through the end of December, 150 days without a single day of loss, and over 40% by the end of December in gains. We then had the confidence with all the back data, all of the demoing, and now 150 days of live action, we opened it up to the public. So in doing that, the last week of December, Adam and I chatted and we said, you know what? Although we love the idea of 7 to 13% monthly gains, we know that's amazing. We know it makes everybody's mouth drool. But the truth is, if we go back to the objectives we set out for our bot and for helping out those middle-class individuals who need the break, just like the accredited get, we set out to go ahead and to afford those same opportunity type returns that the rich get to our users. So did we need 7 to 13% a month when the average accredited investor is only getting 15 to 25% a year? No. So what we did was we said for our standard bot, the Profit Pilot, the standard settings on it will come pre-programmed with a little bit less risk. Okay, so we were able to take the risk down just a little bit more to make sure that we felt very, very confident, so much so that now we could bring in my mom, we could bring in my dad, my brother. These are people who don't have a lot of money to spare and wanted to get in on this. And I wanted to trust it in a way where I knew that my money, not only my money wouldn't be lost, but my parents, okay, my own family, they would be safe. All right, I've told so many people, look, if I lose money, it sucks and I don't like it, but if I lose your money, it's like, that would be the end of me. I do not ever want to be the type to lose somebody else's money for them. That might just be the military and giving big heart type person I am, but it drives me crazy to think about that. So we continued every month since we started August 1st, even with the minor tweak to the risk level, we have continued to top month after month the type of returns that accredited investors get. So just an FYI, if you are the type who likes to chase those 7 to 13% monthly returns, we can go ahead and give you those settings. I am not above letting you use them. I just want you to know it comes with a little bit more risk. What we are now targeting, if you look at that bottom paragraph, we have set it to a moderately conservative risk level, and it comes standardly programmed at a target of 3 to 4% monthly, which gives us a 36 to 48% annual return. And most impressive, it's passive. You don't have to learn a single thing. You guys are not my students. I was just talking to Adam about this. I am not a teacher. You are not a student. You are asking me to lease you a bot that has been programmed to go ahead and do the heavy hitting for you. It thinks and it does without emotion, and it crushes the market. I don't want you stressing. I mean, you could use this technically and then go learn all the other strategies out there, but this will do the work. So if you're the type who has to be learning all the time, unfortunately, this is not going to be for you, because it doesn't require you to actually learn anything about it. It just goes out there and kicks butt. So let's talk about what the original Profit Pilot is currently up to right now. So you can see right now, first of all, this is taken from a third party. Third party we use because we do trade Forex, which is foreign exchange, or also known as global currency around the world. We do trade things like the US dollar, the Canadian dollar, the Australian dollar, the New Zealand dollar, the Great Britain pound, the Japanese yen, the Swiss franc. It's basically a combination of all of those. And this was originally, if you look up top, the HWC, which is Hart-Wel Capital, 5K account. Unfortunately, when we posted this live and made it so everybody could check us out, which, by the way, next screen will give you the opportunity to see our results live. So if you have your cameras ready, you can actually take a picture and it will send you to our third party verifier called myfxbook.com. And you can see our live results every day for the Profit Pilot. So feel free to do that and get your cameras ready in a second, because although I'm showing you this, if you're like me, you're skeptical, so you want to see the live data. But before I get to that point, I do want to tell you, we've been trading now for 9 months, a little over 9 months. We are up in the top right there, 81.68%, with about 3 months left in our 12-month trading year since we started. You can see on the left the exact results I spoke about earlier, the 5% the first month, the 7%, the 13.5% in October, the 7.8%, and then of course the 10% in December. We made the minor tweak to the risk level to make sure that, again, people like my parents had nothing that they were gonna have to stay up late worrying about. It could be completely passive, and that's what they got. So here we are now averaging about a 4%, 3.5% to 4%. And you will see, other than February, where everybody's month will likely be short because there's 3 less days in February, you will see that we are somewhere between 3 to 4% monthly. And I'll be honest, most people are happy about this. you're gonna go ahead and you're probably gonna have months that end up exceeding the 3 to 4% benchmark that we set out to go ahead and achieve. And you can see that as of last night, May 2024, we are right now on track for about a 3.5% month. So we are right on track to stay between the 3 to 4%. So again, get your cameras ready. If you want to check it out, I would love for you to go ahead and see our third-party verified results. I'll give you guys about 10 or 15 seconds, and you can, obviously, most of you will have this as a recording as well, so you're welcome to come back here, but feel free again to take a picture and enjoy not only today, but continuing to watch our live results for yourself. All right, I'm gonna move on. Okay, so what are other people saying about us? I actually went to our, we have a messenger chat thread right now that we use for a lot of our users, and they have fun, they brag, they share their results. It's a lot of guys going back and forth. It's not that we're sexist, I just haven't had a woman sign up yet. So it's right now, it's a lot of dudes, and they're just all talking about their gains every day and what they're doing for it, and they share memes, and it's a good time, okay? It's a fun club to be a part of. But this is one of the things you get. You get to be a part of a basically club or chat that is able to talk about their successes. Hey, this is what we're doing, or you don't watch it at all and it doesn't matter because it's completely passive. So I wanted to go ahead and share with everybody a couple of things that we've seen just over the last week or so from individuals in the chat. And this is just a screenshot of it. So from our community chat, this was funny. It was from our guy Levi back on the 12th. And it was 5:05 p.m. We are 5 minutes into the market opening on Sunday evening, because in Forex, the market opens on Sunday at 5 p.m. and it goes 24 hours a day, all the way until Friday at 5 p.m. So Sunday at 5 to Friday at 5, you are trading 24 hours a day of action. Or your bot is doing it for you. So 5 minutes in, and Levi's like, dude, within 5 minutes of open, I'm up $133. Pretty cool, but we see this kind of stuff all the time. This was actually yesterday. So my friend John Michael, or we call him JM, he posted this, and all the guys were going crazy over it. Hey, I'm up $2,755 on my Wealth Wizard account, which is our other new bot, and I'm up $801 on my Profit Pilot. He's also got the balances of those accounts, but JM had a pretty good day. He was up $3,556 in a single day, which came in at 540 right after the market closed. So he's doing pretty well yesterday. He was on cloud 9. Another one, this was Adam, my partner, and we like to share our results too with everybody. So he goes, hey, it's not a bad way to wake up today. $406, right? 7:30 in the morning. I actually responded with my account. It's like, look, I'm up 383. And then Levi, one of the active members in the group's like, look, I'm up 243. This is the kind of stuff that we see all the time. And it's users just having a good time, because everybody's in a good mood when you're making money every day. So now here's some actual results from our broker. So I actually took snapshots of the brokerage account. We use OX Securities, but you guys can welcome to use whoever you want. So OX Securities, I wanted to show you a couple of different account sizes so you could kind of set the expectations. So this is actually my mother's account. She, like a lot of people, of course, even though she's my mother and I love her dearly, I think she was a little skeptical at first because it's just mom. She's 70 years old. So she finally went in with $15,000, and that was only 3 weeks ago. So in 3 weeks, my mother's $15,000 account, with her literally knowing nothing, is up $467, which more importantly is a 3.11% return, which is averaging over 1% per week right now. And the left side will show you the chart as it's growing, and you'll see that there's no dip any day. And then the right side, I wanted you guys to see an actual breakdown on a $15,000 account, what the daily close and profit for that day included. So you can see, every single day we got profit, every single day. 22nd, we were still getting things going, but it posted there. But other than that, this thing, 3 weeks, $467. So now this is a $50,000 account. This is actually my father's account, which is why I have all the data. Dad started with 50,000. He's now only 11 weeks into this, and my dad's up 10.32%. You can see on the left side there, that's the 10.32, and he's made $5,159 in just 11 weeks. Okay, so he opened his account on February 26th of this year. Now his daily returns, just kind of giving you guys a, going through again to prove that this thing every single day closes with a positive so far, 9 months of it every day. You're looking at 25, 50, 60, 261. He's got a 345 there. It is crushing it, and he could not be happier. In fact, his poor financial advisor, he's now sent him 2 updates, and they have nothing to say. It's I almost feel bad, but yeah. So that was a 50K account. Now this one was a $155,000 account. Now this one was open. This is actually one of my personal ones. 155,000. I'm just the dumb grunt, right, who does the sales on our team and likes to talk. But I will tell you that with my confidence in Adam and this bot, I know nothing, and yet look at this thing. It goes up every day. Look at that graph, and look at the fact that since November 14th on the right side, you'll see my first trade, and it should line up with the graph on the left side. You will see that I've made $60,000, $60,131, and I'm at 39.71% in only 6 months of trading since the 14th of November. And that included, after December 31st, me adjusting, or not me, the bot was adjusted to the moderate conservative settings, and I'm still returning that easily the 3 to 4% a month. So things are going very well. I continue to just absolutely love this thing and how fast it can grow money. Now this is our new bot. All 3 of the ones I just showed you were our more consistent and conservative bot called the Profit Pilot. It's the one, again, that I would advise. I don't advise, I'm not an advisor, but if I was going to talk to my mom and dad, that was the one, of course, I felt most safe with them putting their hard-earned dollars into. But for those who would like to try out the new bot, we've got about 5 of us right now in it, and they are absolutely loving it. But these are my thrill seekers, okay? This is my account. I just went live with my own first personal one. We got a business one too, but the personal one I just opened, and that was opened on April 15th. And you can see how quickly in that bottom left it is growing. And that seems a little weird until you look up to the top left and you see that it's up 30% and $6,007 in 31 days. Literally almost a percent a day. That's pretty crazy. But that is the power of the Wealth Wizard. Now, the right side, you will see kind of what does a day look like on a 20,000 day account with the Wealth Wizard. I've got some that actually could be negative. Now, we don't advertise or talk about the fact that the Wealth Wizard, which is the completely different bot than the Profit Pilot, the Wealth Wizard can have a negative day. But if you look at the negatives of $12.13 and $25, so we've had 2 negative days I'm looking at right now, because that one on the right, I think, because it's such short amount of history, it looks like it's a duplicate. But anyways, 2 small losses, and then if you look at the wins, the big days, 1473, 1126, 1435, we got many over 100. Obviously, so this has been well worth it. So again, that's the power of the Wealth Wizard on a smaller $20,000 account. Okay, so what kind of returns can be expected? So the Profit Pilot, again, that's our staple, that's our flagship, that's the one that put us on the map. The target monthly return, once again, is going to be 3 to 4%. Our target average annual return, we are shooting for 36 to 48%, with hopefully room to make you even happier, okay? Maybe we'll get a little icing on the cake. We have had 0 days of loss by the end of the day, no days of end it with loss since its inception, which as of today was 289 days ago. Our target audience for those who probably want to use the Profit Pilot are those looking for passive stable and consistent returns that still want to crush the stock market and feel like they could brag to all their accredited investor friends. Now, the minimum account size to get the Profit Pilot to work as designed, unfortunately, it is a little bit higher. We're working on this right now, trying to get it lower, but you have to have a minimum trading account value of $20,000 for the Profit Pilot to give you the type of returns you're looking for. Somebody might call me out and say, well, your mother's not using 20,000. I just want to give you a heads up. I made an exception for mom. It came with a little bit more risk, and she's not able to trade all 23 pairs of currency that we trade. Currency again being US dollar and Canadian dollar and such. So she can only trade 11 pairs of currency. Typically, it's not worth investing the initial investment to get your bot going for anything less than $20,000. So we tend to stick with 20,000 as the minimum account size. Now the Wealth Wizard, this is the last one I showed you on that $20,000 account. This is our new one that just released back in April. It's targeting an average monthly return of 8 to 10%. I know that sounds crazy, but you just saw that in my last month and a day, I'm up 30%. So 8 to 10 is what we're trying to deliver every month with the bot. It's target, this is hilarious, but it's targeting an average annual return of 96 to 120% a year. Target audience, okay, I'm trying to be real with everybody. This is the thrill seeker, the adrenaline junkie who loves a good rush. I know some of you are out there. I'm one of them. Sometimes we just gotta have fun, right? And we wanna have a little bit of money on the side to play with. And that right there, this is the have fun account. It does come with some higher risk, but with the higher risk are definitely the high returns. And the minimum account size is gonna be $10,000. So this one's got a lesser amount for minimum size. You can come in at 10,000. All right, so before we talk price, I wanna go ahead and take you down this memory lane, okay? I want you to remember why passive income is so sexy. Why do we want passive income? It's because it comes with the power of time, the freedom of time. What does more time do for you? It buys you more time with your family, more vacations, more hobbies. Freedom of choice. You decide what sounds good for the day when you get up. All right, a sense of security and stability. I don't want you sweating the small stuff, all right, that other people think is huge. A leaky roof, or your water tank went out, or your car's got a flat tire, or you got to pay a deductible on your insurance. Don't sweat the small stuff. Have that sense of security and stability. You know, a steady stream of income allows you to go and enjoy an occasional splurge. All right, spoil the wife. Get her a little something extra on Mother's Day or her birthday. All right, flexibility. Imagine enjoying doing whatever you want for the day. These are the type of things and the power that passive income can achieve. All right, just having extra opportunities that average people don't receive daily. All right, the opportunity to jump on a last minute flight with some friends, or an opportunity to invest in, you know, some new thing that your friends are doing and you want to go ahead and see what the heck, let's do it because I got a few extra bucks. All right, financial independence and a vehicle to build wealth, all right, and maybe even generational wealth. So my question to you is, what kind of value is the above to you? So here's our pricing structure. Now the structure, there's a lot of different things you could do, but most people, they come in because they want to dip their toe. So we're gonna talk about our tier 1 license. This is our lowest account, it's tier 1, and it comes and it's broke down like this. And this is for both bots, by the way. I don't care which one you buy, this is the pricing. So our one-time programming and install fee. This is us programming the risk level for you based off your what you would like, you know, risk to be. We go ahead and we hook up your virtual private server to it, and we go ahead and we hook it up to your account, and we make sure it is up and running with our white glove, hold your hand the entire way. Like I said, we also paid our programmer on the back end, right? So we owe him a license fee. Every bot we buy, that license fee goes straight to the programmer. So our initial tier 1 license is $997. And then we have a monthly maintenance, support, and community fee. This is, you're part of the community. If it needs any updates, you need any support, you got some questions, you might be considering some other things you want to do with it, you want to change the risk level, Those are the things that we want to be available to you for. That right there for tier 1 is $67 a month. Now, we designed that monthly maintenance and support and community fee to basically be covered within the first half to a full day of trading. That was the goal with it, right? And then the rest of the month is yours. All right. Although we don't take the money out of your account, we have no access to the account, so most people pay with a credit card. Total cost, talking to Rory, we came up with, hey, you know what? We want to give the Traders Corner community a $1,000 discount. All right. With anything that's worth investing in comes a price. All right. And you don't have to spend the $150,000 to learn it. And we have the data to back it up. So we are taking it down $1,000 to $4,061, gets you started. Again, tier 1, if you're wondering what does tier 1 mean, it means you can put an account up to $49,999 in before you got to upgrade to tier 2. So at 50,000, anybody's account hitting 50,000 will have to upgrade to tier 2. We can talk all that offline for anybody who's interested in larger accounts, but most people, again, they come in at 20, 30, 40,000, dip their toe, and within a couple of weeks, they're already going to tier 2, tier 3. So for the sake of respecting everyone's time, I'm gonna go ahead and we'll talk offline for any larger accounts. Special incentive, we talked about the 1,000 off. We're giving right now all additional bots. If you wanted to buy maybe an extra bots for a spouse, you wanted to try out the other bot, the Wealth Wizard, you wanted to help out some grandkids, whatever you want to do, if you want additional bots, we're going to go ahead and we're taking it down to $997 installed. That's everything. We're going to pay the license fee out of that, and we're going to get you up and running for $997. And we just added this. Actually, my partner, he doesn't even know yet. I went and did this while I was editing the slides. We're doing a 30-day money-back guarantee, $4,061. You don't like it, 30 days, you get that money back from the day you go live. We're that confident. We haven't had a single person even try to get their money back because they love the gains. So we wanted to make sure, obviously we can't, not that we've even seen a loss, but if something happened, we will give you your money back. However, just be advised, so far to date, not a single person has even tried. Check it out. So how do you get started? Well, number one, you're going to decide if this is for you. If you've got enough information, you're ready to go. The next slide is going to have a little QR code for you, and it's going to take you right to our website. You're going to click the button, get started. Number two, you're going to check out our Facebook page. Maybe you're not ready yet, but you want to follow in our Facebook page and see the additional results. So you're more than welcome. The next slide will have the Facebook page, and for the recording, you can go back and check that out. Or number three, you want to ask some questions. You want to talk about bigger accounts. Go ahead, schedule a call with us to discuss additional questions. Remember that special offer. It is good for 48 hours, that $1,000 Traders Corner discount for 48 hours. So let's make some money together. I want to get started. We've got 1,000K discount. I'm ready to go right now on the left side. We've got the join our Facebook page in the middle, and we've got the let's talk about it. Let's explore some additional opportunities. Go ahead and you can book a call with our Calendly app and book an appointment. So those will be made available to you. Let me see what else here. Important links, get started. If you don't like QR codes, I wanted everybody to make sure that they also had our links to our actual website to take advantage, to already pre-program this specific website with $1,000 off. And we've got the Hart-Wel Capital Bot Society Facebook page. You can search for Bot Society there. And then of course our Calendly link. And that is it. I do appreciate everybody's time. I think we are about right at the 45-minute line. But seriously, when I say make money while you sleep, while you sit on the toilet, while you are on vacation, this bot is getting it done. So please appreciate your time. And yeah, while I've got 1 minute left, why not just go through some of these results again and just kind of remember, if you wanted to see those live results one more time, here they are. Take a picture of the QR code there. And again, we are at that 81%, and I wanted to leave you with closing out on our month-to-month third-party verified results. And with that, Anthony, I think we'll go ahead and hand it back over to you.
Thanks. Thank you so much. That looks incredible, Tim. Also, we'd like to thank you for your service. We do appreciate that.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great presentation, lively, entertaining, and 80% gains in just 9 months, which can be completely passive income. Thanks for sharing your link there in the chat box. And if you haven't yet, click on the link and check out his website and the QR codes and everything else that he shared with us. Those bots really look amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking for a completely passive income that provides a no worry, do what you want lifestyle, then Mr. Tim Welbaum and Adam Hartle of Hartle Capital have a solution for you. Tim put the contact information in the chat box. So if you want to learn more, use those QR codes and go to the link in the chat box. Thanks again, Tim. We appreciate it. Okay, so that's going to be a hard act to follow. Our next presenter, I'm really excited about. She is widely recognized author who published Trader's Catalog and Resource Guide, TC and RG magazine for 8 years. Beginning in 1993, she sponsors the Money Mentor on the internet since 1995. What an incredible track record. And was rated #1 trader in the under 10 million category twice by Stark Research, achieving 365% profit. Ladies and gentlemen, here to present a legend, trading fast markets with SunnyBands and Ultimate F is Mrs. Sunny Harris of Money Mentor. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Sunny. Sunny, are you there? Oh, looks like we don't have any audio. Let me check a few things. Apologies. We might be having some issues with some audio. I'm gonna put myself on mute, and then this might be a good time to maybe grab a snack or a cup of tea or something like that, check the markets real quick. And let me see. I guess I was made presenter for a minute. Apologies. Let's see here. Okay. Yes. So I'm gonna put myself on mute and get yourself a snack, and we'll figure out what's going on. I'm really excited about Sunny being on, so hopefully we can figure that out soon. So hold on 1 second, guys. All right, everyone. Our next presenter was having a little bit of technical issues, but she will be here soon. So, looks like she's here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Fantastic. All right. I'm so sorry I'm late.
It's okay. It's all right.
All right.
We all have technical issues.
We do. I've been having trouble with my computer these days.
And you're an expert in computing. I mean,
I know, right?
you have a background in coding, so
I know.
you had a real issue. We know that.
Thank you. Want to announce the talk or something first?
Yeah. I'll do that. I did give you an introduction, but I'll do that one more time. Let's see. Okay.
And you can see my screen, right?
We could see your screen.
All right, perfect.
Yeah. So like I said, I'm just going to repeat myself. Our next presenter is a widely recognized author who published Trader's Catalog and Resource Guide, TC and RG magazine for 8 years. Beginning in 1993, she sponsors the Money Mentor on the internet since 1995 and was rated #1 trader in the under 10 million category twice by Stark Research. I got to look into the Stark Research. It sounds interesting. Achieving 365% profit. I've been able to sit in some of her presentations before. I've been looking forward to this. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, here to present Trading Fast Markets with SunnyBands and Ultimate F is Mrs. Sunny Harris of Money Mentor. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Sunny.
Thank you so much. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
All right, so we're going to talk about what I do today. This is, I just tell people exactly how I trade. So, you know, I'm not one of those who keeps all the secrets to myself. I just tell you exactly what I do. So, we're going to talk about why I have a trading strategy and what is a trading strategy. And we'll talk about the psychology of trading. What role does mathematics play in trading? Organizing your research with my little indicator PHW, I'll tell you all about that. And we're going to talk about the SunnyBands signals. And then last, and I haven't talked about this very much at all, but I have a spreadsheet called Ultimate F Compounding that allows me to take a $10,000 account up to close to $100,000. It's judicious use of compounding. So we'll talk about that. My passion is in helping beginners and intermediate traders, and this talk is for you, for traders who've not yet become wildly successful or have not traded much and want to learn, and folks who want to improve their trading results. I love to teach and mentor, and I do consulting. So here's my phone number. This is really my cell phone number. Give me a call. I love to chat with traders. And here's the standard disclaimer. Basically, this boils down to you could lose everything you have, so be very, very careful, and then only trade with risk capital. On moneymentor.com, you can click at the bottom of any page and see the disclaimer. So never risk more than you can afford to lose. And this is where you see the full disclosures and details. And also on my website, moneymentor.com, at the bottom of every slide, I will post under downloads, I will post these slides later. No, I'll post them under appearances. That's better. So you can have access to these slides. I'm going to tell you exactly how I trade every day with my very own indicators, SunnyBands and the dynamic moving average histogram, and a new indicator I have called slope. I don't hold anything back, as I said earlier. So I'm going to tell you a little about myself. I've been trading for 43 years. I trade futures, stocks, and crypto, but I don't trade options, so don't ask me options questions. And then I'm going to show you how I trade. I've been a professional trader since 1981 through 1, 2, 3, 4 crashes, and the next one, because there will always be a next one. I trade the S&P 500 futures contract on 1 and 5 minute charts. So that's what I mean by fast trading. I'm not looking at daily charts to trade futures. And I've heard that the S&P is the most difficult market to trade, but I don't know that. It's what I've specialized in all these years. And I think the NASDAQ's difficult to trade. And then I do have long-term stock holdings that I trade on daily charts. Long-term to me is a week or more. If I'm trading 5 minute charts, a week or more is definitely long-term. And I do trade Ethereum. So I'm going to show you how I trade with the SunnyBands and the DMA, dynamic moving averages, in fast markets, and then I'm going to show you Ultimate F. Let me talk about the free stuff for a minute. Just to go, if you go to moneymentor.com and search for Sunny Side of the Street, you'll see that you can text me, SSS, to my phone number, 760-908-3070, and I'll set you up with free issue of my Sunday night, Sunny Side of the Street. And I explain what my indicators are telling me about 12 different markets. I've made some really fantastic calls in it, so give it a look. And my email is sunny@moneymentor.com. And like I said, I'm going to post a PDF on Money Mentor for members. And I also do the Sunny Era Show, which is a podcast of legends, legendary traders, authors, and systems developers, people who tell you they know how to trade. And we interview them and get to know them as people. It's a delight to listen to. And there's where you can find that, or you can go to moneymentor.com and pull down products and services to podcast. We've done John Bollinger, Larry Williams, Jake Bernstein, Steve Nissen, Linda Raschke, Dr. Alexander Elder, Cynthia Case, Sherman McClellan, Carolyn Baroden, Greg Morris, and many more. I've got 46 there now. The latest one was John Najarian. And here's what Sunny Side of the Street looks like. That's how it starts out. It's just a web letter, but it's, gosh, it's 10 or 12 pages long. So I was rated #1 trader twice by Stark Research. You can see right there at the top, the pink highlight. And I do a daily live trading room as well. If you want to subscribe to that, that is a subscription only one. But we meet every morning of the week and you can watch me trade live, 9 a.m. every trading day, Pacific time, for 1 hour. And that's how I'm doing so far. We started it on January 2. And I grew up in Appalachia. I have 3 degrees in mathematics, one in telecommunications. I took courses at Stanford, Wharton, and UCLA as well. Oh, and San Diego State University. I've been programming for 55 years and trading for 43. I was a systems programmer for Lockheed in my youth and helped found a little company called ISCO that was the world's leader in computer graphics software. Then I retired from there when I was 30. We started with 3 people, and when I retired, we had 105. So we had done very well. So I gave my money to money managers, and they lost $75,000 in 3 weeks. Yes, that's not a lot out of the entire account size, but it's too much for my comfort. $75,000 in 3 weeks. I could just imagine another 3 and another 3. So I took it back and taught myself to trade. I figured I can do that poorly on my own. I might as well figure it out. And the first year I just watched the market. I plotted charts on graph paper because back then we didn't have computers yet. And I learned the rhythm. I think that's probably the most important thing you can do is sit and watch charts form and learn the rhythm. And he said I did the magazine. And I've written 5 best-selling books. And here they are. And one with my friend Linda Blair. And late last year, we finished the definitive guide to TradeStation's easy language and OOEL programming with Sam Tennis. And it's available. And then I've written articles for all the major magazines in the community. There we go. There's the covers of the books I've written. Oh, and using easy language with Murray Ruggiero. And there's book 1 of the new one and volume 2. I've been rated in the top 10 consultants many times, courses and consultants. I belong to all the important organizations. And I want to read you one of the quips and quotes. I want to let you know how helpful your daily trading room sessions have been. It's refreshing to see someone trade live and answer any questions that we have. It's so much better than the service that just wants to sell you something and send you on your way. This is really speeding up my learning, and I look forward to trading along with you. Thanks for all you're doing to help people learn the art of trading. And these go on and on and on. There's pages of emails that people have sent to me that you can read. And yes, I put the good and the bad both in there. And I do have customers all over the world, so just because you're in somewhere else doesn't mean you can't give me a call on WhatsApp. This is something that I think people don't do enough, but I want to tell you how to make a six-figure income. So if you want to make 120 grand a year, you'll see why I picked that number out, but it's a six-figure income. If you divide that by 12 months, that's 10,000 a month. Now that's a little stretch, but it's still more reasonable than figuring out you have to make 120 and then you have to make it all at the end of the year because you're down. $10,000 a month, if you divide it by 20 trading days, approximately, that's $500 a day. Now it's starting to look more possible. 5 trades each at $100, that's all it is. So you can make 5 quick scalps every day and make 120 a year. I found that there's usually between $1,000 and $3,500 per day potential in the S&P if you're going both long and short. So if you follow the ups and downs, you can usually do $500 a day. I'm going to break it all down and show you how I trade. And we're going to look at a few images that are look complex, but they're not. And color coding keys me into action. I make everything an identifiable color so that I like. Up means either blue or green, usually green. So I like green candles going up and red candles going down, for instance. And I'll show you some more. Here's a chart of the Dow. This is a few days ago. But this is just bar, well, it's not a bar chart, it's candle chart. So how do you know beforehand where to get into these things? This is daily. This is 15 minutes. You can see they still have uptrends, downtrends, and sideways trends, even on the intraday chart. And this is a 5-minute chart. See, still up, down, and sideways. And there's a 1-minute chart to look at. So they all look kind of the same, but you have to figure out what's, well, you know, buy low, sell high. It's hard to figure out. So it's easier to see in hindsight, but that chart doesn't particularly tell you very much. In fact, I think it just looks scary in that form. Is it going down or is it at a bottom and going to turn around? Who knows? What's high and what's low? And when do you enter? How do you know which time frame is the right one? That's another good question. Just because I'm on 5-minute charts doesn't mean you should be. 15-minute charts are a lot easier for some people to trade. So what's the real question we're asking? It's where's the money? Not just what time frame feels good, but what time frame makes me profit. So for that, I created something called potential hourly wage analysis, PHW, potential hourly wage, and that way I can find all the possibilities. So it's my PHW indicator. I like to make it easy. So, I mean, I used to, at the beginning, I'd plot the charts on paper and then I'd take a yellow highlighter and highlight all the perfect turning places. And then after you do that, you have to write the numbers down at each turn and add and subtract as appropriate for buys and sells and conduct a little spreadsheet research. So I've got one that's called PHW, and we're going to look at radar screen for a minute, and then I'll show it to you on a chart. This is TradeStation's spreadsheet-like thing. And what I've done here is I've put the ES continuous contract on, and then I chose 1 minute, 5 minute, 15, and daily because we just looked at those. And I'm looking over here at the right to where it says PHW total. I'm looking in the yellow. This tells me if I took all the perfect trades that I had highlighted in yellow, added and subtracted them up, then you can see that the buy and hold in this was $5,000. But the PHW was $18,000. So there's more money on there trading. And this ideal column right here, the white one, shows me if I got all the perfect turning points, but I don't count the perfect turning points. I only take 60% of that amount. And I'll show you why in just a second. So right there's the PHW. And here it is bigger. So you can see from this that on the, whichever one this is, 75 is the daily chart. So the most money on this one's on the daily chart, 59 trades. So that's what it looks like on a chart. Instead of me drawing charts and highlighting them with yellow marker, I have them here now with yellow dots that are automatically drawn at the turning points. And out at the right, you'll see it says ideal equals 695 points, which is $34,000. And the PHW, as I said, is 60% of that amount, so it's $20,000. Number of trades is 26, and the date span is 1 week. But if you were to buy and hold from the beginning of that chart to the end, you'd lose $14. So that's what BH means, buy and hold. And all that's automated because I like things to be easy and quick. So those dots look perfect, don't they? But we can't trade with them because the highs and lows aren't in until they're over. You don't know that a low is a low until it starts going higher. So it is a lagging indicator, but I use it for my research and for keeping me honest about where I have placed trades versus where I should have placed trades. So I print them out at night. I've been printing my charts out for 43 years. I print my chart out. I look every day to see, did I do as well as the PHW did? So on any symbol I'm interested in, whether future stocks, mutual funds, gold, Bitcoin, I don't care. I compare all the meaningful time frames, like I just did with the 1, 5, 15, and daily, over the same span of data. So let's say 12 months. You don't want to do a week on one and a month on another and 3 months on the other. So fix your data to 12 months, and then you look at the PHW for each of them, and that's how I see what I'm interested in. I don't want something that's flat all the time and has a really low PHW. So it is 60% of the ideal. So here again is this printout. The ideal was 34,787 and the PHW is 2872. And again, this is just about a week's time. So the way I figure it, where's this line? Now we're in trouble. Hang on just a second. We got another technical difficulty here. I think PowerPoint just shut down. I'm sorry, people.
It's okay. Today's just been one of those days. One of our other presenters had some issues as well, so
Really?
it's
And we're not even having solar flares.
ain't that interesting?
Yeah.
It's weird how things work like that sometimes.
Let's see. I don't want to go through all that again. So let's see where I was. Hang on just another minute. All right. So there's the slide. Now let's see. I don't know if this will do it or not, but we'll see. All right. There's that part. Now let's get this back that way. And now, you see it again? Can you see it now?
Yes,
Hello?
we could see it. We
All
could see,
right.
but remember, but it's blank.
Yep, because now it's not.
There you go. Yep.
So remember, PHW is 60% of the ideal because I figure I can give 20% away on the, miss it by 20% on the entry, and then be late by 20% on the move out and still get 60%. And that's that. So it leaves me to 60%. I like to be reasonable and logical about everything. So that's the way I approach it. So again, here's the yellow dots. You see the numbers that are under the yellow dot down here and above the yellow dot? That's so you don't have to figure out what those values are to put them in your spreadsheet. So it tells you the exact value of the turning point with each of these. And there it is again. So now let's look at the daily Dow with SunnyBands. Remember the chart I showed you in the beginning, how it was just candles? This now gives me structure to the market. So I'm looking at a chart of the Dow here on a daily chart, and now I can see something. Now I can see where the highs are and where the lows are and where the highs are and the lows are again. And I have rules for exactly how I use these so you can see these turns yourself. On the 15-minute, you can see it's the same kind of thing. This is SunnyBands again on a different chart. Same symbol, different time frame. And on the 5-minute, that's what SunnyBands look like. And here are the rules. I have a little 4-page summary of the rules that I follow on my website. And you go to downloads, and the 4th dot down is SunnyBands rules. And these things, including the entire talk, are for educational purposes only. I'm not telling you to trade like I do. Don't do as I do. Find your own way. But if this can help you in any way, I'm happy to help. So on the right, we have a little chart of an up move and a little chart of a down move. So the basic rules, and I call this level 1. You have to remember all 3 levels and put them all together. Synthesize them, but here are the summary of the rules. If I've got red candles that have been moving downward and touch, and I call this the lower outer band. So if it touches the lower outer band and turns blue right there, and if price confirms, so we have a blue bar, we're expecting it to go up. If the next bar confirms that direction, then I go long. And then I have another rule for, you see how the dynamic moving average at this point is purple on top and it's flat? I'll give you the rules for that in a second. I'm always looking for price to confirm. So when blue candles have been going up and touch the upper outer band and turn red and move back inside, this is the upper inner band right here. If price confirms, then I go short. This is level 2, and we react to all 3 of them. So if the DMA midline, that's the average between the purple and gold lines, is flat, so the angle's visually sideways, then we have another set of rules. I don't, quote, expect price to move very far beyond the midline. So you see we have red candles coming down. Then we go long here as it crosses that band. Now the DMA is flat. This is where I exit a trade. If the DMA is flat, that says to me congestion. So I might as well take the profit right there. It often, very often acts as resistance. So you'll see that it hits it, hits it, hits it, and can't make it. Level 3 is the overarching thing is if gold is on top and we have a positive slope, then I'm going to stay until the DMA is penetrated. So here we have flat down here, purple's on top. I wait until the DMA is penetrated to go long. And as long as gold stays on top, you can see how price stays up here with the 2 bands. So as long as it's staying up here with the 2 bands, then I'm going to stay long. So sometimes, well, this will give you the confidence to stay in a trade longer. I find that that's the problem a lot of traders have. They get in quick and out quick, or they take small wins and bigger losses, but they don't follow the trend very long. So staying long or short longer for more time is probably preferable. So level 3, I guess this would be section B. If purple is on top and we have a negative slope, then I stay short until the DMA is penetrated. So the same way here. So we're going down, 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 down. Purple's on top this whole time. Slope is negative. And right here's where we get out as it penetrates the flat DMA. So now with that foundation, we can now look at the fast moving markets as traders, not investors. So I'm going to look at a few of them. The ES, S&P 500 futures, gold, and crude oil. These tend to have enough movement with them that it's worth trading. Although gold doesn't move as well in the intraday. I'll show you a daily chart of that too. So this is, oh, that's a while back, but anyway, we see a chart with price going up like this. So it stays above the gold DMA. As long as it's there, we're going to stay long. So this is a 5-minute chart of the E-mini. And this next one is a 5-minute chart of gold. And you see how that doesn't move like the E-mini does? It just kind of stays sideways for long periods of time. So it's not as volatile, and there's not as much PHW profit potential in there. So potential hourly wage is low. But here's gold on a daily chart, and you can see this one has a smoother path to it. So as the movement is slower and smoother, to me, gold is more tradable on a daily chart than on a fast market. And here's oil on a 5-minute. Now, see, that one has some swings to it. So there's some PHW in there. This is a 5-minute chart of crude. And here we have a daily of crude. And it might be better on a daily chart too. Depends on what the swings are. I'd have to go back and look at the PHW and do the calculations. So now let's look at it again on radar screen. I showed you that in a little view. And what we want is which symbol has the potential to make the most profit. Which one or ones should we trade? So here's the PHW again. Here we have the E-mini, crude, and gold, all on 5-minute charts. You can see what the buy and hold amount is in green, and the ideals in the white column right here, and the PHW totals over here. So it looks like crude doesn't do too well on a 5-minute chart, but the ES 32,000 and the gold 24,000, that's significant. And here's what it looks like on a big radar screen. This is the NASDAQ 100. And you can see that the PHW column, the yellow one, has all these values in here, and you can pick which one you want to trade based on the amount of money that's possible. But then, of course, you have to factor in booking, for instance, is the highest. But the problem is it's also the most expensive. The last price on that chart is $3,700. I'm not going to pay $3,700 a share. So what I'm looking for is something that has high PHW and a lower entry price. So as we go down this column here, you can see we've got lower entry prices. And all these things are in sunny side of the street. So text me SSS to 760-908-3070, and I'll sign you up so you can see sunny side of the street. And no, I'm not going to call you and do any high pressure sales. This is resorted by the highest. So I've got booking still on top, and then all these values descend. So you can double click on the column and resort it. You can double click on last and sort by price. I like to sort by PHW because it's the easiest way for me to see where the profit is. And so what do you think I trade? Of course, the one with the most profit. So there's only one reason to trade, and that's to make money. Don't forget that. I do have people ask me, though, if she trades, why does she sell indicators and do consulting? And still, I had somebody tell me the other day they thought I should retire because I've been still trading for 43 years. I've been asked many times, and I like to give back to the industry that's been so kind to me. So I like to help other people make money, and because I still enjoy it every day, and because I still like making money. I'm not that old. So speaking of money, if you have a profitable series of trades, now that's the first caveat. You can't take a losing system and make it and compound the results and get anything but worse losses. So if you have a profitable series of trades, then it's possible with strategic compounding to greatly magnify the profits. I'm going to show you how. So I call this Ultimate F, and it's reminiscent of Ralph Bentz's Optimal F, which you can find in all his books. And mine is different than his because doesn't have the enormous risk of drawdown that Optimal F has. So here's my performance on the live trading room that I started on January 2, called Trade Along with Sunny, TAWS we call it. So I trade 5 contracts of the S&P. We're together for 1 hour. I trade with double the margin. If the margin's $12,000, I usually have $25,000 in my account. And here are the results so far. There's the chart. Now, if I take these results and put them in a spreadsheet and keep track of all the trades, then after commission and slippage, you can see that there was $14,000 in that chart that I just showed you. And you can also see that 75.88% of the trades are successful. So can we do better than that? Here's the trades. And that's what the performance chart would look like extended over time. I just duplicated the trades just to knock this out. But $60,000, we're over $60,000 on this chart. That's $400 a day. So we're close to the $500 a day goal. And then this one, after Ultimate F compounding, look at the red. The blue is what you just saw, going up to 60,000. The red goes up to what, 350,000, and that's the compounded result. And you see, yes, we have some drawdowns in there, but they're not enormous the way Optimal F will do it. And so this one makes $2,000 a day. And what it does is it shows you the number of contracts you should place on the next trade. And that's what my degrees in math do for me. So Ralph Mintz told me there was an error in his equations and he couldn't find it. So I took a look at everything and I found the error. And I asked him if he would mind if I called it Ultimate F instead of Optimal F. And Ralph and I are friends, so he's like, okay, go ahead. I don't care. Here's my website, moneymentor.com. I have products that I sell, but I've programmed them all. And all of them I use for in my own trading. So I don't create things just to sell. I create things to use in my own trading, and if they enhance my trading, then I offer them for sale. So I do make them available to you on moneymentor.com, and I show you exactly how I use them. I do 2 Zoom calls with people. One to install and introduce you to the product, and the second one in a live trading session so we can look at it together. And there's you can click on that and go to the order form. Everything's alphabetical. If you want to see charts, you can go to moneymentor.com products. And again, I don't hold anything back. And I train you to use the Zoom calls are free. So I train you to use them exactly like I did. So if you type free to me, text free to me at my phone number, 760-908-3070, then I can set you up with a free trial of my indicators so that you can use them yourself and have 2 Zoom calls with me. If nothing else, the Zoom calls are fun. So we have a unique opportunity now. I'm offering two bundle discounts for this month. They'll be over at the end of the month. Bundle X is a year of Trade Along with Sunny, the daily live trading room, and SunnyBands lifetime license. And it's good until, what is today? So June, no, this is May 31st. I can't keep the months straight or the days of the week. Or you want to, you can give me a call. If you want to text X to me, that tells me you want bundle X. If you have TradeStation, multi-charts, NinjaTrader, or MetaStock, you can have these indicators. Now, I had set you up with a free 7-day trial. Text trial to me. That's probably the best deal. Text trial to me at my number. I'll set you up with a free trial. And on my website, if you join as a free member of Money Mentor, then I've done some webinars. I did a 4-week strategy trading forum, and it's you can download it for free. If just by signing in through your membership password. I did a technical analysis form if you want to learn technical analysis. And it's not too late to access all the slides and videos. And last year in July, I did an easy language form, but this one costs a little. There are 5 different 1-hour sessions, and you can have access to all the slides and videos on that. And they're all at moneymentor.com. So I offer education and consulting, easy language programming services, mentoring. I've got a complete bookstore on my website. I think I get 50 cents if you buy a book through moneymentor.com. I do a solving the puzzle distance learning course, and I offer the indicators I use myself in my own trading. Along with Sunny Side of the Streets, you can sign up for 1 free issue and a daily live trading room. Are there any questions? Let's see where I can. It's always hard for me to find the questions on this one. Maybe you could read those out to me. Bulls, attendees.
Sure. I don't see any questions. Maybe I'm
Okay.
looking in the wrong place. But yeah, I don't see anything.
All right, fantastic. Then we don't have any questions.
Thank you, Sunny. We appreciate it. Yeah, you're an
Absolutely.
absolute legend.
Aw, thank you. So
Yeah,
let me get to the, thank you for hosting it too.
Yeah.
There you go. This is the information. So give me a call, text me something, email me at sunny@moneymentor, or visit my Money Mentor website. Thanks again, guys.
You're welcome. And before you sign off, someone would like, if you can, put the links into the chat box, all those extra links that you shared. And
oh, I've got about 10 in there. I don't think I can get them all.
I know there were so many. I put the Money Mentor in there, but I couldn't keep up with all the other ones as well.
I know.
So.
If you go to moneymentor.com, can you put that link in there? I don't see where to do it.
I put moneymentor.com. Is there another one you'd like in there?
That's good. So with moneymentor.com, you can click on that. It'll take you to my website. Go up to membership and join. Free membership. So just join as a free member and I'll send you the links. I'll send you the presentation. Send you a PDF of the presentation. So that's probably the best.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks so much.
You're welcome. We appreciate it. Thank you, Sunny. Amazing how the SunnyBands work in either a bull or bear market, short or long term. SunnyBands are a must-have for traders. Thank you so much for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mrs. Sunny Harris of Money Mentor. You could find her at moneymentor.com. We placed that link in the chat box, and we placed that in the chat box. So, thanks again, Sunny, for making such a generous offer for our members, and looking forward to reading your latest book. Hope to see you again here at Traders Corner.
That'd be great. That'd be great. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our last presentation of the day. I hope everyone is listening closely. Our last presenter is a graduate of Syracuse University and has been trading the financial markets for the last 15 years. He wears several hats over right line trading. He is a trading coach, assists with the optimization of trading strategies and indicators, provides logistical and technical support, and is always ready and willing to assist the right line trading community. He's the go-to guy basically for right line. Here to present AI Auto Trader, self-learning technology, is Mr. Rory Powers of Right Line Trading. Welcome to Traders Corner, Rory.
Hey, Anthony. Thank you very much for that great introduction. It's really an honor to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm so really honored to be here on Traders Corner, and I want to thank everybody for their time. And listen up close. I know it's been an information-packed event, and it's kind of been a little bit of a long event. But let me please have 30 to 40 minutes of your time and attention. I've got really an incredibly exciting trading system to highlight and show you today. And I bring a message of hope. If you've had trouble with in your trading journey, listen closely because I think I've got something of tremendous value. So let's go ahead and get started. I want to go ahead and get the alphabets out of the federal government out of the way with the CFTC. I just want to mention that this presentation is for demonstration and educational purposes only. I am not a licensed financial advisor. If you're not familiar with the risks associated with trading, please do yourself a favor, consult with a licensed financial advisor. With that being said, I just want to take just a brief moment. I'm a member of a very talented, educated team. I'd like to also think a good-looking team here at Right Line Trading. And really, it's our vision as a company to develop innovative trading strategies that help predict the future direction of price. And man, is that valuable information. Kind of like having the winning lottery numbers before the drawing. And what we want to do is we want to provide our members with an edge over other retail traders. And along this journey, Right Line Trading's been around for about 13 years now. We've really built a tremendous educated and experienced community of traders that all help one another on their trading journey. And really, there's power in numbers. And most importantly, we want to do this with transparency, integrity, and honesty. So I just want to take just a moment to recognize my team here at Right Line Trading. It's just not me behind the scenes pulling the switches and the levers. I'm part of a team, like I mentioned earlier, a very experienced team. I just want to briefly introduce our traders because I think what distinguishes us from a lot of our competitors is that we're on the right edge of the chart every morning, trading our system on a live market. We have a number of different ways to leverage the signals that our software provides. Craig Emery on my bottom left was initially a client who had bought dozens of trading systems and really couldn't get consistency. It just led to several blown out accounts and frustration. When he found Right Line Trading, he kind of found his groove, and now he runs his own live trading room, and he trades the futures market every morning, Monday through Friday, in our live trading room. We also have a prop trading program, and Mr. David Kushner, the Kush. The Kush is our professional prop trader. Let me tell you, these prop firms have burst into the scene and really opened the floodgates. People that in the past could never afford to be able to trade, that didn't have $20,000 or $50,000 laying around to put at risk. Well, these prop firms have burst onto the scene and have really allowed people to get into the game with an opportunity to leverage a nice size account with very little money. In fact, you don't have to risk any of your own capital with these prop firms. So the Kush has successfully managed 6 funded accounts over the last several years. Last year, he made about $100,000 with a rules-based system in order to leverage those prop accounts. Then we have our options trader, Mr. David Wise. He uses the signals our software provides to trade options, to use calls and puts and spreads. I refer to David as the Pete Rose of options trading. This guy, let me tell you, he's got a 90% win rate. He's not a one-hit wonder. He's been doing it for years now with tremendous consistency, but he's always moving the ball. He's always moving the goal. He hits single after single and a double, and with the home run mixed in. He's really a gifted options trader. So he uses our system to trade options. Behind the office, man, do we have a talented team. Brock Miller, he's a college student. He's getting his degree in computer science. Mr. Charles Sider, I like to refer to him as our engineer. He worked for a major software development company for over 30 years. He makes sure he's also in quality assurance. He makes sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. He's the engineer on our team. He's also a software engineer. Then we have Mr. Sergio Luque Rodriguez, and he's a Cuban American who resides in Miami, Florida. He got his master's degree in computer science, and he can bring complex mathematical formulas. He now is integrating artificial intelligence into code, into computer code, and we're able to leverage really that incredible coding. He's able to bring these formulas to life, and he's really, let me tell you something incredible. The team is led by Mr. Mark Miller. Mark Miller is a U.S. Army vet, and I like to pause right there and thank. I heard one of the presenters earlier, I think it was Tim. Tim was an Army vet or military vet, and so is Mark Miller. Mark Miller also has his MBA from Cal State. And let me tell you something. Mark Miller bought Right Line Trading a few years ago, and really he's brought into the company the core values of transparency, integrity, honesty. A true man of God, a great man to work for. Mr. Mark Miller heads up the team here at Right Line Trading. Rob did a beautiful introduction. I just want to tell you just a little bit about the voice that you hear behind the screen. I've been with Right Line Trading. My name's Rory Powers. I've been with Right Line Trading for about 10 years now. And my family and I reside down in South Florida. My family is number one. And this is a recent picture in Fort Myers Beach. I have two young children, a 1-year-old and a 5-year-old. A beautiful wife, Haitian American, Christelle, and her mother and I all enjoyed a beautiful time in Fort Myers Beach very recently. I'm an avid saltwater fisherman. I have a small fishing boat down here in South Florida, and I look forward to the summer every year. This was last Sunday. Yes, I know it was Mother's Day. I went out for a few hours on Mother's Day, and it's dolphin season. Listen, we wait all year round for the summer months to catch these dolphin or mahi-mahi or dorado, whatever you want to call them. They taste good. They taste good. So that's a very recent picture of just last weekend. So I don't want to bore you with my pictures. Let me tell you, I've got a system here that's going to blow your mind. The genesis of the AI auto trader was the lack of consistency in our trading. I think probably 95, if not 98% of us have all struggled in our trading journey for a variety of different reasons. We may have bought trading systems or indicators that lag price or that just don't work. If you're anything like me, while I'm qualifying myself, you have a bunch of emotional problems with trading. For me, I'm a chronic, stop squeezer. If I see the trade going in my direction and I see the P&L, those green numbers start building up, I instinctively grab my stop and slide it up, and I squeeze it too tight, only to have it wick me out and continue in the direction that I had the position in, and vice versa. If I take a little heat and I start seeing those red numbers, man, I want to bail out. I don't want to lose my money, and I close the trade only to see it continue in the direction of my trade. It almost seems sometimes You know, when I put in a position, like they know where my stop is and they come and get it. You know, whatever I do, the market does the opposite. And I don't know if any of you can relate with that, but I think so. I've had really the privilege of talking to hundreds, if not thousands, of traders over the last decade or two. And I know that we all share in these same struggles, and that's all part of the trading journey. So that was the genesis. There's nothing worse than blowing out your trading account. I've laid in bed at night, you know, talking in my sleep, vowing never to trade again, because I just was no good at it. You know, it was very frustrating because I would have some good days and I saw the potential. It was right there, right at my fingertips, but I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it consistently. So it led to blown out trading accounts. So this was the genesis of the AI Auto Trader. And let me tell you something, it has been, I know my slide, it says my commitment, but listen, I've got a team. I'm going to change it to our commitment, because I can't tell you the countless hours that we've spent over these last several years optimizing this system, because it's our commitment to bring this to an end. And when that morning bell rings, the opening bell at 9:30, the truth be known, we all have our own opinions and biases, and we listen to the talking heads or our favorite guru. But let it be known that when that bell rings, nobody knows exactly which way the market's going to go. So we've narrowed it down to two things that we believe is going to create trading success. Number one, we have to have the proper tool set that's going to identify risk. It's going to get us into the trades when risk is at its lowest and we have the highest probability of making a profit on the trade. And because we're humans and we make mistakes and errors, ideally, we want software that can automatically get us in and out of these trades to maximize our profits. Let me lay down a little bit of a foundation here. The AI Auto Trader runs on NinjaTrader 8. NinjaTrader 8 is a powerhouse when it comes to trading futures. It's an extremely powerful platform, but most importantly now, it's free. Okay, there is a free version. You could trade it for free. When I first started, you had to spend $1,000 or $1,200, and you get the order flow indicator with it, and you get the permanent license, and then you were off to the races. But you had to spend that $1,200 to get in the game. Well, let me tell you now, if you're going to trade a live account or a prop account, and those are your two choices now. Of course, you could always trade sim, but we're talking about making money now. So the system can leverage either a live account or a prop account, and it runs on NinjaTrader 8. Okay, it will trade the E-minis and it will trade the micros. So the benefits from using the AI Auto Trader, well, it's obvious. There's no more human error. How many times have you missed a trade? Who knows? The phone rang. You had to take a phone call. Or for one reason or another, you just blinked and the trade passed you by. No more missing perfect trade setups. This is a system that will automatically place your stop and your profit targets in the most ideal locations. And that's part of our AI integration. Then I'm going to go into just a little bit more depth in just a few minutes. But the most important thing to understand here is all the human errors that we make. I call them the bonehead mistakes that I make, because in a fast-moving market, on a platform that isn't a simple platform, I never said it was simple, but it is powerful. But if you're manually trading on a discretionary basis in a fast-moving market, trying to determine the best place to get in and get out, listen, it's not easy. It's very difficult. So to have an automated system that never makes human errors is a tremendous edge for retail traders. And let me show you the type of results that we've been getting, because really, if I didn't see it with my own eyes and I didn't trade it on my own computer, to be honest with you, I wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it. I know that our inboxes are full of emails from vendors in this niche that talk about a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking. You know, how much money they made yesterday, or the trade that they took last week. But you never actually really see that they made all of that money that they claim. Well, let me tell you something. We trade this system every morning live on YouTube for the whole world to see. And if we do have a bad trading day, there's no hiding from it. So the first strategy that I want to highlight, and let me say this, we have an extremely powerful, diversified portfolio of strategies. And the first one that I want to highlight is called the Haymaker. The Haymaker, to me, is probably the most exciting of them all. It runs on the NASDAQ. I know if you trade futures, you've probably traded the NASDAQ before. It runs like a Maserati, like a Lamborghini. It's fast and it's exciting, and you can make a lot of money quick. And the Haymaker delivers. The reason we call it the Haymaker, because it could deliver the knockout punch. One trade and you're done for the day. All of our strategies that I'm going to highlight, I'm showing you a performance that's based on one contract, one E-mini contract, and the commissions have already been deducted. Okay? So the NASDAQ 30 range, which AKA the Haymaker strategy, runs with a 4-to-1 risk to reward ratio. We risk right around 40 to 50 ticks to make 200. So 4 to 5 to 1 on the NASDAQ 30 range. And to give you an idea of what it's done so far this month, trading one contract from May 1st to May 16th, it's made $2,452. And I just want to pull over my trade performance. These are actual trades taken. This is not a back test, a hypothetical. This is the real deal Holyfield. This is running from May 1st to May 16th on a live market, trading one contract. With $900 of drawdown, it has made $2,452.40 to be exact, trading one contract. And this is my analysis. It'll show you my P&L of each trading session. And you can see it has a beautiful equity curve. It has a beautiful equity curve. Very, very little drawdown. I know as prop traders, even those of us that trade a live account, one of the knocks on the automated systems were the drawdowns. Well, this system trades with very little drawdown because of that risk to reward ratio leaned heavily in our favor. So let's keep moving. The second strategy I want to highlight is one that has been absolutely red hot for the last month or two. And I don't know if anybody in here has ever seen any of my presentations before. Let me pop up my questions. But if you have a question, I know it's been a long day and I'm going to try to get to as many as I can. If not, if you'll put your name and your phone number in towards the end, and you have a question, I'll be happy to give you a call and I'll do my best to answer your questions. So let's get back to black gold. Black gold, we kind of got the name from the Beverly Hillbillies. You know, old Jeb. He was out shooting trying to shoot some dinner. Black gold, Texas tea, crude oil. So the black gold strategy trades crude oil on a 10 range chart. And let me tell you, I don't know if it's because of what's going on in the Red Sea or why there's this, tremendous amount of volatility. But this strategy has been crushing it. This month alone, trading just one contract from May 1st to May 16th, $4,600. $4,600. And I want to slide over my actual trade performance, because the picture is one thing, but I think it really hammers the point home when you see the actual statistics and the results. The $854 drawdown, okay, which means that you can have a very small account. You can have a very small account trading just one contract, $4,600 in profits, which is really great. If you look at our average winning trade versus our average losing trade, it's almost a 2-to-1. It does have a 4-to-1 risk to reward ratio. However, we have a momentum-based trailing stop. We have a number of different ways to manage the trade to lock in as much profit as possible. So a beautiful equity curve on my analysis on this. Again, very little drawdown. You could see just this huge spike up, and it is amazing the money that this strategy is making on crude. And last but certainly not least, and listen, if you've seen my presentation before, you're going to recognize this last one, because listen, these are the same strategies, our top three, with very little, fluctuation. These are constantly our top three strategies. Excuse me, I just needed to take a drink. So number one, drum roll, please, is the retirement plan. This is our 2-minute that runs on the NASDAQ. And let me tell you something, if this strategy, and I've said this before, continues trading the way it has been, that could be you or I next to our loved one, sailing off into the sunset with a pina colada in our hands, because this is the epitome of a retirement plan, with an automated strategy that you enable in the morning and come home in the afternoon to find it with results like this. Look at this. One contract, May 1st to May 16th, $5,950. That's after commissions, okay? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bring over the actual performance. So this is my 2-minute on the NASDAQ. And you could see every trading day my cumulative net profit. And if I go to my summary on this, you could see my max drawdown is about $1,650. So if you're trading a live account, you not much sweating to do, not much heat you took. If you're trading a prop account with a $50,000 prop account, you're in the clear. You would have passed your evaluation almost twice over this month alone. So this strategy here is our number one strategy in the month of May, and it's been for several months in the past. Again, our average losing trade, 150. Our average winning trade, just under 400, 375. So about a 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio, 3-to-1. And let's put it all together now. Cumulative, between those three top strategies that I've just highlighted, you could see that it's just over $13,000 in just the first 2 weeks of the month, trading this AI auto trader and just risking one contract. One contract. If I open up my filter here, I could show you that it is those three that I just highlighted, the black gold, our 2-minute AI bot, which is the retirement plan, and our haymaker, which is the 30 range NASDAQ. Those three strategies alone, $13,000. If you look at the equity curve, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful equity curve. This was a great week. Let me just say this. Yeah, we had the PPI, the CPI, some big reports, some big economic news this week. You know, that soft landing that they've been telling us about. Well, the numbers looked like maybe this soft landing could actually happen, and the market just, took off. You know, the Dow's over 40,000, the S&P 500 is at an all-time high. So it's really exciting time to be a trader. Now, just imagine what this system is going to do when they actually lower the interest rates. I mean, this thing's going to crush it. So it loves this volatility. It loves these big moves, and the system really capitalizes on it. I had a phone call today, and somebody had asked me, they said, well, you know, is this a black box system? And let me tell you something, it absolutely is not a black box system. This is a system that's going to run right on your computer. All of the chart templates that this system leverages will be running on your computer. You'll see them in real time. This is a chart, and I don't want to go into a lot of the minutia, but our entries are taken in the direction of institutional money, which has really become a catchphrase. So I just want to quantify that and just tell you a little bit about the secret sauce of why we're having this success. Number one is we're looking at market internals. When institutional money is driving the price of the NASDAQ higher, there's a disparity between uptick and downtick. This system sniffs that out like a bloodhound searching for its prey. It's all over it. We're also looking at a multi-time frame assessment of trend. This green area on my chart is telling us that on a higher time frame, it's also headed up. In the past, we used to have 2 or 3 charts open, you know, one of a 5-minute, one of 15, and one of 4-hour, and see if we weren't taking a counter trend trade. Well, this one puts it all into perspective on one chart. And we're also looking at a multi-time frame assessment of order flow and momentum. So all of the conditions that have to be met are moving dynamically on the left edge of my chart. When all of them go green, a cross gets thrown on the chart. When that cross gets thrown, if your strategy is enabled, that's where you're going to execute an entry. That's where our software has defined as being the place that has the lowest amount of risk. The lowest amount of risk. Now, what gets lost in the message, okay, is imagine trying to trade 6 instruments simultaneously like this system does. All of the index equities, the NASDAQ, the Dow, the Russell, the S&P 500, crude oil, and gold, all at the same time, looking at all of these different variables. Where's my 15? Where's my 50? Where's the pivots? How far off the 50 am I? Is it lined up on the 5-minute chart? Imagine trying to do all of that, trading the NASDAQ in a fast-moving market, and do it with consistency and accuracy. It's impossible for us as humans to do it. You could see everything went green, and the reason it all went green is because everything's lined up for a short trade. I was just looking at everything turning green. So that gives you an idea. And if you do decide to come aboard, you will get all of those chart templates. Great question, Leonard. Leonard asks, is this 100% fully automated, semi-automated, or can be both? Leonard, you hit the nail on the head. It's both. It's both. If you want to set it and forget it, the strategy parameters have trading hours, profit limits, stop limits. You can absolutely set it and forget it. or to satisfy a lot of the prop trading firms' requirements and rules, this is considered a semi-automated system. When the system takes a trade, my stop and my profit targets are going to show up right on my chart. So I do have the discretion to move my stop and my profit targets in any location I want. I can also override it and hit my chart trader and close a position at any point I want to get out of a trade. Okay. Raj, currently it does not work on Thinkorswim. This is a system that runs on NinjaTrader 8. NinjaTrader 8 is a free platform now. So let's keep the ball rolling, because a lot of people ask me, they say, hey, Rory, I know you've been with Rightline a long time. What's the difference? Why do you think you guys are having so much success with this system? And I tell them all really the same thing, because I'm sure all of you know from experience, if you've ever tried an automated strategy before, what happens with these things is they get stale. They may come out of the box and they do well for a week or two, but then market conditions change and they get stale. They no longer have consistent results. Listen, the market today is an extremely news-driven market. With these economic reports coming out on a weekly basis, the market can turn on a dime and switch directions. So it's really important to have what we've integrated into this AI auto trader. We call it advanced machine learning, which is also an algorithm. And what it does, and I'm going to give you the layman's version, is it's going to continuously and dynamically, what I mean by dynamically is right in the middle of your trading session, without you having to touch anything, it's going to change the position of your stop and your profit targets based on the average true range of the market right at that moment. And they can change very quickly, as we all know. So the way it works, just to give you a little bit of an understanding, is each one of our strategies is going to trade a bot and a drone. This is my control center here. And what they do is they run in tandem. Every single one of the bots has a drone. And what happens is the two of them will take a trade simultaneously together. The drone, when they take the trade, and keep in mind, they're sharing the same database. In NinjaTrader, it's going to put a folder under your documents folder in your file explorer. I don't want to get too complicated here, but take my word on it. They're sharing a database that's stored on your computer, and the drone is telling the bot the range of the market. It's telling it what the maximum forward excursion is and what the maximum adverse excursion is, or the average true range. And it's telling the bot, put your stop here and put your target here right now, because that's where you're going to that's where you have the highest probability of making money on that trade. Okay. And what happens is it continues to do a loop. As the trading session progresses, it's going to continuously update the optimal positions of your stop and your profit targets based on the market conditions. And that, I truly believe, is the key to our success. Now, the benefits of this self-learning AI model, just like I said, they have the ability to adapt to a market that's constantly changing. Just this week is a perfect example. The PPI report came Tuesday. The CPI report came Wednesday. Crude inventory reports. All of these economic news reports that come out, the market conditions are changing just so quick. It's incredible. So we're on top of it with this AI component. The more data that we accumulate, in the past, the more time that went by, the better of a chance that your strategy would go stale and no longer be relevant. Well, that's the opposite now. The more data that this system accumulates, what happens is, and we're in collaboration with a pretty prestigious AI lab, an AI development lab, and Natalie is the nice young lady, one of the nice people that work there. And she told us what happens is when it accumulates data, it starts recognizing when it takes full winners what the conditions were when it took that full winner. And it starts repeating itself and recognizes those patterns and will put you into those trades. So it starts forming a bias over a large amount of data of what the exact conditions were when it took a trade and won. Okay, which is outstanding. Think of that. So, it's really exciting. And what it does is it lowers the risk on our entries as time goes by. And it improves the accuracy of our system. And listen, I've got the next couple of slides are brand new, and I'm really looking forward to showing you this. The system is great. Let me just say this. The system is great for trading a live account. But let me tell you, with these new prop accounts, you have the ability, prop traders, listen up. You have the ability to 10x your profits without risking any of your own capital. Now, listen, I want to say this. The prop trading is great, okay? But there's a but, and I think Norman Hallett earlier had touched on this. They put, additional rules on prop traders that make trading, which is hard to begin with, even a little bit more difficult. So I just want to throw that caveat out there, full transparency and honesty. But listen, the downside is really the cost of your evaluation account, okay, and the time that you put in. You can never lose any of your own capital. That's the exciting part. The upside, well, the sky's the limit. The sky is the limit. And today in YouTube Live, and this is posted on our YouTube channel, every day that we trade is posted, but this is a recording of today. This is Mark Miller. He's the owner of the company, and he's using a trade copier. Okay, if you don't know what that is, you could trade 10 prop accounts simultaneously with the use of a tool called a trade copier. So he's using a trade copier and trading, I think it was 5 or 10 accounts that he was using, and he took this trade. Gets into the trade. And remember, this is going across 5 or 10 different, I think it was 5 accounts when he took the trade. And he's only going for 60 ticks. So he hit a trade there that trade of 60 ticks was $10,000. $10,000, and he wasn't risking any of his own capital. So the downside was he blew his evaluation accounts. I think Apex right now is running a 90% sale. You could save 90% for like $15. You can get these prop accounts and put them on, and in one trade have the ability to make $10,000. So the upside, like I had mentioned, is just amazing. So prop traders, listen close to this. What we're doing now is we have what's called our one-day pass prop trading templates. Okay, what these are custom templates for passing evaluation accounts. With one trade, it will get you a pass, one day, one pass on a $50,000 account, and we have the templates for any instrument that you like to trade. Today, this was his trade today. He took that one trade I just showed you, put him over on those accounts. I think he had to make 53,000 on 5 accounts. He made 53,595. So that's the exciting part of these prop accounts. With these new one day to pass templates, that we're going to be offering. If you do decide to come aboard today, if you are a prop trader, you will receive instant access to these one-day pass prop trading templates. And right now is a great time because Apex is running a 90% sale. So let's look at the math. Like Norman Hallett said, let's look at the math. The math is that our NQ30 range has about a 40% win rate, between 35 and 40%. Same as our retirement plan. So if let's just say statistically, it takes us 3 accounts. Each account is $20. So 1 out of 3 we win. So for every $60, we gain a PA account, which is a funded account that we can withdraw from. So right now is a great time to be a prop trader and leverage this system with these new templates. So I want to go ahead and make a special offer. I know it's been a long presentation. I'm going to stick to my 45 minutes as promised. Leonard asks a quick question. Do you provide support with the best ATM strategy? Good question, Leonard. Listen, I started this presentation introducing the members of our team. It is our mandate to optimize our templates on a weekly basis. The ATMs are done automatically, Leonard. It's done by a closed loop system with those bots and drones that I discussed earlier. So those will dynamically change. And this collaboration with the AI Development Lab is ongoing. In the near future, every single one of the components of this system will be leveraged with artificial intelligence. Okay, that's where we're headed with this. So it's our commitment to make this the most powerful system available to the retail trader. So if you decide to come aboard today, I want you to be rest assured, if NinjaTrader 8 is Greek to you, if you've never heard of it before in your life, if you have it and you're just no good at it, don't worry. Everything that I've discussed comes in pre-formatted templates along with a workspace. One of our IT techs is going to jump on your computer. We're going to install the entire system for you. In fact, we developed our own tool that installs it in under 5 or 10 minutes. It's extremely fast and simple. And we're going to do all of the heavy lifting for you. Okay, so don't worry. If you are somebody that likes to get under the hood and wants to learn more about it, we've got a number of resources for you. A couple of them being modules 1 and 2 of how to build your own automated strategy, where we break down each parameter of the strategy itself. And in module 2, we show you how to optimize it and build your own to trade any instrument and any time frame. So also, if you are a member, even if you're not a member right now, we've opened the doors to the general public on YouTube Live. We invite you. Please come, take a look. I think that's one other thing that distinguishes us from our competitors. I don't see many vendors trading their system, especially automated bots, on a live stream. You know, you kind of have to dive in head first and cross your fingers and toes. With this, it's full transparency. Come check us out Monday through Friday on YouTube. So the special Traders Corner price. Let's get to the price. Now, Traders Corner, we always like to do something special. Today's going to be no exception. If you decide to come aboard today, what we're going to include is the full portfolio of strategies, every single one of our strategies. You're also going to receive our prop traders templates, the one-day pass evaluation templates. Those are going to come as a free bonus for taking us up on this special offer. You're also going to be a member of our Discord chat group, and you'll have access to our YouTube live stream. Now, we've split it up into 3 different memberships. We have our monthly, which is $5.99 a month. Normally is $7.99. My associate Brock is going to put the coupon codes and the link in the chat box. So please click on that link. It'll take you to the page and you'll be able to see everything that I'm talking about. Now, listen, I always, and I always get a statement, I should say, from people that I speak to. And what they tell me is they say, Rory, $5.99, that's a lot of money. And you're right. It is a lot of money. I mean, these days, the grocery store to go food shopping has gotten astronomical. But to kind of put it into perspective, if I go into our Discord chat group, and this is our Discord chat, and I'm going to end by showing you the workspace. But if you go into our daily results, and you see what the daily results have been, let me go to one of our members' results. This was Simon. Simon, in one trading day on May 2nd, made $21,000 trading the full portfolio of strategies in one day. Okay. And we've had others that had very similar results throughout the month. So when you see $5.99 a month, you say to yourself, wow, that's a lot of money. But look at the potential that this system has. To make $21,000 in a day, I don't think you'd be disappointed to pay $5.99 a month. The annual subscription is a better value. For the year is $23.99, which if you break that down, it's about $200 a month to get the full portfolio, much more affordable, reasonable price. However, the best value is going to be our lifetime license. Our lifetime license is $79.99. And right now we're doing a half off sale. It's $39.99 lifetime. Okay. Because we're on Traders Corner. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to actually discount the lifetime membership even further. If you decide to come aboard until Sunday at midnight, you're going to actually, this should be about 65%. This is wrong. You're going to get the lifetime license for $29.99. Okay, one time, it's a little bit of a pill to swallow, but I assure you, it only hurts for a second. You're going to be really happy that you made the investment, especially knowing what's coming in the very near future. So $29.99, we accept PayPal later. PayPal later, if you qualify, gives you the ability to split it into 6 monthly payments with 0 interest. And it's right on our checkout page, $29.99. So I want to end first with saying thank you for joining me. And before I go, I want to show you the workspace, because the workspace is, I want you to see this powerhouse of a workspace. And this is what's going to be running on your computer on a daily basis. I started by telling you how many accounts I blew out and what a terrible trader I am. Believe it or not, this system actually makes me look like I'm a halfway decent trader. And I traded along with Mark Miller Monday through Friday. Let me switch the screens over. Give me just a second. So this is the workspace here, and you could see that it simultaneously is going to trade. Now I have background images for YouTube, so you could see which instrument it was that took a trade. But it will simultaneously trade all 6 of these instruments at once. And this is my control center here. These were the results of the top strategies today. And let me tell you something. This system is an absolute powerhouse. And this is the same workspace that you'll have on your computer. If you want those background images, we will include them. Your chart will look more like what I showed just a little bit earlier on my NASDAQ chart. That was this one over here. If you do want the background images, though, we'd be happy to give them to you. So you can see that beautiful signal it gave us to the short side. So basically, that's it. I want to thank you again. Let me see if there was any questions and switch back my screen to my phone number. And There's my phone number there if anybody has any questions. And I just want to end with really just a message of hope. Because if you're anything like me and you've blown out several accounts and your trading journey wasn't as they described, I always like to think of a travel agent. When you used to buy your vacations from a travel agency, they'd send you these beautiful brochures. And when you actually got to the hotel and you opened the door to your room and it looked absolutely nothing like the brochures. Well, if your trading journey was not exactly how they described it, like mine, and you've blown out several trading accounts and you can't find your groove as a prop trader, listen, this AI auto trader has the potential to be a game changer in your trading career. And I hope that you'll take me up on my offer. So thank you very much for giving me your time today. I want to respect your time. If you have any questions that I have not gotten to, please, Leonard, thank you for your number. Gene, if you could put your number, I'll be happy to answer your question. Stephen, it's always a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you, Traders Corner, for having me.
Thank you, Rory. Those strategies look great. I think you struck a note with some of our audience today on how the AI auto trader works, and the results look amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're welcome, great presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you struggle with human error, over trading, inconsistent results, and blowing out your accounts, then Mr. Rory Powers over at Right Line Trading has a solution for you. I know I check all of those boxes myself, and that team, support staff, and years of operation experience brings a lot of confidence. You can learn more by clicking on the link in the chat box. Thanks again, Rory, for making such a generous offer for our audience, and we hope to have you back on Traders Corner.
Thank you. Thanks again.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our online trading summit, and I want to thank all of you for being here today. The staff at Traders Corner wants to thank you all for joining us today. It's been an informational-packed, knowledge-sharing event with trading legends, rising stars, and seasoned professionals whose resumes, track records, and years of experience have been truly enhancing for our trading journey. And we wish all of you continued success and incremental improvement. The replay will be sent out tomorrow and posted on our YouTube channel. So have a relaxed evening, and thanks again for being here throughout this entire event. We truly appreciate it.